Yun Qi just plunged into the impenetrable fog with Meng Jianzhu's twisted excitement still echoing behind him. The Qilin Sacred Palace's defenses are incredible, but instincts are harder to control than any formation. Leave a like and subscribe to see which weakness breaks first. The moment the dark lights flashed, an enormous black silhouette immediately pounced at Yun Qi, accompanied by a terrifying roar that shook the vast, endless fog. What was the hardest thing in the world to control and resist? Instinct. If it were a divine limit realm profound practitioner before him, or even a supreme true god, Yun Qi would be powerless against them. But he could at least think of various ways to play nice and use words to deal with them. After all, there were many things he had on his body he could use to bluff his way out of situations. Unfortunately, the only thing an abyssal beast had was the basic instinct to destroy all living auras. It did not have a shred of caution or hesitation before it launched its attack. After coming to the abyss, Yun Qi had never truly fought with someone in the divine extinction realm, but now he was suddenly attacked by a divine limit abyssal beast. When the power of destruction came down on him, the pressure and despair he felt made Yun Qi feel like the entire endless fog, or even the entire abyss, was pressing down on him. The black silhouette with a nightmarish power instantly drew close. Yun Qi could only vaguely make out a 300-meter-long shape that quickly filled his eyes. The sound of gritting teeth was extremely loud. Yun Qi's arms rose horizontally, and the heaven-smiting Devil Slayer sword appeared in his hand. Both his arms resisted the mountainous pressure, lifted the sword, and vehemently smashed down on the black silhouette with the power of the heretic god that defied the laws of nature themselves. Moonstar Restoration. Boom! The incomparably huge power gap still could not surmount the heretic god's power of reverse punishment. An earth-crushing sound surged throughout the endless fog. The destructive power of the divine limit realm was instantly countered the moment it touched the heaven-smiting Devil Slayer sword, exploding into the body of the divine limit abyssal beast. Howl, the divine limit abyssal beast's cry immediately changed tones. The originally falling black silhouette was fiercely jolted and was instantly sent flying into the distance by the enormous power that came from itself. Although it was an instant counter, some of the aftermath of the power still landed on Yun Qi. He too was heavily sent flying. The heaven-smiting Devil Slayer sword cut a groove of several meters before coming to a stop. Once he did, he was already bleeding from all orifices, and the bones in his body were in so much pain that it felt like they had been smashed. Against a divine limit abyssal beast that couldn't be reasoned with, Moonstar Restoration was the only power in his arsenal that could fight against it. However, its cost was huge, and he couldn't activate it again within a short period of time. Whether or not he could escape now depended on his fate. He swiftly erased all the bloodstains that splashed out and restrained his aura. Instead of using moon-splitting cascade, he drove the surrounding abyssal dust over to cover his body. Due to the sudden rebound, this divine limit abyssal beast's power and spiritual senses would briefly collapse, thus losing its target for a few seconds. By using the abyssal dust to hide his aura during this period, there was a chance that he would not be discovered again. Boom! When the knocked-down divine limit abyssal beast rose, it still seemed like it was still angry as a howl that clearly sounded many times more violent came out. However, that body-shattering, terrifying pressure had rapidly decreased. Yun Qi relaxed. As expected, using the abyssal dust to hide his aura made it impossible for it to find him again. Without a target to destroy, the unstimulated destructive instinct would allow it to quickly calm down. However, Yun Qi's trace of respite only lasted for a split second before a dangerous aura that pierced straight through his heart and soul suddenly arrived from 50 kilometers away. The enraged, divine limit abyssal beast gathered the anger that had nowhere to release into its front claws and ruthlessly smashed it into the ground of the endless fog. Even with the distance of 50 kilometers, the threat of death instantly smacked him in the head. He couldn't care about hiding his aura anymore. He madly circulated the stars in his profound vein universe and released it all out. A dense layer of profound light that resembled yellow jade shone on his body. Qilin Sacred Palace. A palace made of gold was instantly constructed around Yun Qi's body. Compared to the huge palace built by the Qilin god in the Qilin god realm, this Qilin Sacred Palace was much smaller. It was less than 3 meters, but it was already the ultimate defense that Yun Qi was able to build in a hurry. There was no doubt that the defense and isolation of Qilin Sacred Palace was incredibly powerful. Using the Killing God's blood to activate it made its defensive capabilities alone surpass burning heart realm gates sealing cloud-locking sun. After all, the heretic god was not good at defense. To Xianxia, however, Killin's sacred palace had a flaw that worried him. When it was activated, the profound light was too bright. A profound light palace that just stood there was too conspicuous. As such, he had recently been trying to combine sealing cloud-locking sun with Killin's sacred palace to create a protective barrier that was as defensive and structured as Killin's sacred palace, and as invisible and instantaneously releasable as sealing cloud-locking sun. It was just that before he could complete it, he had already met a deadly calamity. Boom, the blast of annihilation engulfed Xianxia's hearing. The Killin's sacred palace that had just been constructed a moment ago suddenly lost its color and completely collapsed after barely resisting it for a tenth of a breath, turning into specks of light. Bang, even though he had Killin's sacred palace's defense. The residual force that struck Xianxia's body was still as terrifying as a world-extinguishing divine hammer. He flew up like a withered leaf swept along by a hurricane, and his consciousness was even plunged into a blank state by the explosion. When Xianxia's consciousness recovered with great difficulty, he had already fallen to the ground. Behind him was a deep ditch that spanned an unknown distance. The intense pain that was everywhere flooded almost all the nerves in his body, and the fishy smell of blood that still spewed from his mouth informed him about the severity of his internal injuries. This was the power of the divine limit realm. It was still terrifying even if it was only power from its fringes that came from 50 kilometers away. He was already cautious enough, but he would never imagine that a divine limit abyssal beast lived here. Looks like it's a dead end. Li Xiu's voice was normal without any waves. I can help you recover no matter how heavy your injuries are, but I can't revive you from the dead. My apologies. Xianxia clenched his teeth and struggled to get up. I won't die that easily. Before he had even stood up, he suddenly tumbled back down. It was because that relentless, terrifying pressure had once again pressed down on his body. When he looked over, the distance between him and that enormous black shadow was not even 300 meters. Li Xiu's skeptical voice came from his soul sea. Why has its aura changed so much compared to before? Xianxia, who was anxiously thinking about how to escape death, turned his head at the sound of those words and was shocked to discover that the close-be divine limit abyssal beast was just standing still and didn't continue to approach any further. Its aura was still terrifying, but it seemed as though it no longer was a destructive aura that contained just violence alone. Instead, there was a strange emotion of confusion that absolutely should not come from an abyssal beast. A pair of terrifying eyes looked his way, but those strange eyes corroded by abyssal dust were actually inexplicably quivering like a dark flame being blown by a chaotic wind. It didn't move, and Xianxia also did not dare to move for a while until he saw the full face of this terrifying abyssal beast. Abyssal dust covered its entire body, but its form could still be clearly determined. It had the body of a deer, the tail of a dragon, the head of a lion, and a huge horn on its forehead. This outline was clearly that of a Killin. Xianxia was stunned and stared straight into its eyes. Inside the critical situation of death just now, he vaguely felt that these eyes had an indescribable sense of familiarity. At this moment, he stared intensely at it. Even though the light in its eyes had changed due to the erosion of abyssal dust, it was still enough for Xianxia to recognize that the outline of its huge eyes was clearly similar to that of the Killing God in the Killing God realm. Could it be? Xianxia suddenly thought of something, then looked down at his own body. He could be said to have spurred the power of the Killing to the max when he hurriedly activated Killin's sacred palace. At this moment, a faint yellow-colored Killing light was still circulating on his body. Xianxia slowly rose. By the time he stood up straight, the divine limit abyssal beast still remained motionless aside from its pair of eyes that resembled gray flames. Its eyes trembled even more frantically, as if it was struggling and breaking free from something. After getting up, Xianxia didn't try to leave. After a series of expressions fluctuated on his face, he began to slowly walk toward it, taking the initiative to approach this terrifying abyssal beast that could instantly wipe him out. You, Li Xiu let out a soft sound, and then swallowed her next words. Xianxia raised his arms. Enduring his injuries, he circulated the Killing God blood in his entire body and released an even denser Killing God aura. The Killing light covering his body gradually thickened, and as Xianxia inched closer step by step, it was reflected more and more clearly into that dark pair of trembling eyes. 10 steps, 100 steps, the divine limit abyssal beast still did not move. Even the threat of death that came from it had gradually faded. Xianxia asked, "You still have a consciousness?" The abyssal beast did not respond. Xianxia continued, "I have the power of the killing god bestowed to me by your descendant in my body. He had always been worried about you and felt guilty about you, and even his last wish that he entrusted was to save you." It was true. Its appearance, its eyes, and its strange reaction to the killing light on his body all proved that the terrifying divine limit abyssal beast before him was most likely the one the killing god had mentioned, the one that had transformed into an abyssal beast, the ancestral killing god. In the face of Xianxia's probes, its strangely transformed killing god eyes still remained unresponsive. At this point, Xianxia had already confirmed that its strange behavior when it saw the killing light was not because it had any remains of its original consciousness left. As early as hundreds of thousands of years ago, its body and soul had already been completely eroded by abyssal dust. How could it possibly still have its original consciousness? The only possible explanation would be that the abyssal dust eroded its original consciousness and occupied its soul, but was unable to erase the words, "killing God," and its bloodline from its basic instincts. The instinct to protect the killing light of the same race, and its own descendants had surpassed the destructive instinct it gained after transforming into an abyssal beast. There was no time to put too much thought into it. Xianxia concentrated with all his might and reached out with his arm. A streak of gentle killing light shot over and touched the abyssal killing beast between the brows. This killing light was not offensive, but it contained his soul power. When the light touched the center of its brows, the soul power penetrated its body. The abyssal killing beast still remained motionless. It obviously only had to raise its claws to turn Xianxia into dust, but it just raptly stared at the killing light on his body. As if it had fallen into a dream it was unwilling to wake up from. Xianxia suddenly realized what Xianxia wanted to do. His action was extremely dangerous and bordered on madness. Xianxia didn't make a sound to stop him, nor did she take the opportunity to heal him with the divine miracle of life. This was because the bright, profound light could possibly trigger this terrifying abyssal beast that had suddenly become calm. Xianxia finally found the location of its abyssal core, and his soul power penetrated directly into it. The ancestral killing god had once been a true god of the abyss. The killing god said that it was so powerful that it was much stronger than the 7 gods of the 6 kingdoms nowadays. As for the abyssal dust that could completely corrode it, one could imagine how great it was. When his consciousness entered the abyssal core, the density of the abyssal dust stored within was indescribable. Its level was so high that it surpassed all the abyssal dust Xianxia had come into contact with thus far. As the primal power of extinction, abyssal dust was also separated into levels like profound power. What existed in the land of the living was basically the lowest level of abyssal dust. As for the highest level, it was undoubtedly the primal abyssal dust of the past that could instantly devour a true god. Xianxia withdrew his arm and exhaled slightly, for it was only now that he noticed that his whole body was covered in blood-mixed sweat. 2. The killing light covering his body extinguished completely. 1. Without the killing light to shield him, the abyssal killing's eyes shone with destructive light once more. However, it quickly faded away even before it released its destructive power. 1. Withdraw, Xianxia muttered weakly. Xianxia was just a divine master and a human, but the abyssal killing god actually started withdrawing slowly. Then, it suddenly wheeled around and vanished into the thick fog. 2. Freed from his mental burden, his exhaustion abruptly magnified countless times. It was so exhausting that Xianxia collapsed to the ground. 0. A white light flickered before his eyes, and Xiu's dreamlike silhouette appeared before him. She waved her hands slightly, and the divine miracle of life slowly wrapped around his body. 1. His exhaustion immediately lifted and made him feel like he was in the clouds. Even his blurry senses quickly regained their clarity. 2. You managed to take control of that abyssal killing god, she whispered. 2. About 60%, yes, Xianxia answered while closing his eyes. 0. Just now, Xianxia had spent a total of 9 hours to mark his soul imprint around 60% of the abyssal dust surrounding its abyssal core. 1. Even after a profound beast had been corrupted into an abyssal beast, it would maintain a certain measure of its nature and instincts. For example, they would roar when they suffered a huge blow, use familiar limbs when executing an attack, and travel through the sky or the land as they did before. As for the Kilin god, everyone knew that his race was naturally gentle, and his protectiveness of his own kind was practically engraved to every drop of blood and marrow since he were born. Not even the abyssal dust was able to erase this instinct completely. If it was any other divine limit realm abyssal beast, Xianxia would have been flattened like a pancake unless he could control it in an instant. However, this abyssal Kilin god actually hung around for 9 hours without moving a muscle, and it held no desire to destroy the Kilin light surrounding him at all. There was only deep yearning for what it had lost. 13 Xianxia was still so broken that she was unable to manifest even the shape of her body, so her divine power was far from what it used to be. That said, the divine miracle of life was a true miracle in the current universe, when his wounds were healing at a rate that utterly defied common sense. After he entered the divine master realm, Xiao's soul was several times stronger than what it was before, and the amount of light profound energy she could release even more so. In fact, Xianxia could vaguely tell that this was far from Xiao's limit. If she wanted to, she could heal him several times faster than what she was displaying right now. However, it would probably injure her. Unfortunately, she was still blurry. Her silhouette was already beautiful enough to invoke countless fantasies, but her face was still completely hidden from view and her body was untouchable. 3. When do you think you can manifest your true appearance, Xiao? Xianxia asked suddenly. 7. I am unsure, Xiao replied. It could be 1,000 years or 10,000 years, or it could happen in a single night due to the drastic change of your life and energy. 4. Her answer was no different from before. Xianxia threw out another question. Do you still remember your previous appearance? If you do, can you cast an image in my soul see? All the records claim that you are the pinnacle of a woman's beauty, and I am very curious what this pinnacle looks like. 6. Xiao replied indifferently. My appearance is based on the mortal shell of countless beings, so in essence I am no different from them. Beauty is but the most superficial interpretation of one's mortal shell, and it holds no meaning whatsoever. As the bearer of Nixuan and the heaven-smiting devil emperor's power, you should be above such superficial thoughts. 8. Oh no, no, no. Xianxia rejected the idea instantly. My nature is that of a perfectly mundane and secular person. There is nothing I enjoy more than superficial things. But even if that wasn't the case, I would never believe that beauty was a superficial concept. 5. Take you for example. No offense, but your temperament is as cold and indifferent as a pool of dead water. We've been together for some time now, but I've never seen you laugh or get angry at anything I do or say. Half a year ago, when you met Senior Nixuan's soul shadow after so long, you should have been beyond words to see him. In reality, I've felt more emotions from yawning than you had that day. 5. As a woman, you are easily the most uninteresting woman I've ever met in my life. Medically speaking, we would say that you are afflicted with severe asexuality. On that note, why do you think that 2 creation gods fought to the death over you, and Senior Nixuan was obsessed with you for at least tens of millions of years? 13. Xiao couldn't give him an answer. 0. It's the nature of all living things to pursue beautiful things, be it an ordinary mortal or a creation god, so how can you call that superficial? Of course, you are not an exception, Xianxia declared with a tone that would accept no rebuke. For example, if there is a method that will allow you to manifest your body 10,000 years earlier, but the price is that your body would mutate, and your face would turn dry and ugly. Surely you wouldn't accept such a price? 0. Why wouldn't I accept it? Xiao countered. 0. Her answer was so unexpected that Xianxia couldn't say anything for a time. 0. Beautiful things, Xiao suddenly murmured as if she suddenly recalled a memory. 0. 0. In my memory, the one thing that triggers the word beauty is a name, Xiao muttered as she tried her best to shed light on the memory. I can no longer remember her appearance. I only know that there's been no one and nothing who was more beautiful than her from the moment I set my eyes on her, at least in terms of her appearance. Xianxia's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at Xiao, still reminiscing about the past. 0. Did I hear her right? The creation god of life, the most beautiful woman in the entire universe, thinks that there was someone whose beauty deserves such glowing praise from her. 3. Did such a person actually exist? Or is her concept of beauty much different from that of a normal person? 0. What's her name? Xianxia asked. 0. Xiao did not answer immediately because she was still trying to clean the dust shrouding this particular piece of memory. When she finally succeeded, she realized that it was a name she already knew. 0. She slowly answered, her name is Nijai. 3. Xianxia couldn't help but blurt out. 0, it was because that was the name of Nike and Jai Yuan's daughter. 0, she was also the one, and only half-god and half-devil in the world before she became Honger and Yuer. 0, a bold guess suddenly surfaced in Yun Qi's mind. 0 was Li Xiu, the one who separated Nai Jai into Honger and Yuer. The reason Nai Xuan and Jai Yuan named their daughter Nai Jai wasn't just because it was a combination of their surnames, but also because they wished that she would be able to reverse the unimaginable tribulations and dangers that were sure to await her in the future. They prayed that she would be able to lead a peaceful, happy life. 0, alas, in the end, she wasn't able to defy her fate. She had split into Honger and Yuer instead. One, or did she? In an era where both the gods and the devils were extinct, she alone had defied her fate and become reborn as Honger and Yuer. 0, after Yun Qi's injuries were healed, and his consciousness no longer felt mudded, Yun Qi rose to his feet and gave the World Formation Core a quick check. After confirming that it was undamaged, he stopped lingering, concealed his aura with the abyssal dust, and traveled back whence he came. 0, as the concentration of abyssal dust decreased, the abyssal beasts in the vicinity grew less and less threatening to him. At some point, he abruptly sped up and entered the periphery of the endless fog. 0, it had been a while since he had come here, but it felt like he had entered a completely different world. The existence of the abyssal dust felt clearer and tamer. The abyssal cores of the abyssal beasts within his sensory range, especially the divine masters and divine sovereigns, felt so clear it was like they were right between his fingers. There was no need to inject a soul imprint. He could literally command them with a single thought. 0, he extended his arms and stared at his hands for a bit. 0, somehow, he had profited from what should have been a deathly disaster and successfully taken partial control of the abyssal Kilin god. His mastery of abyssal dust seemed to have improved after the harrowing experience as well. 0, thanks to his success, he couldn't help but daydream a little. Would he be able to control even abyssal beasts above the divine master realm with such ease one day? 0, would there be a day where he could command all abyssal beasts within his sensory range as he pleased? 9. Although the auras of abyssal beasts decreased drastically after he entered the periphery of the endless fog, there were a lot more profound practitioners' auras. The endless fog was the perfect place to hone oneself, because its horrific environment suppressed one's spiritual perception and profound energy, and their opponents were abyssal beasts with no shred of mercy in their souls. Their endless thirst for destruction could easily drag a profound practitioner into a true crisis and danger. And crisis was what brought out one's latent potential and created a miracle. 0, when someone fought with everything they had and overcame death again and again. Their willpower and personality would be tempered over and over until they became as fine as steel. This experience was what allowed an unbreakable bottleneck to loosen until they could breach it in one go. 0, there were countless abyssal profound practitioners who had achieved their breakthroughs in the endless fog. This was especially true for those who were stuck at half-step divine extinction realm. 0, those who never entered the endless fog might never enter the divine extinction realm. It was why even an utter coward like Hellion Jew had ventured into the endless fog before, though he didn't go any further than the outermost edge. It was also how he knew that he would never be able to become a divine extinction realm profound practitioner of his own accord, and why he lost his reason completely when he learned of the legendary Kilin Bone Spirit Orchid. 0, that said, honing oneself wasn't the only reason most profound practitioners entered the endless fog. It was also to obtain abyssal stones and abyssal crystals. 0, abyssal stones and abyssal crystals were somewhat common currencies in the abyss, and they mattered to a profound practitioner of the abyss about as much as a profound stone, and profound crystal mattered to a profound practitioner of the primal chaos. But of course, the former existed at a much higher plane. 0, they were created from the mutations, or more accurately, the death of a pocket of abyssal dust, and they could appear anywhere and everywhere in the endless fog. While the power of the abyssal dust could never be mastered by a profound practitioner of the abyss, the abyssal stones and abyssal crystals sat on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. Not only were their energies easily obtainable, the level of energy they provided was of high quality and amount. It was incredibly useful for cultivation purposes, and the construction of divine palaces and profound formations. It could even be used directly as the energy source of a profound vessel. For the density and level of the spirit energy in the abyss was only part of the reason the profound practitioners of the abyss cultivated very, very quickly. The abyssal stones and the abyssal crystals were the main reasons. One, it was why countless profound practitioners ventured into the endless fog to procure abyssal stones and abyssal crystals every year. One abyssal stones could be easily excavated on the periphery or even the outermost edge of the endless fog. However, abyssal crystals were much rarer because they were essentially fully purified abyssal stones. That was why they were rarely found in the periphery, and why they were far more valuable than an abyssal stone. To give a clear distinction, the conversion ratio between an abyssal crystal and an abyssal stone was over 10,000. It was also why a partner who had proven themselves to be reliable up until this point could suddenly turn into a backstabber in the next instant. It was usually because of an abyssal crystal. On a related note, the vassal states of a kingdom of God were required to submit a massive number of abyssal crystals as tribute every year. The fastest way to obtain an abyssal crystal wasn't to search around the endless fog endlessly, but to kill abyssal beasts. Abyssal crystals could usually be found inside the bodies of abyssal beasts. The older and stronger the abyssal beast, the greater the chance it might contain an abyssal crystal. For some extremely powerful abyssal beasts, they might even carry an unusual abyssal crystal, and its value and rarity far exceeded the imagination of a common profound practitioner. It usually only existed in legends and records. Besides that, the endless fog had buried countless ancient gods and devils before the abyss had taken its current form. Since the abyss had already undergone a fundamental change at the time, some of their bodies, ancient artifacts, and inheritances were preserved as a result. They could all be found in the endless fog. Therefore, the endless fog also hid the abyss' greatest opportunities. Every once in a while, an ancient artifact would appear in the world and create varying degrees of waves in the abyss. Xianxia had long since gotten used to the sounds of battle at this point. That was why he didn't even offer them a look. Rumble. A giant rock crumbled, and Xianxia saw the battle with his own eyes. 2 third-level Divine Masters were attacking a first-level Divine Master abyssal beast. They were both wearing black clothes that gave them the best level of concealment. This was a 2 versus 1 battle where one side held the absolute advantage. But the two profound practitioners didn't hold back their strength or relax their guard in the slightest because the opponent was an abyssal beast. An abyssal beast did not know fear, pain, or restraint and would never run away from a fight. Moreover, it was entirely possible that more abyssal beasts might emerge from the fog. That was why holding back and lowering one's guard was the fastest way to dig one's grave in the endless fog. Shred. A pair of blue sword beams cut the abyssal beast in half like a pair of howling storms, but the two halves of the body continued to flail wildly and emanate a shocking amount of destructive power. The duo were used to this sight, though. They rushed forward like a pair of lightning bolts and cut the abyssal beasts into countless shreds. The shredded abyssal beast finally ceased moving, leaving behind only a thick cloud of rising fog and a glimmer of gray. Is that? The duo hurriedly rushed forward. A grayish crystal about half the size of a fist entered their view. An abyssal crystal, the duo exclaimed with joy, although they hurriedly clamped their hands over their mouths. It's got to weigh at least 3 caddies. The older, profound practitioner could barely conceal his excitement. This abyssal crystal alone is worth the trip, the younger, profound practitioner commented with a grin while putting the abyssal grin in his senior brother's hand. Put it away, senior brother. It would be bad if someone sees it. His senior brother pushed it back and said, the crystal came from the portion of the body you destroyed. It rightfully belongs to you. Senior brother. The junior brother stubbornly pushed it back to his senior brother's hands. We killed the abyssal beast together, so it belongs to both of us. That said, this is the first crystal we've found since we came here, so since you're my senior, it's only right that you have it first. Trust me, I won't relinquish the second one, and who knows, it might be 10 times bigger than what you have. They both came from the same sect, and they shared a deep relationship with each other. This also wasn't the first time they journeyed into the endless fog together. After all, what was even scarier than the abyssal beasts of the endless fog was humanity, and suspicion and greed must be curbed if anyone were to rely on each other in this place. Very well. His senior brother smiled and accepted his junior brother's kindness. He was just about to put the abyssal crystal away when suddenly he saw someone out of the corner of his eyes. He abruptly turned around, and saw Xianxia passing through the area not far away from him. Zero, he's only a second-level divine master, and he's alone. His taut nerves immediately relaxed as he called out, "Are you alone, brother?" Zero, Xianxia couldn't sense any malice from the guy, so he replied, "Yeah." Zero, plenty of divine master realm abyssal beasts roam this place, and your cultivation level is a little too low for this area. I would advise you to venture closer to the outermost periphery. Opportunities and tribulations are important, but nothing is more important than your Zero, his advice was abruptly cut short, and his eyes widened to the max in an instant. Zero, Xianxia frowned and turned around. He saw a stormy blue sword piercing through the older man's body and ripping his internal organs into shreds. The attacker was none other than the junior brother he trusted the most. Zero, he slowly turned around to stare at his junior brother in disbelief. You. Zero, however, he quickly realized that his junior brother's face was devoid of the savagery or triumph he expected to see. Instead, he looked dazed and out of sorts, almost as if he was dreaming. Zero, ha ha ha. A wanton, playful voice rang from behind. How does it feel to be betrayed by the companion you trusted the most? It must be pretty sublime, isn't it? Tusk. Zero, the voice caused Xianxia to pause in his footsteps. The owner of the voice slowly emerged from the fog. Zero, he was handsome and wearing an evil smile on his face. His silver robe flowed like water and glittered like mercury in this grayish land. Zero, he was none other than Meng Jianzhu. 16, I wasn't expecting to see him here. Marker 11, unlike half a year ago, Meng Jianzhu's left sleeve was clearly empty. He only had one arm, and his cultivation hadn't improved in the slightest. He was still in the half-step divine extinction realm. Zero, it was at this moment the junior brother's empty eyes regained their focus. He abruptly let go of his sword and started shaking like a leaf. No, it wasn't me. Zero, tusk. Meng Jianzhu curled his lips as his eyes flashed with soul-stealing silver. You're a man, aren't you? How can you commit such an act and not take responsibility for it? If you really think you've let down your senior brother, then why don't you atone by taking your own life? Zero, his words were casual and devilish. Then the silver light flowing in Meng Jianzhu's eyes abruptly appeared in the young, profound practitioner's eyes. Zero, he slowly raised his hand and said woodenly, I'm sorry, senior brother. I'll atone for my sins right now. Zero, bang. Zero, he detonated his profound energy and destroyed his own heart and internal organs without a second thought. Blood pouring out of all of his orifices, he slowly collapsed to the ground and stopped breathing in just a matter of seconds. However, his eyes refused to close even in death. Zero, Xianxia slowly narrowed his eyes. The Dreamweaver Kingdom of God was famed for their soul energy, and he had already felt how powerful Meng Jianzhu's soul energy was back when they first met. Zero, it's you. The senior brother was still alive despite his severe injuries. Face full of pain and despair, he raised a shuddering hand and pointed a finger at Meng Jianzhu. It's you, Zero, so noisy. Meng Jianzhu casually strode over. I took out your backstabber for you, and yet you're glaring at me like I did you wrong. I'm so disappointed, and I see no reason to keep an ungrateful person alive. Zero, bang. Zero, it didn't look like Meng Jianzhu was doing anything. But a tremendous energy hit the older, profound practitioner in the chest and turned whatever remained of his internal organs to goo. His body was tossed into the distant fog, and he was gone just like that. Zero, an abyssal crystal fell out of the man's body, and Meng Jianzhu raised it into his hand using a wisp of profound energy. He held the abyssal crystal between two fingers and enjoyed its unique, grayish refraction with obvious delight. Zero, as the son of a divine regent, the number of abyssal crystals he consumed for his cultivation was so great that it was unimaginable. Zero, however, how could a hoard that was bestowed to him because of privilege possibly compare to the fruits of his own labor? Especially when it was taken from someone else's cold, dead hands. Zero, one moment they were in paradise, and the next they were in the darkest hell. Meng Jianzhu just couldn't get enough of this intoxicating feeling of puppeteering a person's life. Zero, he slowly turned around and looked at the one other person still standing on the battlefield like he was examining a prey. I'm surprised you didn't run. You didn't think I would, Zero, his gaze flickered with recognition when he saw Xianxia's face, and his eyebrows immediately knitted together. It's you, two authors' notes. Remember the Abyssal Killin God and the Abyssal Horned Dragon. They'll be playing a big role. 22. Qi was just a lowly scum that didn't even deserve a second glance from Meng Jianzhu. But the young man had dared to play the hero in front of him, and he had borne witness to his shameful escape before he could crush him. Naturally, he couldn't forget Yun Qi. Meng Jianzhu's surprise was quickly replaced by a look of twisted excitement and playfulness. He looked like a kid who just found a toy he had lost. "It's you," Yun Qi replied as if he just recognized Meng Jianzhu as well. His tone was also a lot more severe. As he said this, he took a slow step backward but caught himself immediately. As his expression slowly turned calm, he muttered, "Meng Jianzhu." Hua Kali had addressed Meng Jianzhu by name back at the Kilin Abyss realm, and Meng Jianzhu saw how Yun Qi had instinctively wanted to escape only to realize that it wouldn't help. His smile turned even more disdainful and playful. "I suppose that enough time has passed that you've figured out who I really am, so why aren't you running, or are you planning to beg me to let you live?" "Beg." Heh, Yun Qi chuckled as if he had submitted to his fate, but refused to show any weakness. The son of a divine regent should shine like a star in the sky, but not only did you try to rape a random woman in the borderlands, you even killed a pair of innocent people for naught but your own satisfaction. A despicable man like you doesn't deserve to be the son of a divine regent, much less me getting on my knees. Ha 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 ha. Meng Jianzhu didn't get angry at his provocation, though. Instead, he laughed loudly and said, "They all say that the boldest people in the world are those who know that they will die, but this is all you have to say with your dying breath. As expected of a commoner. Even the abyssal dog I crushed 2 hours ago barked better than you." A smile spread across Yun Qi's face as he visibly relaxed. "It seems that you are quite poorly received in your own kingdom of God, Meng Jianzhu." That one line was enough to stiffen Meng Jianzhu's evil smile. A noble son of a divine regent who has been praised his whole life would never deign to bully a weakling. Only human trash whose talent, cultivation, and even bearing are below par among his siblings would be laughed at by all others, so much so that even their parents aren't willing to spare them a second glance. Only someone like you would torture a weakling in search of a pale imitation of the euphoria you will never get. Meng Jianzhu's smile completely vanished from his face. Even his pale, tender skin had taken on an ashen complexion. It was because every word Yun Qi spoken had stabbed him right in the soul. Seeing Meng Jianzhu's reaction, Yun Qi slowly raised a finger and made a rude gesture with it. The one constant in this universe is trash, and not even the son of a divine regent is exempt from this rule. But out of all of them, you are easily the smelliest and filthiest of them all. I am sure that your siblings are all ashamed to have a brother like you. I'm willing to bet that the reason the dreamless divine regent allowed you to leave his sight is because he hoped you would kill yourself outside. After all, who would want a smelly, filthy bug as their child? Meng Jianzhu's reaction was even greater than Yun Qi expected. His entire face turned a pig liver color in just a matter of seconds. "Ha," Yun Qi thought disdainfully, "it looks like my guesses were spot on. It would take centuries, no, thousands of years of frustration to accumulate such a color." Meng Jianzhu slowly raised a hand and clenched his fingers violently. He was still trying to maintain his aloofness and arrogance as the man who had everything under control. But he was unable to suppress the overflowing violence and distortion in his heart, no matter what. "Heh heh heh." He let out a strange cackle as he racked his brain for the best way to torture Yun Qi. To his surprise, he couldn't find any. That was just how angry and hateful he felt right now. "Good, very good. As your reward, I promise to grant you the worst nightmare in the world." He couldn't even control his voice when he spat out the second half of his threat. "And who's gonna do that? You. A half-step divine extinction realm profound practitioner who only dares to roam the periphery of the endless fog." Yun Qi's face was completely devoid of the terror and despair Meng Jianzhu wished so much to see. In fact, his voice and gaze were overflowing with disdain, as if the man standing in front of him wasn't the son of a divine regent, but a pile of trash so ugly that he couldn't bear to see it. "Son of a divine regent, my ass. I would literally gag if someone gave you to me as my son." As Meng Jianzhu's eyes exploded with violence, Yun Qi abruptly released his profound energy and plunged into the impenetrable fog behind him. "You think you can run?" Meng Jianzhu uttered through gritted teeth. He was surprised to find that Yun Qi was a second-level divine master already. When he met the young man at the Kilin Abyss realm, he was still a peak divine sovereign. To think he would cross a big realm and a small realm in just a matter of 6 or 7 months. Meng Jianzhu was far too angry to mull over the oddity, however, not to mention that the cultivation realm made no difference considering his power. He was so angry that he didn't use his soul manipulation arts as he normally would. Instead, He raced after Yun Qi several times faster than the young man and reached out for the back of his neck. He was going to tear Yun Qi apart piece by piece and crush his bones one by one. The abyssal dust was impeding his spiritual perception, but the gap between their cultivation was so huge that Yun Qi's escape attempt, while perfectly timed, was like a joke in Meng Jianzhu's eyes. In just the blink of an eye, he was but a scant few steps away from the young man. He didn't hesitate to thrust his glittering fingers straight at Yun Qi's sternum. It was at this moment that Yun Qi abruptly stopped and spun around to shoot him an inexplicable, positively diabolical grin. Then Yun Qi activated Hell Monarch and thrust his own palm at Meng Jianzhu. The power he exuded far exceeded that of the limit of a divine master. It suffocated Meng Jianzhu and caused his pupils to dilate to the max in an instant. Unfortunately, it was far, far too late for him to arrest his momentum. He practically slammed head first into Yun Qi. Bang! There was a loud crash, a blood-curdling scream, and the spine-chilling cracks of multiple bones. Meng Jianzhu's hand crumpled all the way to his shoulder, as if he had just slammed into the most terrifying hammer in the world. His protective, profound aura was shattered in an instant, and an ice-cold hand tore through his powerful body like it was rotten soil and caught his heart right between its fingers. A soul-shattering boom appeared from right above Yun Qi and unleashed a terrifying amount of power, but Yun Qi wasn't afraid in the slightest. While clutching Meng Jianzhu's heart and internal organs with one hand and the guy's neck with the other, he held the prince in front of himself and threatened, "Come and get me. Let's see who will die first." Meng Jianzhu was no threat to Yun Qi at this point. However, his hidden protector, the old man wearing a gray robe, was a different story. Yun Qi knew that the old man was probably in the middle stage of the divine extinction realm and completely beyond him at this point. Considering his age and cultivation, his experience must be incredibly rich as well, not to mention that they were in the endless fog, the most dangerous place in the entire world. That was why Yun Qi decided to piss off Meng Jianzhu first and escape, while he was distracted, baiting the prince to approach him of his own accord. This way, the old man shouldn't suspect him of foul play. Then he caught Meng Jianzhu and used him as a hostage. "You, HRRG?" Hisses of pain and fear escaped Meng Jianzhu's mouth. His eyes were bloodshot, and he felt like he had just gone from loftiest paradise to deepest hell. 1 moment ago, Yun Qi was still a toy he could have played with as he pleased. But now, the young man was literally holding his life in his hands. He never knew that the saying, holding one's life in one's hand, could be so literal. Yun Qi could literally destroy his heart and his internal organs with the slightest flick of energy. THS chapter is updated by novel Frienti. A gray silhouette slowly descended in front of Yun Qi. He was none other than the old man who had suddenly shown himself at the Killing Abyss realm and took Meng Jianzhu away, Meng Jingzh. Right now, his complexion was darker than even the abyssal dust of the endless fog. "Release him?" His tone was infused with the heavy aura of a half-god. By now, Meng Jingzh realized that Yun Qi had known of his existence from the start. Everything he did earlier was just to keep him fooled until it was too late. And he had fallen for it. It wasn't until Meng Jianzhu's literal heart was clutched in Yun Qi's hand that he finally reacted. There was even a short instant where he had been too stunned to react. It was because of Yun Qi's cultivation, of course. His progress was stunning considering that only half a year had passed, but he was ultimately just an early-stage divine master. He believed that there was nothing the young man could do to threaten him. But the profound energy he unleashed just now when he was capturing Meng Jianzhu, unless his senses were lying to him, it almost rivaled that of a half-god. Meng Jianzhu might be a useless human being, but he was still a half-step divine extinction realm profound practitioner. It should not be possible for him to be defeated in an instant. This proved that his senses weren't lying to him after all. "Excuse me?" Yun Qi replied without any fear or shock whatsoever. In fact, he looked like he was staring down a complete retard. "Wouldn't I just die then? Where did you find the heart to say something so retarded?" Meng Jingzh's expression darkened further, but he was a lot more shocked and puzzled than he was angry. Even if he's far stronger than his cultivation level suggests, he should know better than to insult the half-god of a kingdom of God, right? "Grandpa Ji, you need to save me, you need to save me," Meng Jianzhu stammered. He felt like his heart was being grasped by the devil, and death was so close he didn't even dare to struggle. He could only tremble like a leaf. Who would have thought that this high-born, pampered prince who tormented others for entertainment would act uglier than even a mortal in the face of death? Silence, Meng Jingzhi rebuked him before returning his icy gaze to Yun Qi. Who are you? I am Yun Qi, Yun Qi replied indifferently. Meng Jingzhi couldn't recall such a name at all, so he assumed that it was just a fake name and continued. You know who he is. You know how foolish your action is. Foolish, ha 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 ha, Yun Qi burst out laughing. My corpse would already be cooling if I was not holding him hostage right now. Are you one of those crazies who think that survival is foolish and seeking death is what everyone should strive for? In that case, why are you still alive? Go kill yourself already. Or are you calling yourself an idiot? Expressionless, Meng Jing's eyes cooled even further. This is my last warning. Release him or else. Shred. Yun Qi abruptly plunged his fingers into Meng Jianzhu's neck and drew a copious amount of blood. Meng Jianzhu immediately screamed like a dying duck. You! Meng Jingzhi unconsciously took a step forward as he burst out in shock and fury. In response, Yun Qi raised an eyebrow and smiled. Or else what? You're gonna kill me. Come get me then? Meng Jianzhu might be a foolish, smelly, and filthy trash of a human being, but he still is the son of a divine regent. I don't mind taking him to the grave with me. Well, not much anyway. Meng Jingzhi's facial muscles twitched here and there, and the profound energy cycling wildly between his fingers could only be described as violent. He didn't dare to release even a wisp of his power, however. What are you waiting for? Come get me already, you coward. Yun Qi continued to taunt Meng Jingzhi without any reservation whatsoever. I thought the Dreamweaver Kingdom of God was most proficient with soul energy. Don't you want to try surprise attacking my soul and gamble that I won't be conscious enough to crush this little bitch's heart? Suddenly, Meng Jingzhi felt chilled to the core. It was because he abruptly realized that his soul pressure and aura as a half-god, or even the title, Dreamweaver Kingdom of God, meant nothing to this guy at all. No, he was a total maniac who possessed an odd power and an odd soul, and cared nothing for death or consequences whatsoever. Do it. Meng Jianzhu tried his best to speak through his pierced throat. It was at this moment he recalled something and roared on top of his lungs. Let's go of me. I'm the son of the dreamless divine regent. My soul is imprinted with my father's soul imprint. If I die, everything I see or hear within 10 breaths will be transmitted back to my father. Not even the endless fog will be able to stop this. Meng Jianzhu thought that his threat would surely work, but instead Yun Qi's face bloomed into an excited grin. That's wonderful. This way, the dreamless divine regent will learn that his son has died to a nameless divine master, despite you protecting him 24/7. His grin slowly widened from ear to ear. I wonder how the dreamless divine regent will reward you for eliminating his most useless son. Oh, I couldn't wait to find out. Meng Jingzhi was still doing his best to stay calm, but he couldn't conceal the slight tremors that were affecting his white beard. I know this is physically impossible, but he could do it with his profound energy. Release him, Meng Jingzhi said for the third time, although his words were clearly much more powerless than they were before. In the name of Meng Jingzhi, I swear on my life's honor that I will not harm a hair on your head if you release him. I promise that I will overlook this matter as if it had never happened, and I will not harm you directly or indirectly if we meet again in the future. Meng Jingzhi's words weighed a lot considering his identity and status, but as soon as he met Yun Qi's scornful eyes, even he felt that he had said something stupid. Meng Jingzhi, Yun Qi continued to provoke him. I have never heard your name before, and as for your honor, you know best what type of subhuman Meng Jianzhu is. You are his protector and supervisor, and yet you ignored his behavior and allowed him to do as he pleased. Honor? Do you even deserve the word? Meng Jingzhi's chest heaved up and down in anger and frustration, but it wasn't entirely because of Yun Qi. In fact, most of his ire was directed at Meng Jianzhu. He had already tried to change Meng Jianzhu's mind and stop him from doing what he did, but it was useless. Profound practitioners ventured into the endless fog in order to put themselves in danger and break through their wall. But Meng Jianzhu, any abyssal beast that could even remotely threaten him would send him into a wild panic. And when he finally escaped to safety, he decided that bullying weaklings in the periphery of the endless fog would be a better use of his time. The man was literally the epitome of the idiom, mud cannot stick to the wall, meaning that a useless person will remain useless no matter how much you try to help him. And since Meng Jingzhi had been assigned as Meng Jianzhu's mentor from the beginning, they were joined at the hip no matter how much he wished it wasn't the case. In the beginning, he had actually taken pride in the fact that he was Meng Jianzhu's mentor. Not only was one of the only two sons the dreamless divine regent, Meng Kongchen had, the young him was definitely deserving of the word genius. Everyone had high expectations for him, including the divine regent himself. Unfortunately, after Meng Jianyuan was born, and he awakened his divine essence at a young age. To say that Meng Jianzhu's status in the Dreamweaver Kingdom of God took a nosedive would be putting it mildly. The disparity was too much for Meng Jianzhu to handle, and he couldn't help but want to win against Meng Jianyuan in every way, no matter the cost. Unfortunately for him, Meng Kongchen was no fool. He saw through Meng Jianzhu's intentions and grew increasingly displeased with him. Luckily, for Meng Jianzhu, Meng Jianyuan died. He had died such a good death that not even Meng Kongchen could find anything wrong with it. Meng Jianzhu thought that he had finally broken free from his nightmare. But this dream had only lasted 2 short years when his inconspicuous and perfectly ordinary younger brother, Meng Xianxia, awakened his divine essence and even became the Dreamweaver divine son. Naturally, Meng Jianzhu lost it. Meng Jianyuan was an unparalleled genius who had awakened his divine essence since when was born, but he was ultimately young and inexperienced in the ways of the world. As a result, it didn't really take too much effort to assassinate him. Meng Jianxia sat on the opposite end of the spectrum, however. When he was young and weak, he kept a low profile and ensured that no one would pay so much as an extra glance. After he awakened his divine essence, he shook the entire kingdom like a whale breaking through the sea. Countless streams joined together to form a sea. Although most people believed that Meng Jianyuan was assassinated by another kingdom of God, a not insignificant number of people believed that Meng Jianzhu was the true killer. They just didn't have the evidence to support their theory. Meng Jianxia was a wise and careful man, so he never lowered his guard around his brother. In fact, he didn't hesitate to suppress the man and trample him every time a chance presented itself. Crushed in both his mentality and his willpower, Meng Jianzhu was unable to make even the slightest progress since. Not only did his personality and conduct get increasingly worse, he vented his inability to do anything before Meng Jianxia 100-fold. This trial especially disheartened Meng Jingzhi so much that he had almost given up on his student completely. More than once, he could not help but tell himself that Meng Jianzhu truly was the black sheep of the Dreamweaver Kingdom of God. But no matter how undeserving and despicable Meng Jianzhu had become, he was still the son of a divine regent. His life must be preserved no matter what. Taking a moment to calm his mind and straighten his expression, Meng Jingzhi replied, "You can choose not to believe me, but as you've heard, his father implanted a soul imprint inside his soul. If you kill him, you'll be cutting off your own retreat. Your friends, your family, everyone you ever know will no longer have a place in the abyss. You haven't killed him yet. It's because you don't want to die, no?" Meng Jingzhi stopped using his soul to pressure Xianxia and tried the opposite method of persuasion. "There is no river of grudges between you two. Is a moment of satisfaction really worth the risk? Come, let us negotiate. What will you have me do to let him go?" Seemingly sensing his sincerity, Xianxia's aggression withdrew just a tiny bit as he replied, "Who would want to die if they could live? What I want is very simple. I want to walk away from this place alive. However, there are no terms you can promise that I can trust. No, we must do this on my terms and my terms only." "Tell me," Meng Jingzhi said while keeping his aura suppressed as best he could. "It's simple." Xianxia slowly dragged Meng Jianzhu about 100 steps away from Meng Jingzhi. Then he removed his hand from Meng Jianzhu's neck and revealed a red orb. Meng Jingzhi could vaguely sense a strange spatial energy from it. "This spatial profound stone will create a teleportation formation that will last for 5 breaths," Xianxia began slowly. "It is connected to another teleportation formation. I'm going to enter the teleportation formation with him, and you are not allowed to follow us. 5 breaths later, when the teleportation formation is close to disappearing, I will toss him back to your side. This is the only way my safety is guaranteed." Meng Jingzhi frowned deeply. "But if you didn't return him after 5 breaths?" Xianxia's mouth split into a mad grin. "Since there is no trust between us, then I might as well kill him right now." "Wait!" Meng Jingzhi cried out in a hurry. Xianxia would die if he killed Meng Jianzhu, but how could his life possibly measure up to the prince's? "I'll do as you say." He was going to throw in a few threats to ensure that Xianxia wouldn't break his word, but the young man's terrifying eyes ultimately convinced him not to. He had no idea that such a person could exist outside the kingdom of God, a man who cared nothing for the authority of a kingdom of God, and definitely not a half-god. "Very good." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and warned him one last time, I will be holding on to him until the last possible moment. If you dare to follow us, then don't doubt my hesitation to take his life and yours." He activated the world divine stone before Meng Jingzhi could answer, and a small teleportation only 3 meters wide slowly appeared in front of Yun Qi. The teleportation formations the half-god knew were pure white in color, but this one was crimson for some reason. Meng Jingzhi didn't have time to think, though. Yun Qi had already stepped into the divine light and vanished from sight. Meng Jingzhi appeared in front of the spatial profound formation in an instant. It was only now that he dared to let out a deep, frustrated sigh. His foot was set a millimeter away from the spatial profound formation, but he didn't dare to get any closer than that. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths on the other side. Yun Qi didn't pause for even an instant. He sped into the distance as quickly as he could. "You!" Meng Jianzhu was just about to say something when an unbelievable amount of abyssal dust stifled his words. To say that the abyssal dust in this place was like a tidal wave would be an understatement. This was still the endless fog, but it was practically a different world compared to the periphery. It was an abyss that should only exist in one's nightmares. 4 breaths, Meng Jingzhi tensed up with his hands already outstretched and ready to catch Meng Jianzhu. 5 breaths, but the prince didn't reappear. The strange teleportation formation didn't disappear either. 6 breaths. Meng Jingzhi abruptly clenched his fists and stopped hesitating. He stepped into the profound formation. The world changed, and the already dark world grew many times darker. Abyssal dust poured in from every direction, and for a moment Meng Jingzhi was utterly baffled. He was still in the endless fog, but the concentration of the abyssal dust, it was far thicker than anything he had ever experienced. There was no time to hesitate, however. He forced his powerful spiritual sense through the abyssal dust, and when he was about to reach the absolute limits of his perception, he finally sensed Yun Qi and Meng Jianzhu's presence. "How dare he?" Meng Jingzhi uttered through gritted teeth. He wouldn't have been angry if Yun Qi had dumped him here and escaped into the distance. He wouldn't even give chase because Meng Jianzhu's life superseded all priorities. He would have chosen to take Meng Jianzhu back to the other side as soon as possible. He let out an angry growl and released the profound energy and anger that were just waiting for an excuse to explode. He shot toward Yun Qi like a lightning bolt. Yun Qi actually slowed down after he sensed Meng Jingzhi's aura. Then he slowly turned around with a strange glint in his eyes. With the abyssal dust to act as his cover, he could have pulled free from the half-god's spiritual senses in 2 breaths at most, much less 6. But a clean escape had never been his objective. No, it was to wipe out his enemies once and for all. That, and Meng Jingzhi had just leaped into the air when suddenly a pair of dark, grayish orbs lit up in his vision. They looked like the lamps of hell. All profound practitioners of the Dreamweaver Kingdom of God were experts in employing soul energy, which was why they were also more perceptive of danger than most. As the second the pair of dark lights shone into his pupils, he felt a chill that froze him all the way to the core. What is that? The chill and fear were such that they paralyzed him for a short moment. By the time he came to, a shadow was already descending on him. The pressure the shadow released crushed his profound energy in an instant and bent his bones until they were deformed and popping like a series of thunderclaps. Divine limit? Realm? The 3 words terrified him so much his soul nearly tore itself apart there and then. The thought of resisting never crossed his mind. He immediately launched a palm strike to push himself away from the shadow. A massive gulf existed between the middle stage divine extinction realm and the divine limit realm, not to mention that this was the endless fog. His profound energy was suppressed by the abyssal dust, and the abyssal beast so much that he couldn't even unleash 10% of his normal strength, and his body felt so heavy it was like every cell was being crushed by a gigantic boulder. He could only watch as the shadow grew closer and closer. Finally, the pair of dark lights dyed his eyes completely with despair, and boom. Yun Qi had spent 6 breaths speeding away from the site as fast as possible, but the abyssal Kilin god's power still sent him flying uncontrollably for a few kilometers before he finally caught himself. Seriously? Yun Qi muttered. If this was how powerful the divine limit realm was, he couldn't imagine the power of a true god. Although he had made contact with Jai Yuan, a devil emperor before, the fabric of the primal chaos was so fragile that Jai Yuan didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She also suppressed her natural aura to the max at all times. Naturally, he had never truly felt the true power of a true god or a devil emperor. The Earth within 500,000 kilometers of the point of impact abruptly caved in, and Meng Jing's was knocked deep, deep into the ground. However, an abyssal beast wouldn't stop until his life force was completely crushed, so it immediately let loose a second natural disaster. Yun Qi hurriedly summoned a barrier. It kept him from being pushed farther away than he should. He sighed. His control over the abyssal killing god was still too shallow, so he was unable to control its power minutely. Otherwise, the half-god would have been dead at the first strike, much less the second. That said, it meant he could enjoy this show a little longer. Meng Jing's rushed back to the surface as the ground undulated like a stormy sea. His face was bloodless while half his body was covered in it. His left arm was lying limp beside his torso, and his right hand was wielding a silver sword which reflected the abyssal killing god's eyes. There was no escaping this. He could only fight for his life. Dang. He stabbed his sword into the abyssal killing god's eye, but to his shock, it was like he was a mortal trying to stab into a block of metal. His sword was anything but ordinary, but the killing god was the guardian beast known best for its defense. Even its eyes were beyond the ability of a half-god to puncture, especially considering the environment. The rebound was so powerful that the silver sword was sent flying, and a small mark not even an inch deep was left in the killing god's eye. He had failed to even draw blood. The next moment, the abyssal killing god swatted Meng Jing's with a claw like he was a fly. Rumble, the sound of his bones popping, was so clear that Yun Qi recognized that it was the sound of his spine being cruelly snapped in half. Not even a half-god could continue fighting with such an injury. The abyssal killing god roared and continued bashing the half-god with its claws. It was a beast of destruction, so the idea of holding back didn't exist in its mind. Every time it unleashed an attack, it was using 100% of its power. As the ground bubbled and space shook like a drum, Meng Jing's aura weakened at a shocking rate. When Meng Jing's aura was almost undetectable, the destructive shockwaves abruptly came to a stop. The abyssal killing god's claw was frozen in the air for some reason. A chilly wind blew, and Yun Qi flew over to the abyssal killing god and landed next to it, Meng Jianzhu still in his hand. He then side-eyed Meng Jing's. Meng Jing's was currently lying inside a deep pit, and looking so horrible that no adjective in existence could aptly describe his condition. He wasn't a man, but a pool of meat and blood that was barely clinging to its shape. Its eyeballs were still moving, however, and there were traces of aura that made it clear that he was still alive. He was a half-god after all, someone who had one foot in the domain of gods. Still, no one would disagree that he was better off dead in this state. "I told you not to follow me. Why can't you listen to reason?" Yun Qi shook his head with mock sorrow and dropped Meng Jianzhu on the ground. Although Meng Jianzhu's heart was damaged, it didn't even count as a serious injury. Yun Qi hadn't sealed his profound energy either. Despite this, Meng Jianzhu was curled up like a prawn and shaking like a leaf. Forget escaping, he couldn't even stand on his feet or make a single sound. His face somehow looked as pale as a sheet. "GRRB? BBRRR." While making inhuman noises from his throat, Meng Jing's eyes regained some clarity as if he was experiencing terminal lucidity. It was then that he saw a nightmare tenfold scarier than even his previous worst one. The abyssal killing god was staying as still as a statue, while Yun Qi was floating right next to him, unharmed and untouched. It was easily the most ridiculous thing he had ever seen in his life. It was literally beyond even the realms of imagination. His incredulity was quickly replaced by abject terror. It was because Yun Qi had plunged a soul light into his soul sea. Meng Jing subconsciously tried to resist, but an ancient draconic roar shattered whatever soul energy he managed to scrounge up. That was the end of his last resistance. Yun Qi withdrew his soul energy and said indifferently, "You don't have a soul imprint, but then again, who in their right mind would waste their soul imprint on trash like you?" Meng Jianzhu had unwittingly given him a warning, so he decided to be just a little more careful. "Well then, you may rest in peace now." Yun Qi flicked a faint wisp of profound energy at Meng Jing, and it was so weak that it couldn't have harmed a divine origin realm profound practitioner. However, it was enough to extinguish the half-god's last vestiges of life. Grandpa Ji." It was only now Meng Jianzhu finally managed to find his voice. His pupils kept contracting and dilating wildly with terror. Meng Jing could no longer give him an answer, however. The last color in his eyes slowly faded into nothing. "It's your turn now." Yun Qi crossed his arms and watched Meng Jianzhu with amusement. "So tell me, how do you wish to die?" Se a small kapar letter 1D04 HTH Cyrillic yaw, No circumflex letter 1D20 E fire. ETA website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Meng Jianzhu stiffened for an instant before crawling away from Yun Qi in a hurry. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! His profound energy wasn't sealed at all, and yet he couldn't muster even a wisp of power. His legs were shaking so hard it was a miracle they hadn't broken themselves. He was afraid of Yun Qi and the abyssal beast who had utterly crushed Meng Jingzhe. He was even more afraid of the fact that they were existing in the same scene. There was nothing more terrifying than something that was completely beyond understanding. Yun Qi raised his hands and waved his hand once. The abyssal Qilin god immediately started retreating until he was about 3 kilometers away from the duo. Then it lay down on the floor like an obedient pet. To say that Meng Jianzhu didn't even look human after this would be an understatement. Search the No circumflex letter 1D20, ELFIR yaw. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Killing you directly would be a slight pain in the butt. Yun Qi pretended to look conflicted. After all, your father left a soul imprint on you. If I kill you, an entire kingdom of God will be breathing down my back. Ah, it's so troublesome. It was like Yun Qi had tossed him a straw. Meng Jianzhu immediately clutched it like a drowning man and yelled hoarsely, Yes, yes, you can't kill me. My father left a soul imprint on me, so you can't kill me. Let me go. I'll do anything you ask for, give you anything you want. I have soul crystals, soul-smoothing pills. It was almost amusing just how much the guy wanted to live. Oh right, there's also my soul-winding divine robe. I can give you everything. Ha! Yun Qi sneered disdainfully. Everything that is yours will belong to me if I kill you, won't it? And no, you can't kill me. Meng Jianzhu shook his head in panic. My father, he'll never let you go. Yun Qi suddenly chuckled and stepped closer to Meng Jianzhu. His mock worry disappeared into nothing, leaving behind only a scornful sneer. He looked down on the prince like he was looking at a clown and said, Meng Jianzhu, you truly are hopelessly stupid. If you told me that the dreamless divine regent left a soul imprint in you and nothing else, then maybe I really would have spared your life. But you were so stupid that you told me exactly how this soul imprint functions. Yun Qi continued slowly as he stared into Meng Jianzhu's bloodshot eyes. The soul imprint will only transmit the sound and image of the last 10 breaths of your life. It doesn't even transmit your thoughts. It's clear that your father doesn't care much about you at all. Then again, the dreamless divine regent has many descendants. Of course, he wouldn't care about one piece of trash. If it was your younger brother, it would be logical for the dreamless divine regent to impart 1/100th of his soul to ensure him. But you, even 1/10,000th is too much in my opinion. His words drilled into Meng Jianzhu's heart like the worst torture in the world. Every muscle on his face was twitching violently from shame, anger, and humiliation. Do you know how easy it is to erase such a low-level soul imprint? Yun Qi's smile grew increasingly chilling. You are quite possibly the stupidest divine son in this entire abyss. Meng Jianzhu couldn't care less about Yun Qi's verbal abuse right now. He could only beg Yun Qi like a parrot. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I can do anything, give you anything. Yun Qi narrowed his eyes. Seriously, are you so far gone that you can't even switch up how you beg for your life? Didn't your father teach you how to survive when you're faced with certain death? Certain death? He was the son of a divine regent. When had he ever encountered a situation that came even remotely close to threatening his life? Even here in the endless fog, Meng Jingzhe was always there to protect him from the worst. If your dad hasn't taught you anything. Yun Qi crossed his arms as if to signal that he wouldn't kill Meng Jianzhu for now and taunted. Beg me to teach you how to live. If you're sufficiently sincere, I can teach you a trick or two. It might be useful when you go to the afterlife and encounter another enemy you can't possibly defeat. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. Meng Jianzhu looked up. This should be a most humiliating moment for him, but instead his eyes lit up with hope. Please, please, please teach me your ways, master. The corner of Yun Qi's eyes twitched once. Suddenly he pitied Meng Jingzhe a little. How on earth did the dreamless divine regent ever raise such a son? If Meng Jianzhu wasn't the son of his first wife, forget implanting a soul imprint in him. Not strangling him to death would be proof of how much he loved his son. HMPH, Yun Qi snorted through his nose. You wouldn't be in this situation if you were like this sooner, would you? Fine. Since you, the son of a divine regent, would lower yourself so to beg me for help, how can I not teach you what I know? As the ultimate villain who had infiltrated the abyss alone to destroy it all, Xianxia was certain that his expression was no less evil than any villain he had ever fought in his life. There is only one way a man might come out of a fatal scenario alive, and that is to prove that you are more useful alive than dead, and to give up enough weaknesses that they'll be convinced that you won't come back to bite them in the future. Understand? I understand. Xianxia had broken it down like he was teaching a 3-year-old, so of course Meng Jianzhu got his meaning. Again, there was no shame or reluctance on the prince's face, only greater hope. I can be useful. I'm the son of a divine regent. If you kill me, you'll only be earning some satisfaction with strings attached. But if you let me go, I can get you anything the Dreamweaver Kingdom of God has. I'm also my mother's son one. I can absolutely get you anything. The situation and the hope Xianxia gave Meng Jianzhu seemed to have cleared up his mind considerably. Even his stuttering had lessened considerably compared to before. Xianxia sneered. That sounds pretty attractive, but where is the most important part, your weakness? If you don't tell me your weakness, then how can I be sure that you won't come back to bite me in the future? Like a good dog, Meng Jianyuan was just about to respond to Xianxia's demand when suddenly, the young man grabbed his skull and threatened in a cold, dark voice. But remember, you only have one chance. If whatever you're about to say isn't enough to convince me of your sincerity, then I'll be testing my grip strength with your head. Xianxia's aura was only that of a second-level divine master. But Meng Jianzhu did not doubt the young man's ability to crush his head, as he had already experienced his power firsthand. Even if that wasn't the case, the abyssal beast that had literally flattened Meng Jingzh into a meat pancake was still behind them. He gulped audibly and swallowed the weakness he was going to present to Xianxia. Finally, he forced himself to divulge his deepest secret. Meng Jianyuan was killed by me. Xianxia's gaze turned cold, disappointed, and murderous. Meng Jianyuan, and who the fuck is that? You thought that this is enough to satisfy me. It looks like you really want to test your head against my grip. Wait, let me explain. Meng Jianzhu was so scared that he collapsed on the ground and shook his head wildly. He wasn't expecting Xianxia to not know about Meng Jianyuan. Meng Jianyuan was a divine son. He was the previous Dreamweaver divine son before Meng Jiangxi. Everyone thought that he was assassinated by another kingdom of God when in reality, I'm the one who killed him. This really is my biggest weakness. If my father learns about this, no, not just father, the entire Dreamweaver Kingdom of God would see me dead. Meng Jianzhu spoke as quickly as he could for fear that Xianxia would kill him before he could finish. It doesn't look like he's lying. So, he once had the balls to kill not just his own brother, but his kingdom's divine son to gain his position. It would seem that Meng Jianzhu wasn't completely useless back then. What the hell happened to him to turn him into this? Xianxia immediately thought of the current Dreamweaver divine son, Meng Jiangxi. The most likely answer was that Meng Jiangxi was an incredibly shrewd and ruthless person, and he had spared no effort to crush the once ruthless and ambitious Meng Jiangxi. Now he wasn't even a shadow of his former self. Of course, this was perfectly normal considering the setting. Forget a kingdom of God, such infighting was commonplace even in a country in the mortal realms. Unfortunately, this wasn't what Xianxia wanted to hear from Meng Jianzhu at all. He wanted to know more about the Dreamweaver Kingdom of God, not this nonsense. SER letter 1D04, H the NO circumflex letter 1D20. EL Fire Renyati website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Still, he put on an interested expression and asked, "You killed the former Dreamweaver divine son, a coward like you? Next time, please take a piss on the ground and look at your reflection before you commit to such a bald-faced lie." Shred. Destructive, murderous lightning immediately burst out from his hand. Meng Jianzhu let out a strange cry and backed away from Xianxia. He begged panikedly and incoherently, "I'm not lying, I'm telling the truth. You can check my memory if you don't believe me." The moment he said this, his eyes abruptly widened with hope once more. That's right, you can check my memories yourself. The heavens can smite me if any part of what I said was a lie. Xianxia raised an eyebrow even as he hid his disappointment. He hadn't even used the Devil Queen's teachings in full yet, and the guy literally brought up the suggestion himself. Then again, the Devil Queen often used this tactic to pressure her enemies, and it was proving itself to be workable even in a completely different universe. No, that wasn't completely correct. He was just lucky that Meng Jianzhu was far more spineless than even his lowest expectations. The lightning lessened slightly in intensity as Xianxia scrutinized Meng Jianzhu for a moment. Then he said, "Very well. If what you are saying is the truth, if you can prove to me your usefulness and give me a surefire weakness, then I can consider letting you go. After all, who doesn't like a kingdom of God friend who definitely won't betray you? Overjoyed, Meng Jianzhu nodded repeatedly. Please, please do as you please. I wouldn't lie when my life is in your hands, would I? Meng Jianzhu approached Yun Qi before the young man could make a move. When Yun Qi grasped his skull once more, he opened his soul sea and smiled obsequiously at him. Here you go. With this weakness, I can only obey your every whim in the future, haha. The prince didn't feel ashamed in the slightest. In fact, he was sure that this was the most correct decision he had ever made in his life. Pride, honor, shame, weakness. What did any of that matter compared to his life? Plus, it wasn't like he was submitting to an enemy. No, he was submitting to a bona fide monster, one who could make even an abyssal beast obey him like a dog. In Meng Jianzhu's opinion, Yun Qi could have killed Meng Jingzh with his bare hands, and it still wouldn't be as scary as the abyssal Kilin god obeying Yun Qi's orders. Meng Jingzh was a half-god, and even he couldn't survive Yun Qi and the abyssal Kilin god. If he survived, didn't that mean that he was, in a sense, superior to Meng Jingzh? Cut the crap, Yun Qi grunted, and poured his soul energy somewhat brutishly into Meng Jianzhu's soul sea. His soul energy didn't encounter any resistance or obstacle whatsoever, much less a counterattack. If anything, Meng Jianzhu had willingly presented the memory of him assassinating Meng Jianyuan to Yun Qi. It was at this moment a strange glint flickered in Yun Qi's eyes. His profound handle shot out and pierced Meng Jianzhu's soul sea in an instant. It was the profound handle soul search, of course. The best and fastest way to obtain in-depth information about a kingdom of God was, of course, to plunder the memory of an important figure. The idea had entrenched itself in his head since his profound handle underwent a mutation. Yun Qi knew just how idealistic the idea was. Forget that it was hard enough to find a person who fit that criteria. Even if he did run into one, he was hardly powerful enough to overpower them. And even if he was powerful enough to overpower them, a person like this must be incredibly tough in both their willpower and soul. It was unthinkable that he would be able to use the profound handle soul search on them. He had long abandoned the idea until he encountered Meng Jianzhu at the periphery of the endless fog. Meng Jianzhu felt as delighted as a boy who found a toy when he saw Yun Qi, but he had no idea that Yun Qi was 1,000,000 times more excited when he saw Meng Jianzhu. It was like he had run into the abyss version of Wu Geik. In the lower realms, there were soul-searching arts that could forcefully drag out one's memories because everyone's soul was weak. Although those arts were strictly forbidden by law just like the slave imprint, their usage never stopped where the light couldn't reach. The profound handle soul search fell under this category as well. Technically, this technique didn't damage the soul, and so didn't fall under the forbidden art category. But when someone had reached the divine soul realm and undergone a qualitative transformation, they became near impossible to be soul-searched by force. It was also why soul-searching was a term that almost didn't exist in the God realm. It was near impossible to use the profound handle soul search against a divine way profound practitioner. So far, the only one who could steal an expert's consciousness by force was Kai Weiao's Nirvana Devil Emperor soul. But against peak experts like Long Bai and Mo Baiken, even she could only work her magic when their souls were close to fading entirely. It was because anything related to the soul had a high chance of failing. And once the technique failed, the rebound was deadly to say the least. Meng Jianzhu was a half-step divine extinction realm profound practitioner and the divine son of the Dreamweaver Kingdom of God, a kingdom famed for their mastery over soul energy. Logically, the profound handle soul search had the lowest chance of succeeding when used against him. However, it was one thing to try and invade a soul sea by force, and something else entirely to enter one that welcomed his soul energy. When Meng Jianzhu invited Yun Qi's soul energy into his soul sea in hopes of surviving this tribulation, his memories were no longer in his hands. The profound handle was like a storm scouring the insides of Meng Jianzhu's soul at high speed. What are you doing? No matter how pathetic and cowardly Meng Jianzhu was, there was no way he wouldn't react to this situation. His soul sea abruptly bunched up together, and tens of thousands of soul tendrils took form in the blink of an eye. However, Yun Qi's profound handle abruptly pulled out of his soul sea before he could form an attack. Yun Qi was at a stage where every step must be treaded with the utmost caution. He was especially careful not to let his greed overtake him. That was why he plundered only Meng Jianzhu's surface memories, his most important memories, and his latest memories instead of taking it all. With that done, he removed his palm from Meng Jianzhu's memories and fell into thought for a moment. Meng Jianzhu couldn't feel anything wrong with his soul, but he was absolutely certain that Yun Qi had done something to him. While trembling like a leaf and crawling away from Yun Qi, he asked, What did you do to me?" "Oh, nothing." Yun Qi shot him a gentle smile. "I just added some value to your death is all." His gaze looked harmless and his tone was warm. His words, however, were beyond cruel. "Now you can truly rest in peace." "You—" Meng Jianzhu only managed one word before Yun Qi's hand was locked around his neck. An outpouring of dark, profound energy annihilated his throat and prevented him from making any human noise ever again in his life. The prince could only let out an unholy scream of pain and despair. Yun Qi tossed him right under the abyssal Qilin god's raised claw with perfect accuracy, and boom! The claw landed on Meng Jianzhu without any mercy whatsoever. Most of his bones were shattered instantly, much less his internal organs. He was still alive, but forget escaping or putting up one last struggle, he couldn't even dream of moving a finger. The one thing that proved he was still alive was his meek, sandpaperish groans. Abyssal dust covered up Yun Qi's silhouette. He slowly disappeared from view. 10, 9, 8, 1, Yun Qi curled his little finger slightly, rumble. An apocalyptic explosion later, Meng Jianzhu's blood and gore was kicked up together with the dust and soil. The son of the Dreamweaver, Divine Regent, Meng Jianzhu died just like that. All his father, Meng Kongqun, would see was the scene of the abyssal Qilin god trampling him repeatedly before crushing him like an ant. All 10 breaths of it. According to the Qilin god in the Qilin god realm, his ancestor was well known in the abyss. So Meng Kongqun would probably recognize him. Meng Jingzhi might be looking after Meng Jianzhu, but it made perfect sense that the abyssal Qilin god would be able to annihilate them both. As for why they would venture so deep into the endless fog, that was for Meng Kongqun to think about. And since the abyssal Qilin god was the one who killed Meng Jianzhu, why would he ever think that a certain Yun Qi might be related to his death? But considering how useless Meng Jianzhu was, Yun Qi was fairly certain that his father wouldn't even send someone to investigate his death. At most, he would act sorrowful in front of his court, and that was it. Meng Jianzhu just wasn't worth anything. After the destructive tremors had subsided, Yun Qi stepped back out into the open and leisurely made his way back to the teleportation formation. Then he returned to the periphery of the endless fog. Xiang, he removed the teleportation formation and checked how much power the world divine stone had used up. Then he put it away. He was extremely satisfied with the intel he obtained from Meng Jianzhu's soul. In fact, he was pleasantly surprised that things were going so well. Thanks to it, he knew exactly what he was going to do next. 1. Meaning that he's the son of the regent's first wife. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yun Qi had never heard of the name before. Meng Jianzhu was really a household name in the abyss, because it was the name of the former Dreamweaver divine son. Meng Jianzhu did give up his biggest weakness after all the pressure Yun Qi had piled on top of him, and the fact that Yun Qi didn't recognize it would have been a huge flaw in his disguise. Although Meng Jianzhu wasn't the son of the dreamless divine regent's first wife, he was the son of his latest and most beloved concubine. At the time, all other kingdoms of God had already found their divine sons and divine daughters except his, so of course Meng Kongqun was quite worried. Meng Jianzhu was one of his only 2 sons his first wife gave birth to, and he had awakened 60% of his divine essence. Although it wasn't enough for him to become a god-bearer, one must possess 80% divine essence to be able to become one successfully. He was the best of the failures, and his talent in the profound way was pretty high. The amount of divine essence a person could possess wasn't decided since birth. Although very few people awakened their divine essence at a later date, it was by no means an impossible thing. At the time, everyone including Meng Jianzhu was hoping that a miracle would happen, and that he would awaken 80% of his divine essence and become the new Dreamweaver divine son. Then Meng Jianzhu was born with 80% of his divine essence already awakened. Meng Kongqun's frustration was wiped clean in a single night. Words couldn't describe how happy he felt. It was said that his laughter lasted 3 days and night across the entire Dreamweaver kingdom of God, and countless gazes, compliments and expectations were heaped upon the newborn. On the other hand, Meng Jianzhu's status and influence fell in a single night. Some people would work twice as hard to fix their situation. Even if they were destined to lose, they would still strengthen themselves and manage what was within their capabilities as best they could. Some people would be frustrated and perturbed until they finally decided to get rid of their competitor, even if their victim bore the fate of the kingdom on their shoulders, and the consequences would be unimaginable if the assassination attempt was exposed. Meng Jianzhu undoubtedly fell in the latter category. When Meng Jianyuan was 10 years old, Meng Kongqun made him the Dreamweaver divine son immediately. That was the moment everyone in the abyss learned of Meng Jianyuan, and Meng Jianzhu's jealousy and hatred of Meng Jianyuan had reached its peak. As the son of the dreamless divine regent and Meng Jianyuan's closest brother, he knew better than anyone that his younger brother was weak in temperament and unguarded against him. So he hid his emotions and patiently waited for the right opportunity to present itself. On the 300th day since Meng Jianyuan became the Dreamweaver divine son, when he wasn't even 11 years old yet, Meng Jianzhu finally found the opportunity he was waiting for. With the cover provided by a dimensional divine jade he procured in secret and Meng Jing's bewitching soul, he finally killed Meng Jianzhu with his own hands. He even destroyed his body completely and used the abyssal dust of an abyssal core to wipe clean all traces. So Meng Jianyuan became the youngest and most short-lived divine son ever in the history of the Dreamweaver Kingdom of God. He didn't even leave behind a trace of his existence. During that time, Meng Kongqun was gripped by indescribable frenzy and anger. He even wanted to break the taboo of the Dreamweaver Kingdom of God and cast his dreamweave on his own people and descendants to find out the truth. However, everyone came together to stop him because their great ancestor himself decreed that dreamweaving must never be used on their own. No one was willing to go against their great ancestors' teachings and break the taboo. This was the main reason Meng Jianzhu was certain that no one would ever find the truth, though his fear was far greater than his excitement, considering how angry and borderline insane Meng Kongqun was at the time. The only silver lining was that Meng Jianyuan had left absolutely no traces behind, so no matter how hard his father searched for his brother, he would never discover the truth. The good news was that Meng Kongqun's desperate efforts were in vain. The bad news was that Meng Xianxia, his low-key and inconspicuous brother, somehow awakened another 30% divine essence to gain a total of 90% divine essence. He was literally better than Meng Jianyuan. Meng Kongqun had gone from heaven to hell, then back to heaven in less than 2 decades. Naturally, he valued Meng Jianxia like nothing he ever valued in his life. Having learned his lesson, Meng Kongqun went so far as to split his soul and left a soul double in Meng Jianxia's soul to protect him. Just in case someone said that he was biased in favor of Meng Jianxia, he symbolically implanted some much weaker soul imprints in some of his more important descendants, including Meng Jianzhu. After becoming the Dreamweaver divine son, Meng Jianxia finally revealed the fangs he had been hiding all this time. As it turned out, Meng Jianzhu's younger brother was 1,000 times more ruthless and cunning than he ever was. He might as well be a different person compared to the Meng Jianxia he remembered. Over time, all of Meng Jianzhu's ambitions were crushed into fear. He completely lost the willpower to compete against his younger brother. Unable to have a dream and having let himself go completely, Meng Jianzhu kept accumulating hatred and resentment despite not daring to show so much as a shadow of it before his younger brother. As a result, his progress was completely stalled, and he gradually became an utter piece of trash. That more or less sums it up. Yunqi ended his explanation to Li Xiu in an utterly bored tone. The conflict between Meng Jianzhu, Meng Jianyuan, and Meng Jianxia didn't surprise or interest him in the slightest. No, the only thing he truly cared about was the Meng family's ability to dreamweave. It was the foundation of a kingdom of God and the strongest soul power there was in the abyss. "Would you happen to be familiar with dreamweaving, Li Xiu?" he asked tentatively. "No," Li Xiu replied quietly, "but even if I was, it is quite possible that its name isn't what it was millions of years ago." "That's true." Yunqi nodded and stopped his questions. "You were quite bored when you told me the story," Li Xiu asked. "So why did you look so pleased just now?" "It's because I saw someone important when I was looking through Meng Jianzhu's recent memories." Yunqi furrowed his eyebrows as he revealed the answer. "I saw Hua Kaylee." To be more specific, Meng Jianzhu hadn't actually seen the woman. It was Meng Jingzhe who had sensed her aura from far, far away and messaged Meng Jianzhu to leave the area as quickly as possible. That was 4 days ago. Hua Qingying was the one who cut off Meng Jianzhu's left arm, and she forbade him from regrowing it until much later. Naturally, Hua Qingying and Hua Keli occupied much space in Meng Jianzhu's mind, and Wai Yun Qi's stolen memories contained much information regarding the duo. As expected, Hua Keli was the Heaven-Breaker divine daughter. But he didn't expect that her protector, the sword fairy Hua Qingying, would be the strongest profound practitioner of the entire abyss beneath a true god. He expected the protector of a divine daughter to be powerful, but Hua Qingying's reputation was stunning even to an outsider like him. She was the fairy of the way of the sword, the #1 profound practitioner under the true gods, and she cultivated the heartless sword. The short description was enough to chill anyone to the core. Now he understood why Meng Jingzhe, a half-god, had acted the way he did when he dragged Meng Jianzhu away from the Qilin Abyss realm. Hua Keli? Li Xiu's impression of the name was very faint. It took her a while to finally recall the woman's brief interaction with Yun Qi during his stay in the Qilin Abyss realm and asked, "Is she the cause of your pleasure?" "That's right." Yun Qi nodded and looked toward the deeper areas of the endless fog. "She's inside the endless fog right now," Li Xiu asked in a puzzled voice. "The two of you aren't even acquaintances. Why would she elicit such a response from you?" "That's because," Yun Qi gave her an answer he was sure she wouldn't understand, "she's the best shortcut I can think of." "Shortcut?" As expected, Li Xiu's puzzlement only grew. Yun Qi explained, "My goal is to overturn the abyss, a world that the abyssal monarch spent millions of years to create, and I only have less than 50 years to do it." SE a small kapar letter 1D04HTH Rilikyo NOV YA L letter 192 IREN. ET website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That is why I need to find a shortcut at all costs. It's not a choice but a necessity. Can you explain what this shortcut is? Li Xiu knew the predicament Yun Qi was facing, but she still didn't understand how Hua Keli factored into this, or how she was his shortcut. "You'll understand soon," Yun Qi replied after a moment of consideration. Seeing that Yun Qi wasn't willing to explain, she fell silent and stopped asking questions. Yun Qi also fell silent and didn't move or speak for a very, very long time. It looked like he was contemplating something. "What are you thinking about?" Li Xiu asked after a while. Still maintaining the same posture, Yun Qi answered, "I'm wondering how I can create curiosity." "Create curiosity?" Yun Qi's answers seemed more puzzling today. "Curiosity is the most important beginning," Yun Qi explained somewhat distractedly. "This applies to men, women, and maybe even creation gods." Li Xiu was starting to understand some of Yun Qi's intentions, but she didn't say anything because of a certain unnecessary line he added in the end. "Little Li Xiu," Yun Qi said, but was really talking to himself. "How can I make a pure, noble woman who spent her whole life growing up in the best possible conditions, getting anything she wanted, and witnessing the most excellent men, become interested in another man? That's your territory, not mine." That caught Yun Qi a little off guard. In his impression, Li Xiu had awakened after he entered the abyss. In reality, she had been observing him for years just like He Ling. Yun Qi raised a finger and slowly formed the word Heaven-Breaker using the abyssal dust. Once done, he created the word Boundless next to it. These were the names of the strongest kingdoms of God in the abyss. It was the Devil Queen's habit to manifest something to clarify her thoughts, and he was borrowing it for the moment. He drew a thin line between the two words, but he was moving very slowly, almost as if the thread was too heavy or fragile. It looked like a simple gust of wind could blow it apart. Yun Qi's eyebrows were locked together as he fell into a long silence once more. The thread between the two words had soundlessly disintegrated as well. Just when Yun Qi let out a small sigh and about to lower his raised finger, inspiration suddenly flashed inside his mind. He raised his finger and wrote the word Dreamweaver between the two words. "Meng, Giant Zhou." His eyes shone with infinite darkness as he muttered a name he had almost completely forgotten until now. "Dreamweaver, it is such a beautiful name, isn't it? Allow me to weave a beautiful dream for you all." Buzz. He swiped his hand across the air and all three words, Heaven-Breaker, Boundless, and Dreamweaver, disappeared into nothing. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even a half-god would find it extremely difficult to search for a particular person in the endless fog, not unless they could imbue their divine perception on the abyssal dust like Yun Qi. After arriving at the location where Meng Jianzhu had encountered Hua Kali several days ago, Yun Qi imbued his divine perception on the abyssal dust and slowly spread it out in ripples. With the abyssal dust to cover for him, most people would be hard-pressed to notice Yun Qi's method. However, the one protecting Hua Kali was the sword fairy, Hua Qingying. She was the greatest peak divine limit realm profound practitioner of them all, and he had never encountered someone like that, and so didn't understand her limits. He would rather be unnecessarily cautious than sorry. SEAR letter 1D04H the Eat Oval Fire. Eat It website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As a protector, the only way one might supervise their charge and keep watch of their surroundings at all times was to stay in the sky. That was why Yun Qi only imbued his divine perception into abyssal dust that was floating no higher than 3 meters above the ground. The speed at which he spread it out was incredibly slow as well. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the 50th day, a single speck of abyssal dust finally made contact with the aura that he had only encountered once, but was engraved to his soul. A terrible gleam flickered as Yun Qi slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, he looked like a devil who awakened from his slumber because he had finally found his prey. Shred. A piercing sword light streaked across the foggy world like rainbows before exploding like stars. It left dozens of sword marks in the space in front of it and shredded the 4 abyssal beasts, pouncing out of the darkness into 100 pieces. A pure white sword flew back to the girl who had unleashed the attack. It looked perfectly unhurt and unblemished. 43 swords, the girl whispered in disappointment. 6 months ago, she could only manifest 39 sword marks with a wisp of sword intent. Today, she had manifested 43 sword marks in an instant. Her progress was satisfying even to Hua Qingying, but the girl herself was still very dissatisfied. She had experienced all kinds of dangers and crises while testing herself against the endless fog. She had witnessed all kinds of people and personalities as well. These experiences had changed her aura and even the look in her eyes without her realizing. However, the one thing that didn't change was the wall that stood between her and the divine extinction realm. Her father often said that even geniuses needed hundreds or even thousands of years to break through the bottleneck and enter the divine extinction realm. It was perfectly normal for divine sons and daughters to be stuck at a bottleneck for centuries. She was the only one out of her peers who possessed a perfect divine essence, but still hadn't entered the divine extinction realm. If she was a true 19-year-old, then of course she wouldn't panic. "But I think I can go deeper, Aunt," Hua Kali whispered, though she was really speaking to herself. It was because her aunt hadn't responded to her since she entered the endless fog. There were several times she was surrounded by deadly abyssal beasts and suffered serious injuries as a result. There were also times she had been tricked by people she thought she could trust. Still, Hua Qingying never showed herself. It was as if the sword fairy truly wasn't by her side, and she was alone against the endless fog. She was a lonely girl, for she had been worshipped as a divine daughter since she was young. But just the same, she was naturally proud and unwilling to associate herself with those she deemed lower than her. It wasn't like she was lacking in people who wished to journey with her, not even close, but she had rejected them all. It was her loneliness that drove her to voice her thoughts, joys, disappointments, next objectives, and more to her aunt. Even if her aunt never responded to her, she knew that she was watching her and listening to her every word. She started venturing into the endless fog, not knowing that a devil who would soon bring chaos to the world had set his sights on her. Her surroundings grew dimmer as the abyssal dust thickened. Danger could be lurking at every corner, and she didn't dare to lower her guard for even a moment. It was why no people could remain in the endless fog for long. No matter how resilient in mind they were, it was only a matter of time before they reached their limit. Of course, this environment also greatly hastened one's progress in the profound way. Hua Kali walked silently and kept the sound of her breathing to a minimum. Although she hadn't achieved perfect merging with the glass cloud sword, she was far better than before she entered the endless fog. High up in the sky, Hua Qingying suddenly noticed a silhouette slowly moving in Hua Kali's direction. "It's him." Surprise flickered in her heart as a name surfaced in her mind. Yun Qi of the Kilin Abyss realm. Yun Qi was the divine sovereign who had ravaged a whole bunch of divine masters during the Kilin God Conference. His unbelievable strength had left an impression even on her. She thought she would never see him again, but not only was she wrong, he had somehow made it to this depth alone. He's a second-level divine master, and he's close to breaking through to the next level. Again, Hua Qingying's eyebrows twitched with surprise. It had only been half a year or so since they last met. How did he cross a major realm and two minor realms during this time? Unless he possessed a special inheritance or received a potent boost of external power, such progress was nigh impossible even in a kingdom of God. She didn't know that Yun Qi's profound veins were far, far greater than most, and that his divine master realm was equal to another's divine extinction realm. Otherwise, there was no way she could keep her cool even if she was the sword fairy. In her eyes, Yun Qi was treading lightly and keeping his aura and breathing well under control just like Hua Kaylee. This was perfectly normal since they were in the endless fog. Just as she was withdrawing her gaze, she suddenly noticed something that deeply concerned her. The abyssal beasts roaming near Hua Kaylee had suddenly moved closer to her location as if they were triggered by a spike of life force. She counted at least 30 of them, and they were all late-stage or peak divine masters. Abyssal beasts didn't possess any instincts except the desire to destroy. This was something everyone in the abyss knew. Therefore, she interpreted this scene as a dangerous and unfortunate coincidence. Slowly but surely, the abyssal beasts approached the danger zone. Hua Kaylee could easily handle any single abyssal beast, but at this range, killing one would definitely draw the rest to her. When that happened, but Hua Qingying didn't warn Hua Kaylee or take action. She knew that there was almost no chance Hua Kaylee would survive such a crisis. That was perfect. She wanted to know how much of a struggle Hua Kaylee could put up when faced with the threat of true death. This unfortunate coincidence might be the most painful and impressive lesson she would ever have during this trial, and that was good. Meanwhile, Hua Kaylee had sensed the approaching danger. She immediately stopped in her tracks and soundlessly summoned the glass cloud sword to her hand. Then, a streak of sword light shot toward an abyssal beast 300 meters from her and skewered it. Roar! The abyssal beast let out an angry roar and charged straight toward Hua Kaylee despite being covered in blood. Hua Kaylee was just focusing her attention on the beast when suddenly, she heard a dozen more bestial roars coming from all around her. It was because her outburst of profound energy had triggered all of the abyssal beasts. Their destructive impulses awakened. The dozen or so auras pounced toward her immediately. Hua Kaylee's pupils contracted into needles, and she rationally withdrew her sword and got ready to escape. However, coincidentally or not, she quickly realized the abyssal beasts pouncing toward her had sealed off every path. There was literally nowhere she could go, so she stopped retreating and drew a sword mark in front of her. It lingered ominously for a moment before exploding like a star. Shred. The nearest abyssal beast was instantly skewered by the outburst of sword beams. Its movement stiffened for a little, but it only charged even crazier toward her. The sword light kept battering down its body until finally, it died when it was 10 meters away from her. It had also expended 30% of her sword mark's energy. As if on cue, more abyssal beasts approached from her left, right, rear, and even above her. Shred. There was no dodging so many attacks at the same time. Her white clothes were stained in blood in an instant. However, she calmly unleashed 7 curtains of sword energies at 7 abyssal beasts. The glass cloud sword was thin, long, and elegant. However, its power could only be described as terrifying. Showers of filthy blood spilled across the air. If these were just early-stage divine master realm abyssal beasts, the curtains of sword energies would have sliced them to pieces already. They were sent flying with their bodies covered in unbelievably deep wounds, but they were still alive. Humans were already disadvantaged fighting against abyssal beasts in the endless fog, but Hua Kaylee had seriously injured 7 peak divine master realm abyssal beasts with a single technique. It was a feat that could stun the world. Unfortunately, more abyssal beasts showed up and prevented her from landing the finishing blow. So, she adapted to the situation and manifested a white sword lotus around her. 3 abyssal beasts were beheaded just like that. Her clothes became stained in even more blood. The abyssal beasts didn't know what fear was, and their destructive power eventually destroyed the weakened sword lotus. 4 shockwaves, weakened as they were, hit her at the exact same time. Hua Kaylee turned a little pale and forcefully used the momentum to detach herself from her attackers. However, the 7 abyssal beasts she sent flying a while ago came back and piled their horrific destructive power on top of her once more. Hua Kaylee's desire to escape had finally extinguished completely. An abyssal beast desired nothing more but destruction, and they would never stop until they or their prey had perished. Without sufficient strength and speed, escaping them was a pipe dream through and through. If anything, it would only lure more abyssal beasts toward her. Icy determination pooled in Hua Kaylee's eyes as her sword intent took form. Her 5 senses turned perfectly clear, and the glass cloud sword became the only thing she could sense in this world. The glass cloud sword flew, and there was no longer any hesitation in its light. It was as cold as it was determined. In the sky, Hua Qingying silently sensed Hua Kaylee's mental changes and her sword. She watched as her white robes were slowly dyed into red. Shred. A sword light screeched through the air and finally chopped an abyssal beast into bits, scattering its blood everywhere. But at the same time, 3 destructive energies struck her in the back. Hua Kaylee shook violently, but she turned around as gracefully as a white butterfly and fired a thick column of white light. Shred. The attack half-severed 3 abyssal beasts' necks and turned them round and round. Not far away, Xianxia was still moving unhurriedly in Hua Kaylee's direction. His consciousness was imbued in every abyssal beast who was attacking Hua Kaylee. He wasn't present on the battlefield, but he might as well be. What impressive technique and intent. Her movements were elegant, and yet the power behind it was anything but ordinary, as expected of the Heaven-Breaker kingdom of God, a kingdom that specialized in the sword. The jade sword she's holding, is that the glass cloud sword Meng Jingzhe told Meng Jianzhu about? The one she got from the Pure Land. Glass cloud. The abyssal beasts fell one after another under the glass cloud sword. Countless white sword marks were left behind on the ground and the space of the grayish world. Pools of filthy blood were everywhere, and the broken bits of 21 abyssal beasts in total lay on the ground. Bang! Her sword intent was a lot more disorderly than before, and even her starry eyes had grown a little unfocused. Blood spilled out of Hua Kaylee and the abyssal beast in front of her at the same time. The abyssal beast was cut in half, and the girl fell toward the ground while her complexion rapidly turned white. 22, she counted inside her head and raised her sword even though her hand was shaking a little. Another 3 abyssal beasts rushed her from the right and her back. This time, Hua Kaylee was clearly too slow to respond to the attack properly, so she ignored them all as a fatalistic screech came from the glass cloud sword. Hua Kaylee's protective aura was torn like paper as 3 destructive energies slammed into her body. However, her own power engulfed the 3 abyssal beasts. Boom! Hua Kaylee whited out for an instant as she was set flying. Even her sword had slipped through her bloody grasp. Her momentum was finally arrested when she hit a giant rock hard. She was unable to climb back to her feet immediately. Her whole body was hurting like never before. As she tried to cling to her consciousness, 3 abyssal beasts covered in horrifying injuries pounced toward her while roaring. Even through her blurry vision, she could see that they were rapidly approaching. She raised her hand, and the glass cloud sword flew back into her palm even though she hadn't willed it to. She perceived her sword through her chaotic soul sea. It was at this moment Hua Kaylee sensed a faint sword intent. She still hadn't gotten back to her feet, but her arm drew a strange arc in the air, and at that moment, a seemingly infinite amount of sword intent washed over the world like a tidal wave. Hua Qingying paused in her tracks. Heaven-breaking, the first sword, there was no mark or beam of energy. Despite this, the 3 abyssal beasts abruptly split into halves. Even their destructive power crumbled away suddenly and almost soundlessly. Xianxia's footsteps paused for just a fraction of an instant. Hua Kaylee's sword arm slowly fell limp by her side. She was completely exhausted, but she was still clutching the glass cloud sword tightly. I did it, she thought as the corners of her lips turned up into a joyous, satisfied smile. Although her smile was marred by filthy blood and her deathly pale complexion, she still looked ungodly beautiful. Hua Qingying's eyes flickered with rare emotion. You really are the most perfect god-bearer our kingdom has ever had, Kaylee. It took your father 400 years and 77 years for me to grasp the Heaven-Breaker sword intent. But it only took you 9 years. Your future will far surpass mine. Unfortunately, the girl's joy was quickly interrupted by the howls of more abyssal beasts. Another 2 grayish silhouettes appeared in front of her. This time, she managed to prop herself up with the glass cloud sword, but she was unable to muster her profound energy no matter what she tried. She bit her lips in pain as aggrieved tears finally grew in her eyes. Save me, Aunt. Ooh, I really can't do this anymore. The abyssal beasts were almost on top of her. Hua Qingying gathered a wisp of invisible sword energy, but she ultimately didn't release it. because a certain aura was rushing toward Hua Kaylee at top speed. Boom! A violent gust of wind and profound energy abruptly smacked the two abyssal beasts out of the air. As they screamed, a gigantic sword that shone with a strange vermilion light appeared in a man's hands and slammed violently into one abyssal beast. It took her all of her power and the glass cloud sword to cut through an abyssal beast, but this one, it literally exploded into showers of blood and gore. His figure blurred, and he appeared next to an abyssal beast and brought down his sword. There was a thunderous boom as the abyssal beast was crushed into 4 pieces. After taking out both abyssal beasts, Xianxia exhaled slightly and withdrew his profound energy. Then, he landed softly in front of Hua Kaylee. "Are you Al-Huh?" The two of them stared at each other for a moment before blurting, "It's you." Hua Kaylee's aunt didn't show up. It was as if she really wasn't by her side anymore. A huge wave of exhaustion and weakness overcame Hua Kaylee when the realization that the danger was finally over hit her. But she still shot Xianxia a grateful smile and said, "You're in the endless fog too. Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome, but—" Xianxia shook his head. "I must have done something unnecessary again, seeing that it's you." "Huh," Hua Kaylee looked confused. Xianxia looked around and said, "That commotion must have drawn most of the abyssal beasts in the area over. But since you've slain them all, this place should be safe for the moment. You may use this place to heal up your injuries." "Goodbye." Xianxia turned around and left immediately. "Ah!" Xianxi's words and actions were so unexpected that Hua Kaylee subconsciously called out, "Wait, you!" Xianxia ignored her and quickly disappeared into the endless fog. Hua Kaylee blanked out for a bit before murmuring, "What a strange man. I wasn't expecting to see him again, and his aura." There was no hesitation in Xianxi's footsteps. In fact, he moved faster and faster until he was sure he was out of Hua Kingying's range. "You spent all that energy to set this up and even employed such a terrible method to save her, so why are you leaving in such a hurry?" Li Xiu asked in confusion. "That's because I don't want to save her," Xianxia replied leisurely. "I want her to save me." "What do you mean?" Once again, Li Xiu couldn't understand Xianxi's words. Instead of explaining, he simply said, "You'll find out very soon." He looked up into the grayish sky. Although his focus was on Hua Kaylee, the one who really consumed most of his attention was Hua Kingying. After all, the Sword Fairy stood at a height and world that he could only imagine. He could simply pray that he would be able to fool her eyes and experience when he made his next move. Search the novel. F.I.R.N.Y.T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Trick, thanks to his ability to imbue his divine perception on abyssal dust, Xianxi's perception range far exceeded even Hua Kingying's, a peak divine limit realm profound practitioner. That was why he could vaguely sense Hua Kaylee even from such a distance. After finding a sufficiently big black stone and scanning the surrounding abyssal beasts, Xianxia sat down beside the rock, withdrew his aura, and waited. When he closed his eyes, he recalled the amazing attack Hua Kaylee had executed. As he replayed it over and over again in his soul sea, Li Xiu suddenly said, "That's the heaven-breaking sword." Xianxia opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "You know it." Mo Su, the young man in Naichuan's memory fragment, had once brought up the 99 heaven-breaking swords. Naturally, it reminded him of the heaven-breaker kingdom of God immediately. Mo Yi had created a good number of sword arts. Li Xiu said slowly as her memories grew clearer with direction. The heaven-challenging sword, the heaven-subjugation sword, the heaven-controlling sword, the heaven-breaking sword, and finally, the heaven-punishing sword. Xianxi's pupils contracted a little. He was shocked not because that the heaven-breaking sword, the heaven-breaker kingdom of God cultivated really, was the sword art Mo Yi created, but because their names antagonized the heavens every step of the way. All 4 creation gods were bestowed a mission by the ancestral god. The creation god of life was responsible for creating and protecting life. The creation god of order kept the order, and the creation god of the elements maintained the balance of the elements. In that case, what about the heaven-punishing god emperor? Was he given the mission to punish the heavens? Mo Yi is the only one who can cultivate the heaven-punishing sword, as it was the pinnacle sword art bestowed by the ancestral god herself, Li Xiu explained. As for the 4 sword arts I mentioned, they are all created by Mo Yi. The scene you replayed in your head just now is the first technique of the 99 heaven-breaking swords, the first sword. Its form is acceptable, but its essence is less than 1/100th of the real thing. That said, mortals are much inferior to gods, and for one to successfully cultivate even a sliver of its essence is deserving of praise. Say, Yun-Chi probed, would you happen to know the heaven-breaking sword as well? A short silence later, Li Xiu replied, Zaiki preferred to be alone, so I rarely made contact with him. Naixuan, Mo-Yi, and I are very close, and we never hid anything from each other. As soon as Mo-Yi finished creating the heaven-breaking sword, he immediately taught it to Naixuan and me. He claimed that it was because peer review is important, but in reality, he just wanted to brag about his achievement. Mo-Yi was too upright and outspoken, and Naixuan and Lei Xiu knew him too well. They could literally guess what he was going to say or do just looking at his expression. However, I don't get involved with powers that kill, and Naixuan didn't like the way of the sword. Therefore, he memorized it but never cultivated it. Yun-Chi's mouth twitched. That was what Li Xiu thought, but not only did Naixuan master the heaven-breaking 99 sword, he even used it to make a bet with Mo. It was that bet that finally convinced Mo-Yi to set aside his pride and entrust Mo-Su to his hands. Do you still remember the sword art? No. Li Xiu's answer was expected yet disappointing. However, she added, I can only recall the first sword. That's all I need. Yun-Chi's eyes immediately lit up again. Tell me now, and if you remember any other sword art, don't hesitate to imprint them into my soul sea immediately. Li Xiu advised, to learn the heaven-breaking sword, you must first master the heaven-challenging sword, the heaven-subjugation sword, and the heaven-controlling sword. But I'm not bound by the limits of others. Yun-Chi interrupted her rudely, and mastering the heaven-breaking sword isn't my goal. 4 hours later, Yun-Chi finally sensed Hua Kaylee rising back to her feet. Although she was exhausted, her injuries weren't actually that severe. Add to the fact that she was given the best healing and recovery pills a kingdom of God could afford, she had regained almost half of her profound energy already. Yun-Chi finally opened his eyes as well. It's time to begin. He summoned the heaven-smiting devil slayer sword and struck the ground, shaking the earth and sending rocks flying everywhere. The surrounding abyssal beasts were immediately alerted by the loud noise and charged him instinctively. Roars immediately filled his ears. Multiple abyssal beasts were approaching him from multiple directions, but instead of sending them away like he normally did, he actually lowered his protective profound energy and allowed them to strike him with their power of destruction. Shred, boom, and abyssal beasts' claws were probably one of the scariest weapons in this world. As a result, they easily cleaved through Yun-Chi's flesh. At the same time, his back was struck by a blast of destructive energy. Yun-Chi was wounded and covered in blood in just the blink of an eye. There was a loud boom as Yun-Chi was sent skidding across the ground. His feet left behind a pair of deep gouges, and he earned yet another horrifying-looking wound. Boom, it was only then that Yun-Chi activated Hell Monarch and sent the abyssal beasts flying. After the heaven-smiting devil slayer sword flew back into his hand, Yun-Chi stopped holding back and crushed all the abyssal beasts who attacked him. Every time he swung his sword, the earth would shake, and blood and gore would spill everywhere. When everything had returned to silence once more, this dead zone had transformed into a bloody hell. Yun-Chi was covered in blood. Half of it belonged to himself, and half of it belonged to the abyssal beasts. His whole body was covered in horrifying wounds as well. Surprisingly, Yun-Chi muttered, "This isn't nearly enough," and spread out his divine perception. He quickly commanded more abyssal beasts to charge toward him. Half an hour later, Yun-Chi was resting his back on a piece of broken rock and sitting atop a pool of dark blood. He was surrounded by dozens of broken corpses, and the area itself looked like it had been struck by a calamity. There was literally nowhere in the area that was intact. A vermilion sword was stabbed into the ground and shining a piercing light. SSS, Yun-Chi gasped a little. He hadn't tried to control the abyssal beasts, and their suicidal, berserk way of fighting made him suffer more injuries than he had anticipated. Thankfully, his face wasn't hurt so badly that it was unrecognizable. "You're reusing an old trick," Li Xiu said quietly. She had been silent since her initial gasp of surprise. No one knew better than her that Yun-Chi's external injuries were far worse than his internal injuries. He was planning to use the same tactic he had used on Hellion Lingzhu when he first arrived in the Abyss. There is no better and faster way to get someone to lower their guard or get close to you, Yun-Chi grinned widely despite his pain, than to have them save your life one time. "You are sure she will come to your aid?" Li Xiu asked. "She will," Yun-Chi replied without any hesitation, "because I saved her twice." Li Xiu didn't question his answer. Previously, Yun-Chi had rescued Hua Kaylee earlier only because it seemed like a good opportunity, one that would pay great dividends in the future. But now he was absolutely setting Kaylee up for his objectives. "And how can you be sure that she will come here?" Xianxia said slowly. "She just survived a harrowing battle with serious injuries and deep exhaustion. Even with her pills, there is no way she will venture further into the endless fog. I'm certain that she will remain in the periphery for the moment, but she won't be moving with a clear direction in mind. After all, it doesn't matter where she goes so long as it's safe, right? When a person moves without a clear direction, they will instinctively obey their senses and instincts, just like any living being in the dark will subconsciously move toward the light. I'm secretly manipulating the speed of the abyssal dust of the area she's in so that one side will be thinner than the other. It's very minor, but it should be enough to lead her toward me. She won't suspect a thing. If it was too obvious, Xianxia might notice something amiss. But if it wasn't enough, then Kaylee wouldn't be affected by his manipulation. If he was too far away, then he wouldn't be able to manipulate the abyssal dust with his divine perception. But if he was too close, then Xianxia would easily notice his scheme. One could say that Xianxia's existence had increased Xianxia's pressure by more than 100-fold. His planning and his execution had to be flawless to fool the #1 peak, divine limit realm profound practitioner in the world. His injuries, his aura when he was seriously injured, the distribution of the abyssal beast's corpses, the traces he left behind while fighting for his life. He had considered everything. In the abyss, no divine master had ever thought to fool the sword fairy's eyes and ears, much less tried. Xiu fell silent and mulled over Xianxia's words carefully. In the past, she, the creation god of life, was the pinnacle of holiness, beauty, and goodness. After she awakened, she was like a piece of white paper that was slowly filling in the blanks as time passed. Xiu once said that her soul was pure white when she initially awakened. Not only were her past memories and experiences blurry, but she was completely detached from them. Even when she recalled them, she felt like a different person peering into another person's memories. Despite this, Xianxia hadn't really taken her words to mind. He, and perhaps Xiu herself, believed that she would eventually return to the former creation god of life. She was when her memories and experiences had cleared up completely. Neither of them realized that Xianxia's experiences affected Xiu's newborn soul far more than her previous memories and experiences. One might say that everything he said and did affected Xiu's personality, common sense, and understanding of the world far more than the memories she had already distanced herself from. No one could say what the former creation god of life would become under Xianxia's unwitting tutelage. Meanwhile, Xianxia was concentrating on Kaylee's movements. He could tell that she was moving closer and closer to her, and that she was following the invisible path he had laid out for her almost perfectly. He turned his perception toward the abyssal beasts in the surrounding area. The timing of their appearance must be perfect. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration entered his mind. "No, I think I have a better option." He raised his hand and summoned a big abyssal crystal. It was a priceless treasure to profound practitioners exploring the periphery of the endless fog, because the chances that a divine sovereign abyssal beast would carry one was less than 1 in 100. And less than 1 in 50 for a divine master abyssal beast. Moreover, they usually weighed 1 or 2 catties at most. The abyssal crystal Xianxia was holding easily weighed over 30 catties. Even a half-god would have difficulties procuring an abyssal crystal, but for Xianxia, it was all too easy because he could sense exactly which abyssal beast had an abyssal crystal in them. All he needed to do was to command all abyssal beasts that carried abyssal crystals in them to his side. Then, he could just rip them right out of their bodies. The abyssal beasts wouldn't resist or perish. Even their breached bodies would heal swiftly thanks to the abyssal dust. This was why there was a literal hill of abyssal crystal in the sky poison pearl. His hoard had grown to the point he couldn't even be bothered to procure an abyssal crystal that had taken form naturally. He dropped the abyssal crystal between the severed halves of a gigantic abyssal beast and made sure that it wasn't tainted by the blood. It shone a strange, grayish light as it lay quietly on the ground. He exhaled slightly, and the blood started draining away from his face. His aura had also become exceptionally weak. Kaylee was walking very slowly. Her nerves were still as taut as a string because she hadn't recovered from the harrowing experience from before. She didn't think that the danger would increase so dramatically just because she had ventured a little deeper into the endless fog. For the past half a year, the greatest number of abyssal beasts she had triggered at the same time was 7. But this time she had triggered over 20 abyssal beasts in one go. If it wasn't for Xianxia, she might have perished already. No wonder her aunt told her to never act beyond one's competence. That said, it was thanks to the fatal crisis that she managed to glimpse a wisp of the heaven-breaking sword intent and unleashed the first sword. It was at this moment that the air entering her nostrils changed a little. She could smell not just abyssal dust, but also the blood stench of an abyssal beast. Sword lights appeared in her eyes immediately. The glass cloud sword was already standing by her side. Blood, bone, and gore were everywhere. There were also signs of massive destruction. SEAR letter 1D04, H the N O circumflex letter 1D20. EL Fire Renyati website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Judging from the abyssal dust dissipating from the corpses, it had only been a while since they had died. Clearly, a terrific battle had just taken place here a while ago. Xianxia withdrew her aura completely and slowly continued forward. It was at this moment she caught a glimpse of vermilion. It was a massive sword that was stabbed into the ground. Xianxia immediately recognized it as the sword Xianxia used to save her earlier. Its vermilion glow was so distinct that it was impossible not to remember it. Could it be? Her heart clenched, and she broke her concealment and rushed forward. When she got close to the heaven-smiting Devil Slayer sword, she saw a bloodied silhouette slumped against a piece of jagged rock. His pale, scarred face caused her to hold her breath. It is him. Is he dead? She was in a daze when the vermilion sword abruptly let out a metallic shriek and flew to Xianxia's side. At the same time, Xianxia opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was weak, but it was sharp like the glint of a hungry eagle. When he saw Xianxia, though, he froze for a second before relaxing completely. The arm he just barely raised fell back to his side as he rasped, "It's you. Are you all right?" Xianxia let out a small sigh of relief when she saw that he was still alive. Xianxia didn't answer her. Instead, he asked in a weak voice, "You weren't following me, were you?" It had only been less than 6 hours since they last met, and the endless fog was a vast, vast place. His suspicion was perfectly reasonable. Xianxia hurriedly shook her head. "No, I was just passing through as I was heading back to the periphery, I promise." A smile flickered across Xianxia's bloodless face, seeing how serious she was. "I was just kidding." Search the novelful.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Breakthrough. It was at this moment a shadow jumped out of the darkness and straight toward the weakened Xianxia. It was a middle-stage divine master realm abyssal beast, but Xianxia had sensed it a while ago. She fired a sword beam that pierced its skull in an instant. Abyssal beasts weren't afraid of pain or injury. The only true way to neutralize them was to destroy their bodies, and the most effective way to do so was to destroy their heads. There was a series of disturbing pops and crunches as dozens of sword beams exploded out of the abyssal beast's head, scattering it into countless even pieces. When Xianxia first entered the endless fog, she was reluctant to employ such a bloody method of murder. But now she could do so without batting an eye. Bang! Having lost its head, the abyssal beast swerved sideways and crashed beside Xianxia instead of on top of him. Some twitchings and spasms later, the headless body settled completely and gave off a rich amount of abyssal dust. Xianxia removed the heaven-smiting Devil Slayer sword from in front of him and pushed himself up to his feet with some difficulty. Then, he forced down his pain and shot Xianxia a bright smile. "Thank you for saving me, big sis. With this, we no longer owe each other anything." "Ah, wait," Xianxia subconsciously called out. As of late, she was starting to realize just how attractive she was. Be it inside the endless fog or outside, everyone she encountered wanted to get close to her. Some would even resort to despicable tactics to journey together with her. That was why she learned to keep a veil on her face at all times. But this man, they had met each other 3 times at this point, and each time he had left without any hesitation whatsoever. It was almost as if he was afraid to meet her. Xianxia herself was surprised by her own outburst, but she quickly collected herself and said, "You're seriously injured. It would be dangerous if you encountered another abyssal beast in this state. Since you saved my life earlier, I can protect you for 4 hours. You may recuperate your wounds during this time." She then extended a hand toward Xianxia. Somehow her fingers were glowing like snow and jade in the dark. She was holding a light purple orb. The energy it circulated was enough to tempt any profound practitioner. As the divine daughter of a kingdom of God, of course she didn't want to owe anyone anything. In fact, this was the first time she wanted to help someone since she entered the endless fog. The pill she was holding was called the Purple Heart Orb, and it could swiftly regenerate one's profound energy and vitality. It was bestowed to her by a high priest and was incredibly valuable. Kaylee herself knew just how risky her action was. After all, the medicinal aura and spiritual energy it was emanating could easily incite anyone's greed, not to mention that they were in the endless fog right now. Surprisingly, Kaylee couldn't sense a sliver of greed, surprise, or even temptation in Xianxia's eyes at all. He shot her a smile and said, "Thank you, big sis, but my injuries aren't as severe as they appear to be. And since you saved me earlier, we no longer owe each other anything." He shot her one last smile before turning away and slowly walking to the distance. Kaylee was stunned and unsure what to do. Usually, there was nowhere she could go where she wasn't worshipped like a goddess. Be it the heaven-breaker kingdom of God or even the Pure Land, she was a pearl everyone chased after. No one had ever treated her with indifference, not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row. This was the first time she had ever approached a man of her own accord, and it was to extend an olive branch, no less. However, Xianxia had rejected her without any hesitation whatsoever. She could understand his refusal of her pill, but to reject even her offer to guard him for 4 hours, for the first time in her life, she felt something akin to indignance. It was such an unfamiliar and indescribable feeling that her emotions got the better of her discipline and her reason again. "Why are you always in such a hurry to get away from me? Is there something about me that you dislike?" Xianxia turned back with a look of astonishment on his face. "Oh no, not at all. If anything, I am most honored and happy to be able to meet you again after the kill in Abyss Realm. It's just," his smile was still warm, but a hint of loneliness leaked into his voice. "I've long since gotten used to loneliness, and I have abandoned my desire for friends and companions a long, long time ago. Someone like you can only be a star among stars, while I am. Well, we don't belong in the same world, and we never will. With that in mind, why would I make your acquaintance when I already know the outcome?" SYAR letter 1D04H the NO circumflex letter 1D20 EL Fire Renyati website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Kaylee wasn't sure how to respond to this. When Xianxia turned away, her eyes suddenly centered on his back. How did she not realize how lonely his back looked until now? As he stepped further and further away, it was as if the world itself was distancing itself away from him, unwilling to impart him even a sliver of warmth. The only light that was willing to stay by his side was the light of his sword. She had never recognized the word loneliness clearer than now. It was such a realization that her breathing stopped. What did he go through? It wasn't until Xianxia's back had shrunk to the size of a tiny ball that Kaylee finally realized that she had been staring at his back this whole time. She hurriedly looked away, but a while later she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Xianxia again. As if on cue, Xianxia abruptly dropped to his knees and didn't climb back up to his feet. Even from such a distance, she could sense him shaking violently and gritting his teeth for some reason. She appeared beside him in an instant. "What are you?" As soon as she said this, she noticed that his profound energy was spinning all around his body like countless mini-cyclones that were out of control. She had seen this sight plenty of times already. It was the sign of someone about to achieve a breakthrough. "Big sis," Xianxia said calmly yet with clear difficulty, "if it's not too much to ask." He collapsed on the floor even before he could finish. "I was already on the brink of breaking through a while ago, but I've kept it suppressed because I'm in the endless fog, but my injuries are more severe than I thought, so I can't." Generally speaking, it was insanely risky to undergo a breakthrough in the endless fog unless they were protected by someone they trusted 100%. Otherwise, it was all too easy to be attacked by a stray abyssal beast during the process. "I understand," Kaylee nodded. "I will protect you. Just focus on your breakthrough." For whatever reason, she felt a little pleased that this strange man who had avoided her like a plague all this time begged her for her help. It was like gaining the upper hand in a match she was on the brink of losing, even if she had no idea what this match was even about. Xianxia shot her a grateful smile. "Thank you, big sis. I promise His profound energy completely broke free from his control, and Xianxia was forced to cut short whatever he was planning to say. He did his best to concentrate and channel the cycle and renewal of his profound energy. This was the endless sea, and he was both seriously injured and surrounded by abyssal dust. The amount of risk he must shoulder was insane, to say the least. Kaylee didn't dare to interrupt him, so she muttered inside her head. "Why does he keep calling me big sis? He's clearly older than me. Well, I guess that's not true. I am no. Father, aunt, and even Uncle Abyssal Monarch said that I'm 19 years old, so I must be 19. He shouldn't call me Big Sis. While she was having a conversation with herself, her eyes subconsciously strayed to Xianxia's profile. The first time she saw Xianxia, she had already memorized his appearance completely. Even she didn't know why her first impression of him was so deep. It might be because of his strange behavior, his extraordinary profound energy, or his unforgettable profile. Hua Kaylee had seen far too many strange men and handsome men in her life. Diane Jiaji, her fiancé, was handsome, elegant, but sharp as a sword. Meng Jiangxi had dreamy eyes that could draw a woman into an unforgettable dream at a glance, and the Star and Moon twins were the embodiment of a man who was even prettier than a woman. As for the Abyssal Monarch, he was the pinnacle of a man's appearance, power, and status. That was all that needed to be said about him. Because she had grown up in such an environment, Hua Kaylee had never been infatuated with a man's appearance, until now. She herself didn't realize that she had been staring at Xianxia's side profile for a very long time, and she was less than 1 meter away from him. His face is so good-looking and strange, and his eyes are as pure as pools of water. But for some reason, I can't see the slightest ripple in his eyes. It's as if they have all been hidden within a bottomless lake. His eyebrows looked like they were hiding a ton of secrets, and his face, while pretty, looked terribly lonely for some reason. Suddenly, Hua Kaylee jolted out of her daydream and realized what she was doing. She hurriedly looked away from Xianxia and even backed away from him. High up in the sky, Hua Qingying frowned in confusion. Hua Kaylee shook her head a little to chase away the strange thoughts in her head. Then she focused on what she ought to be doing, keeping watch on their surroundings and protecting Xianxia from harm. It was at this moment that Xianxia's profound energy suddenly stalled for a moment. Then a blast of fire erupted from his body. It had taken Hua Kaylee much effort to peel her eyes away from Xianxia, but the commotion had pulled them back almost instantly. She immediately saw him burning a calm, golden flame that she had never seen before. It looked as pure as the purest gold, and it was so bright that it dyed even the grayish world around them a beautiful gold. It was such a color that Hua Kaylee couldn't help but keep staring at it. She knew a lot of people who wielded golden flames, but this was easily the purest gold she had ever seen. The golden flames extinguished slowly after just a few breaths, and profound energy cyclones were still spinning around Xianxia. Then, a violent storm appeared out of nowhere and pushed off all the rocks and corpses strewn across the area. Even space itself was distorting a little from the sheer force of the wind. ZZZT? After the storm had subsided, lightning started crackling across Xianxia's body. It was purple at first, but it slowly turned as red as blood. A dozen breaths later, the lightning transformed into streams of light blue water that circled quickly around Xianxia. It looked like countless spinning water dragons. Oddly, the water dragons soon froze into ice that shone a dreamy light. Fire, wind, lightning, water, and ice. Hua Kaylee was beyond stunned at this point. Her pink lips were parted slightly before she knew it. In the sky, Hua Qingying was stunned as well. It was at this moment the blue light of the ice slowly faded and turned into deep yellow. The ice itself had transformed into a bright sheen of yellow jade. Earth. Hua Kaylee's mouth widened even more, and the astonishment in Hua Qingying's blue eyes didn't fade even after a dozen breaths. She never thought she would see the light of 5 elements in a single person. Search the novel Fire. Eat It website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chi's profound energy finally stopped spinning wildly and chaotically. His expression looked a lot more relaxed as well. If anything, Hua Kaylee was the one more shaken between the two. Every time a profound practitioner achieved a breakthrough, their profound energy would experience a new growth and rebirth. This was especially true if they entered a major realm. Their transformation was qualitative, to say the least. Considering the environment and Xianxia's injuries, it was perfectly normal for him to let slip his profound energy. The problem was that his profound energy contained 5 different elements. Excluding light profound energy, which was a power that only existed in the ancient records, there were a total of 6 elements in the abyss: water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and darkness. And Xianxia was cultivating 5 of them at the same time. This completely went against her aunt's, father's, and the high priest's teachings. Not even High Priest Ling Xian, the elemental master of the 4 high priests thanks to her special profound veins and divine inheritance, could control this many elements at the same time. Only 3. Hua Kaylee wanted very much to ask her aunt about this, but she didn't want to disturb Xianxia, so she could only resume her watch in silence. Before she knew it, she was staring at him blankly all over again. By now, the profound energy cyclones on his body had decreased considerably. He seemed to have gotten things completely under control. It was at this moment something unusual happened. When Xianxia's profound energy seemingly returned to stability completely, a violent storm appeared out of seemingly nowhere, and countless streams of profound energy flowed into his body, billowing his hair and his clothes. This was just the beginning. The currents of profound energy were already stunning enough, but it was still growing stronger by the breath. It was as if the natural profound energy in this entire space was being sucked into Xianxia's body, and not even the abyssal dust could impede its flow. High up in the sky, Hua Qingying could sense the unnatural flow of profound energy in the surroundings as well. This time, her shock traveled all the way to her soul. The reason was simple. This commotion should never happen in the Divine Master realm. In fact, it was more like the breakthrough of the Divine Extinction realm. The natural, profound energy in the surroundings was still flowing into Xianxia without any signs of stopping. Hua Kaylee's hair was kicked up, and the wind was so strong that her veil was almost blown away. She stared at Xianxia like she was staring at a monster she never knew existed, until now. Not only that, she had a vague feeling that the entire endless fog was shaking because of this man's breakthrough. Suddenly, Hua Qingying realized that her divine perception had left Hua Kaylee for 7 breaths. That was how shocked she was. Xianxia, in the Killing Abyss realm, he had destroyed an entire group of divine masters as a divine sovereign. Now, he was affecting the world like a half-god would during his breakthrough. It was clear that he possessed a power that transcended common sense. Just where did he come from? The crazy storm would last at least 100 breaths before it finally slowed to a stop. Xianxia's black hair slowly fell back on his shoulders, and he looked so peaceful it was like he was asleep. Even the wounds marring his face had faded a lot. A certain girl who was guarding him didn't feel calm, however. Not even close. Meanwhile, Li Xiu was observing Hua Kaylee's reaction and attempting to figure out what Xianxia was planning. He should be doing his utmost to keep his secrets hidden until he was powerful enough to protect himself. Instead, he had done the complete opposite of what the Devil Queen had told him to. He should have a reason for doing this, though. It was at this moment that Hua Kaylee suddenly turned around and looked behind her. Her eyes were narrowing slowly. She could sense 5 auras approaching her direction rapidly, and 4 of them were half-step Divine Extinction realm and close to her level. As for the aura at the center of the group, it was clearly the aura of a Divine Extinction realm profound practitioner. This was the first time she had encountered such a powerful group in this area of the endless fog. As the group came closer and closer, their voices reached her as well. The commotion definitely came from this direction. Such a thick blood stench, a terrible battle must have happened here a while ago. Very soon, 5 people entered Hua Kaylee's gaze. They were all wearing gray clothes, and their eyes shone with a powerful light. Below the kingdoms of God, a half-step Divine Extinction realm profound practitioner was respected no matter where they went. In fact, they were indomitable powers in certain places. However, these 4 were obeying their leader with perfect obedience and respect. Most people chose to wear dark-colored clothes in the endless fog to better conceal themselves, but the Divine Extinction realm profound practitioner was wearing a set of silver clothes. He wasn't even hiding the protective divine runes circulating around his body, which made him an even more conspicuous target than he already was. He was a Divine Extinction realm profound practitioner. He could afford to be flashy even in the endless fog. The 5 men stared at the floor of abyssal beast carcasses with severe expressions. However, they were unable to determine the strength of these abyssal beasts because a dead abyssal beast quickly lost the abyssal dust it was holding quickly. Then they turned to look at Hua Kaylee and Xianxia. They were a half-step Divine Extinction realm profound practitioner and a peak second-level divine master. The woman's aura was unsteady, as if she had just consumed a lot of profound energy a while ago, whereas the peak second-level divine master was slowly regaining his profound energy. He was clearly in the middle of a breakthrough. The caution in their eyes disappeared instantly. Hua Kaylee waved her hand and enveloped the area Xianxia was in a small barrier. She then held the glass cloud sword protectively in front of her, ready to defend herself at a moment's notice. Her eyes looked like stars, her skin looked like snow, and her sword was as pure as jade and glass. Despite the veil, the glimpses of beauty she revealed were still enough to attract their gazes and strum their heartstrings. She shouldn't exist in the endless fog. In fact, she shouldn't belong in this filthy world. The silver-robed man quickly noticed his loss of manners and shot her a kind smile. "Please calm down, fairy. We were drawn over by the commotion and thought that someone might need our help. Since both of you look fine, we shan't disturb you any longer." This was his first time ever seeing such a stunning woman, but this was the endless fog, and he had something important he must attend to as soon as possible. This was the worst possible time to be getting involved in some side matter. He knew all this, but he still couldn't help but ask. "It's not easy to encounter another person in the endless fog. My name is Fan Qingzhu. May I have the honor of knowing your name, fairy?" He looked proud as he announced himself. It was because he was sure that the entire world would know his name very soon. Hua Kaylee didn't answer him. She simply watched him warily. She had encountered such a scene far too many times in the endless fog already. Most wouldn't even bother with pleasantries and bared their fangs outright. After a few seconds of silence, Fan Qingzhu realized that he wouldn't be getting an answer. It was a regrettable outcome, but considering his circumstances, Fan Qingzhu let it go and said with a smile, "Never mind. I shan't take up your time any longer. Let's go." One last lingering look later, Fan Qingzhu finally removed his gaze from Hua Kaylee's face and turned around. It was at this moment one of his subordinates shouted, "Abyssal crystal!" Abyssal crystals were rare, but it was unbefitting for a half-step divine extinction realm profound practitioner to let out such a cry. Fan Qingzhu was about to rebuke the man when he saw what his subordinate saw and found himself unable to look away. Less than 60 meters to Hua Kaylee's left, a unique grayish light was shining in between the severed halves of a massive abyssal beast. Normally, the abyssal crystal should have caught their attention immediately, but Hua Kaylee was so beautiful that they saw it only as they were about to leave. More importantly, this abyssal crystal was a full 1/6 of a meter long. They had never seen such a massive abyssal crystal in the endless fog, no, in their lives. "This has to be 30 to 40 caddies at least, right?" one man asked after an audible gulp. Another man said, "I don't think it can be measured by the average standards." Fan Qingzhu shot Hua Kaylee a glance and said, "So, it's not ours." "No, this is the endless fog, so it belongs to no one," whispered a man standing to Fan Qingzhu's right. "Don't forget your mission, brother. If you obtain this crystal, then you can complete your mission immediately. There's nothing more important to you than that, is there?" Fan Qingzhu hesitated for an instant and took a step forward. He was just about to say something when an invisible sword beam suddenly cut through the dark air. Shred. The sword beam carried the abyssal crystal behind Hua Kaylee and into the protective barrier immediately. Hua Kaylee was a divine daughter. Not even 100-caddy abyssal crystal was worth her attention. But Yun Qi was the one who slew these abyssal beasts, so of course the abyssal crystal should go to him. Since she had promised Yun Qi to protect him, how could she allow his loot to fall into another person's hands? Fan Qingzhu narrowed his eyes a little. His smile was no longer as warm and harmless as before. "Fairy, you don't look 600 years old, but you're already a half-step divine extinction realm profound practitioner. You must come from quite the background." Hua Kaylee. "In that case, you should understand that the law of the jungle reigns in the endless fog." The glint in his half-lidded eyes grew increasingly dangerous as he casually walked toward her. Since this abyssal crystal was found in the endless fog, then it should rightfully go to the strong. A weakling who insists on holding on to it will only get themselves killed. "I'm sure you understand such simple logic." Hua Kaylee was fearless, however. She said slowly, "Is this the conduct of a squire of pure land?" Her voice was icy yet unbelievably melodious. However, Fan Qingzhu froze as if she had cast a spell on him. Hua Kaylee continued, "Before becoming an abyssal knight, a squire must go through 9 trials. One of them is the trial of the endless fog. An abyssal knight must have a noble soul. If this is how you pass through the trial of the endless fog, then even if you do become an abyssal knight in the future, you will only bring shame to your title." Hua Kaylee spent over 99% of her time in the Pure Land, and all squires in trial would be marked with a special Pure Land imprint. That was how she had recognized his identity immediately. Fan Qingzhu's expression grew uncertain. He had no idea how the woman figured out that he was a squire in trial, and he had never regretted introducing himself more than he did now. Behind Fan Qingzhu, his 4 subordinates were caught in stunned silence as well. "Ha ha, you're overthinking this, fairy." Fan Qingzhu changed his tone. I was just advising you to put away the abyssal crystal as soon as possible. After all, the greatest sin one can commit in this endless fog is to harbor a treasure that you're too weak to protect. As for me, I am the man who swore to become an abyssal knight. I have long since engraved into my soul the duty to defend the order of the abyss and protect all of its denizens. I would never lower myself to take from the weak. After he was done defending himself, he stopped looking at the abyssal crystal and turned away, waving. It is clear that our presence is unnecessary. Let's leave. Countless greedy and reluctant gazes swept across the abyssal crystal, but none of his subordinates dared to defy Fan Qingzhu's order. They quickly followed behind him and left. Se a small kapar letter 1D04H TH Cyrillic novel Fire Renyati website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hua Kaylee let out a small sigh of relief. The glass cloud sword also returned to normal. It was at this moment Xianxia spoke up. You need to leave now. Hua Kaylee looked around in surprise. Are you done with your breakthrough already? No. Xianxia was still closing his eyes and his voice wasn't coming from his mouth. You need to leave now before it's too late. Why's that? Hua Kaylee looked confused. Xianxia's profound energy was merging and swelling at a rapid pace. He was currently in the final stage of his breakthrough. You should have given them the abyssal crystal just now. If you had, then it would be a happy ending for everyone. After all, what he said wasn't wrong. The abyssal crystal can only go to the strong. But not only did you refuse to give up the abyssal crystal, you exposed the fact that he was a squire undergoing a trial to become an abyssal knight. A noble soul is the label of every abyssal knight. If his behavior was exposed, it would become a black mark in his career even if he became an abyssal knight in the future. Not only that, he was stupid enough to give you his name. This means that he will soon return to silence you. Hua Kaylee's mouth parted slightly. But our brief interaction didn't even count as conflict. He wouldn't go so far, would he? He definitely will, Xianxia replied. You're noble-born, so I'm sure you don't understand just how important the title is to a profound practitioner with an ordinary background. It could very well be the dream he has chased after his whole life, the highest honor that would elevate his entire clan and his descendants to unimaginable heights. As if that isn't enough, Fan Qingzhu is half a step away from becoming an abyssal knight. He will not allow any accidents to impact his chances, even if that chance is minuscule. Hua Kaylee was too inexperienced to pick up the hint of murder in Fan Qingzhu's eyes as he turned around, but not Xianxia. Hua Kaylee might have experienced all kinds of evil during her trial, but she still found it difficult to accept Xianxia's words. It was because this was a squire in trial they were talking about, not your average stock. The very first trial a squire must go through was the trial of the heart. The fact that he was undergoing the trial of the endless fog right now meant that he couldn't be too bad a person. So she comforted Xianxia. Don't worry. He wouldn't. Abyssal knights are all righteous people. Fan Qingzhu might just be a squire, but the fact that he's qualified to participate in the trials proves that he isn't too bad a person. Hua Kaylee respected the abyssal monarch deeply, and her affection for everything in the Pure Land was as deep as the sea. Xianxia scoffed internally. In the end, she's just a hothouse flower. Her understanding of good and evil is so shallow it's laughable. He explained slowly. What gives an abyssal knight their righteousness isn't their nature but the status itself. Hua Kaylee blinked and shot Xianxia a strange look. Why are you talking like my senior when you're not even 60? The title, Abyssal Knight, is both an honor and a restriction. However, those who desire to become an abyssal knight care little for its restrictions. They are infinitely willing to bury their own natures and imitate a noble soul as best they can. This superficial change does not mean that their nature has changed, though. His tone slowly darkened. In the public, an abyssal knight was an impartial defender of order and a stern adjudicator. But in a place where no eyes could see, especially a place like the endless fog where death is all too easy, there is no need for them to pretend to be a noble soul at all. If anything, this was his last chance to let loose his repressed nature to his heart's content. Plus, he isn't an abyssal knight yet. He is a squire working toward becoming an abyssal knight. But, Hua Kaylee argued, I'm not going to out him or anything. Who would silence a person just because of something like this? Plus, he would have killed us already if that was his plan. You overestimate a person's bottom line. Xianxia let out a forlorn sigh. The only reason he didn't attack us earlier is because he had company. If he killed us, he would only be giving his 4 half-step divine extinction realm companions a weakness to exploit. The endless fog is the easiest place to conceal oneself, and the hardest place to track another. He will definitely ditch his companions and return as soon as possible. At the latest, he will show up in 100 breaths. Hua Kaylee wanted to argue more, but a low chuckle came from behind her before she could begin. If you already know my plan, then why are you still here? I don't know whether to call you smart or stupid. Hua Kaylee wheeled around and saw a familiar figure stepping out of the fog. He was none other than Fang Qingzhu. His face was no longer gentle, and his voice was icy and cold. The purple, lightning-covered sword in his hand was the last proof she needed to see that he was ready to kill. All of her arguments died inside her mouth. Yun-Chi's prediction was spot on. Hua Kaylee was 1/3 shocked and 2/3 dazed. She couldn't understand why a powerful divine extinction realm profound practitioner would actually try to silence someone just because there was a tiny chance they might become a black mark in their career. Not to mention that this was a squire who had a high chance of becoming an abyssal knight, a symbol of all that was pure and righteous. As a girl who had grown up in the Pure Land and held deep affection for everything it held and represented, this was a shocking moment for Hua Kaylee, to say the least. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Fang Qingzhu was plotting. The lightning he discharged pierced both her eyes and her heart. The glazed cloud sword traced Hua Kaylee's hand and glowed warmly as she pointed a finger at the squire. An abyssal knight lives to protect innocents and judge others, and you are a squire who possesses the qualifications to become an abyssal knight. Are you sure you're going to murder innocent people just to avoid the chance you might stain your record? Her words were tinged with severity, and pain not unlike a parent who witnessed her child straying off the right path. It was such an unexpected emotion that Fang Qingzhu paused for a moment. Unfortunately, that moment was quickly dyed by even greater determination and killing intent. I wonder how you managed to uncover my identity instantly. If I have to guess, it's probably because you often make contact with abyssal knights. That is why I can't ask who you are. I'm worried that I would hesitate or even fear for my life if I receive your answer. It wasn't like Fang Qingzhu must maintain a perfect record his whole life. It could happen before or after he became an abyssal knight. One thing certain, though, it must never happen during the trial, and the more important Hua Kaylee might be, the higher the likelihood that his misconduct would be exposed. He was half a step away from becoming an abyssal knight. There was no way he could overlook something that might jeopardize everything. He pointed his sword at Hua Kaylee, violent lightning illuminating the ruthless savagery in his eyes. You shouldn't have exposed me. You gave me no choice but to kill you. He could tell from Hua Kaylee's presence alone that she was an extraordinary person, much less her appearance. However, this was the endless fog where everything and anything could be hidden. That was why he was unafraid to bare his fangs here, not to mention that it was far too late for regrets. That was all he said before thrusting his sword forward and launching 1,000 lightning bolts at Hua Kaylee. As for Yun-Chi, he hadn't paid him a single glance from the start. There was no way a half-step Divine Extinction Realm Profound Practitioner could defeat a first-level Divine Extinction Realm Profound Practitioner. Not to mention that Hua Kaylee was still tired and hurt from her previous battle. However, she was no ordinary half-step Divine Extinction Realm Profound Practitioner. As someone who had grown up surrounded by true gods and half-gods, the auric pressure of a Divine Extinction Realm Profound Practitioner simply couldn't intimidate her one bit. Even the power suppression on her body and her strength was far weaker than usual. She dashed sideways like a butterfly and escaped the sword beam and lightning attack in an instant. She had also shifted the battlefield away from Yun-Chi. Fang Qingzhu frowned. He couldn't seem to believe that his power had failed to touch even the corner of her sleeve. He flicked his wrist, and the sword beam and the lightning attack abruptly changed directions and continued to chase after Hua Kaylee. It was at this moment the glazed cloud sword drew a thin, seemingly powerless arc in the air. In reality, dozens of colorless sword beams exploded from the arc in an instant. The sound of her energy cutting through the air was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing, but Fang Qingzhu flinched. It was because he realized that his connection with his sword beam and his lightning attack had disappeared. Somehow, Hua Kaylee had severed it with her sword intent. The out-of-control sword and lightning attack crashed into the ground and triggered a lightning storm that engulfed several kilometers of land, but that was it. This was the periphery of the endless fog, and plenty of pages were training in this zone. In order to avoid causing too big a commotion, Fang Qingzhu had focused his energies as best he could and avoided using his full strength. although it sounded like the half-step divine extinction realm was only half a step away from reaching the divine extinction realm. In reality, there existed an insurmountable gulf between the two. That was why Fan Qingzhu never thought that Hua Kali would be able to sever his energy. Hua Kali exploited the lull in his movement and launched an instantaneous counterattack. No sword beams and sword projections appeared from her sword, and the amount of profound energy she leaked was minimal. However, dozens of sword beams erupted less than 10 meters away from Fan Qingzhu and flew straight toward his eyes. As Fan Qingzhu was still wallowing in his own shock, and the sword beams had appeared out of nowhere, he was unable to dodge out of the way even though he was a half-god. He just barely managed to move a few meters backward before the sword beams stabbed into his body. Not a single one of the attacks had missed. He was still a divine extinction realm profound practitioner. He looked like a porcupine with the sword beams sticking out of his body, but not a single one managed to skewer him. The gap was ultimately insurmountable. Fan Qingzhu waved his hand and unleashed a blast of lightning, shattering all of the sword beams and leaving behind dozens of bloody holes that were half an inch deep. The wounds quickly sealed themselves. His shock was palpable, however. He too was a sword cultivator who possessed the ability to surround his sword chi in lightning and hunt down enemies with the barest flick of his fingers. He was already beyond stunned that Hua Kali was able to sever his sword intent. But that sword attack that had literally manifested out of nowhere had gone completely beyond what he knew about the way of the sword. Yun Qi's closed eyes twitched a little, as expected of the sword art created by the heaven-punishing divine emperor himself. Even the first move of the heaven-breaking sword could casually transcend space like nothing. What was even more surprising was how Hua Kali was able to execute the technique to this extent after grasping it just a few hours ago. The unexpected outcome sounded every alarm bell in Fan Qingzhu's head. For him, a sword cultivator, to not recognize the sword intent of a half-step divine extinction realm profound practitioner. It could only mean that her attainment in the way of the sword was far beyond his imagination. It almost meant that her background was 1,000,000 times scarier than what he thought it was. Cold fear gripped his heart, but it was quickly replaced by even bloodier killing intent. When he attacked her once more, he stopped holding back at all. A piercing purple beam cut a hole through the endless fog with the full might of the divine extinction realm profound practitioner. For a moment, Hua Kali's eyes were fully dyed in deep purple. Hua Kali dashed sideways while pointing her sword at the incoming sword beam, causing it to swerve sideways. This should be impossible considering the gulf that existed between their cultivation. However, the gulf was ultimately insurmountable, so even though the purple beam missed her by at least 10 or so meters, she was still blown away by the shockwave. Bang, she crashed into the ground hard enough to form cracks on its surface. Beads of blood and a few strands of hair floated in the sky. Hua Kali quickly struggled back to her feet. When she looked up, there was a deep, bloody gash on her forehead, and a trail of blood was trickling down her lips, but she was still alive. Fan Qingzhu was stunned for the third time, and once again he converted it all into killing intent. After he summoned his purple sword back to his side, purple lightning engulfed the entire length of the sword and his right arm. Gritting his teeth, he let out a guttural growl and pounced toward Hua Kali like a beast. Die! Violent thunder stirred up the gray dark space. Clearly, Fan Qingzhu was beyond caring about maintaining a low profile at this point. He was desperate to eliminate the source of his anxiety, Hua Kali, and he wasn't willing to wait even a second longer. While pinning her down with his half-god aura, he thrust his sword forward one last time to skewer her throat. Hua Kali gritted her teeth and resisted with all her might, but both old and new injuries had robbed her of the strength necessary to break free. In fact, she couldn't even lift her sword arm anymore. She could only watch as the fatal light came closer and closer. "Save me, Aunt," she cried helplessly in her thoughts. No wonder her aunt said that a person's true nature was hidden underneath a set of rules, and the murky, endless fog was the one place that could lay it bare. As far as she was aware, all abyssal knights were righteous and good. She never imagined that they could be so cruel and scary in the endless fog. The stench of death kept coming closer and closer. It eventually came so close that she could feel it even through her shut eyes. However, she still couldn't sense her aunt's aura. Thud PSSH? It was at this moment she heard a fleshy thud and what sounded like spraying blood. A chaotic blast of air hit her face, but it was no longer filled with the terrifying scent of death. She slowly opened her eyes. What entered her vision wasn't her aunt's unmatched blue, but the back of a young man. Drip, drip. The purple sword that should have taken her life had pierced about halfway through the man's palm. However, he had forcefully clenched his skewered fist so that it couldn't travel any further. Beads of blood slowly dripped down his palm and dyed both her pure white robes and her eyes red. The world froze for a moment, and Fan Qingzhu's pupils had dilated more than twice their original size. He just couldn't believe it. Did a third-level divine master just block his power completely? The power of a divine extinction realm? In the sky, Hua Qingying once again withdrew her sword intent. You! Fan Qingzhu checked Xianxia's aura repeatedly to confirm that he wasn't dreaming. He had completely ignored the young man just now because his aura showed that he was just an early-stage divine master. But now, the early-stage divine master had blocked his power, a divine extinction realm profound practitioner, directly. It was so unbelievable that he still thought that he was in a dream. Xing, Xianxia tightened his fist some more, and the purple sword shrieked as if it was straining. Most of the lightning covering its body also dissipated at this moment. At the same time, he gently pushed Hua Kaylee away with a small gust of profound energy. "You think you deserve to be an abyssal knight?" he asked coldly while staring at Fan Qingzhu, causing the squire's face to darken further and further. He had been attempting to withdraw his sword since the beginning, but despite using his full strength, he was unable to do so. Who are you?" he growled out in shock, disbelief, and icy fear. Everyone knew that the gulf between great realms was impossible to bridge. A genius like Hua Kaylee might be able to defeat multiple opponents at her cultivation level and even overcome a single opponent who was many minor realms above her. But she could never defeat Fan Qingzhu, someone who was a great realm above her, even if she was at her full strength. But this third-level divine master was somehow applying so much strength he felt like his bones might break at any moment. The half-god was growling savagely, while the divine master was just staring at him coldly. It was such a paradoxical sight that it was downright comedic. Instead of responding, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and discharged his profound energy. A shrill sound and a massive power far beyond Fan Qingzhu's imagination annihilated the remaining lightning and broke his hand. The half-god let out a blood-curdling scream, let go of his sword, and retreated. Xianxia's hand shook once as the purple sword penetrating his palm shot out. Then he grabbed it with his other hand. Fan Qingzhu's bent fingers shivered violently. His flesh was folded outward, and broken bits of bones were flowing out with his blood. He looked up at Xianxia and saw him grasping his purple sword. For a swordsman, this was a kind of humiliation and defeat he had never experienced before, but the emotions that firmly took the driver's seat of his mind were shock and disbelief. "Who are you?" he roared again. He no longer thought of Xianxia as a third-level divine master who just completed his breakthrough. He thought of him as an old monster whose cultivation level was so high that he didn't have the right to even ask him about it. "Heh," Xianxia sneered. His gaze was taunting and uncaring, like he was looking at a pitiful ant. It affirmed Fan Qingzhu's belief even more. "Thank goodness you're just a squire. If you became an actual abyssal knight, your actions today would have stained their title for eternity. Can you guess who would want you to wipe you out more than anyone else in the world once your deeds were exposed?" Xianxia's words pierced Fan Qingzhu's heart like a knife. He carelessly waved the purple sword he was holding and jeered. "Of course, you can try to silence me. Who knows, maybe you'll succeed." Since just now, Fan Qingzhu's pupils had been dilating and contracting uncontrollably. He had not been able to control his reactions at all. He wasn't a stupid man. In fact, he was ruthless, decisive, and cool-headed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown up to silence Hua Kaylee so quickly. He was certain he could silence Hua Kaylee with his strength, and no one would ever find out about it since this was the endless fog. His determination had only grown stronger after he discovered that Hua Kaylee's background might be greater than he could ever imagine. He never imagined that the third-level divine master accompanying her was the real monster between the duo, however. Not only that, but he was a man who could rob him of his sword in an instant. He wasn't naive enough to think that he could silence someone like that. Crack, crack, crack. Fan Qingzhu's teeth cracked a little. That was how hard he was gritting them. Then he started walking backward. 3 steps later, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and his silhouette was engulfed by a curtain of abyssal dust. Then he was gone just like that. He had escaped. Xianxia didn't give chase. After all, there was no need to chase after a dead man. "Phew!" He let out a long sigh of relief, and the sigh seemed to have stolen all of his energy. He abruptly turned limp and dropped to one knee. "Oh," Hua Kaylee cried out in surprise and rushed to his side. Are you all right?" Her heart clenched with pain when she saw his pale face and bloody palm. Earlier, he had taken injuries that were so severe that he had no choice but to undergo a breakthrough. It was clear that he had forced himself to unleash his power. She subconsciously wanted to lift him to his feet, but she hurriedly withdrew her fingers as if afraid that the touch would break him. "Don't worry, I'm doing fine. I'm just feeling a little exhausted is all." Xianxia smiled casually and slowly pulled himself up to a meditative position. He covered up his blood-stained left hand with his right and added, "I'm glad I managed to scare him off." Why did you grab his sword?" Hua Kaylee's gaze kept alternating between the palm that was skewered for her sake and the bright red blood on her clothes. "You could have. If I knocked him away, you would have been hurt by the shockwave," Xianxia replied smilingly without a hint of pain on his face. "This was the best way I could think of considering how little time there was." Hua Kaylee's lips moved, but she didn't know what to say. It was because she had never experienced something like this since she was a child, much less felt, whatever this emotion was. Xianxia exhaled slowly before adding, "Can you protect me for a short while, big sis? I'll be done in a moment." "Of course." Hua Kaylee nodded without hesitation and took a few steps away from him to put down a barrier. But this time her actions seemed a little distracted and her eyes were filled with confusion. It was as if a certain part of her heart she never knew was moved. Meanwhile, Li Xiu was observing everything and attempting to decipher Xianxia's acting. As the cultivator of the great way of the Buddha, Xianxia was fully restored every time he accomplished a breakthrough. Forget injuries, he wasn't even tired right now. In fact, considering how tough his body was, it should have been near impossible for Fan Qingzhu to pierce his palm. Fan Qingzhu himself could never have pierced Xianxia's palm. He only succeeded because Xianxia had cooperated with him every step of the way. Strength, the softest part of his palm, the angle, everything. And it was all to put on a show that she couldn't help but think was beyond childish. S.E. a small capar, letter 1D04H the novel. F. Iyer. EAT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Would it really work as he seemed to think it would? Fan Qingzhu ran through the endless fog like thunder. The noise he was generating was triggering swarms of abyssal beasts everywhere, but he didn't slow down in the slightest. It was because he needed to seek out his backer and return in the shortest time possible to silence the woman and that abnormal, divine master. If he was too late, there was no chance he would be able to find them again. This was the endless fog, after all. The good news was that his movement hadn't just alarmed the abyssal beasts, it had also alarmed a certain abyssal knight. Boom! Fan Qingzhu abruptly slammed into an invisible wall. Despite being a half-god, the rebound was such that he was sent flying several kilometers away. By the time he landed on the ground, his lightning-profound energy was completely scattered. He felt as if every bone in his body was broken. He groaned as he slowly pushed himself to his feet. As soon as he looked up, he was greeted by a pair of indifferent but heavy eyes. He was average-sized and wore a set of silver armor. However, he resembled an insurmountable mountain in Fan Qingzhu's eyes and stifled his breath instantly. He immediately dropped to his knees and saluted him respectfully. After scanning his surroundings and finding no one, he abruptly grabbed the older man's collar and said panikedly, "You need to save me, 13th uncle. You need to save me. What are you doing?" The silver-armored man kicked him away and uttered in a frigid voice, "An abyssal knight must always be cool-headed and calm no matter the circumstances, but you have created such a commotion and even acted like a defeated dog. Do you even remember why you entered the endless fog in the first place? Also, I am your trial supervisor, not your 13th uncle. Control yourself." His eyes were filled with disappointment and warning when he said this. "I understand." Fan Qingzhu sucked in a deep breath to calm himself before kneeling before the silver-armored man once more. "But I'm in deep, deep trouble this time. If you don't help me, I may never be able to become an abyssal knight." The silver-armored man's already locked brows deepened even further, but he didn't kick Fan Qingzhu a second time. Instead he said, "Speak." Fan Qingzhu let out a small sigh of relief and got ready to speak. It was at this moment he felt a sudden chill. It was because he saw the silver-armored man's eyes suddenly dilating in shock. His collar tightened and his breathing was utterly stifled. The silver-armored man lifted him by the neck and roared, "Who gave you these sword injuries? Who?" The silver-armored man's pupils dilated even further. His voice had turned hoarse, his tone was terrified, and even his arm was shaking visibly. Fan Qingzhu didn't dare to struggle, but the silver-armored man's response caused his heart to sink to the bottom. "Please don't tell me that." The silver-armored man's eyebrows twitched, and his eyes grew darker with every word he spoke. "Your trouble has something to do with whoever dealt you your injuries." Fan Qingzhu couldn't say anything. His only reaction was his eyes growing even more fearful. It was because the silver-armored man's reaction meant that the woman's backer was, at the minimum, someone that terrified his backer deeply. Attempting to steal another person's abyssal crystal would leave a stain on his record, true. But attempting to kill someone whose backer far exceeded his own, that was a death sentence, plain and simple. Ding. It sounded like a needle hitting a frozen lake. Fan Qingzhu was gone just like that. The silver-armored man turned his neck with great difficulty. 30 meters away, the squire was lying on the ground soundlessly and bloodlessly. It was almost as if he was asleep. Almost, if not for the fact that a faint sword beam was fading rapidly from his body. Thump. The silver-armored man dropped to one knee and declared solemnly, "Abyssal Knight Fan Cheng welcomes the Sword Fairy. Fan Qingzhu is disqualified from the trial due to malicious conduct and behavior that is unbefitting an Abyssal Knight of the Pure Land. It is his honor to be punished by the Sword Fairy herself." As one of the Abyssal Knights who served the High Priest Wandao, he recognized the sword injuries on Fan Qingzhu's person as a matter of course. The glazed cloud sword had been bestowed to the Sword Fairy Hua Qingying by High Priest Wandao himself, and it was given to Hua Qingying soon after. From the moment he recognized the injuries, he knew that Fan Qingzhu was dead. There was no one in the entire abyss who could save him. To most people, the Sword Fairy Hua Qingying was a heavenly fairy who didn't involve herself with the mortal coil. But those who were high enough on the totem pole would know that anything relating to Hua Kali would transform her into an obsessed maniac. After all, she held much regret toward Hua Kali and even more hatred toward herself. High Priest Wangdao once said that Hua Qingying might spend the rest of her life for Hua Kali and Hua Kali only. If Fan Qingzhu had offended Hua Qingying personally, he still had a chance to live. The Sword Fairy might find it beneath her to kill a worm like him. But Hua Kali, he could have 10,000 lives, and Hua Qingying would still slay him 10,000 times. Fan Cheng's voice was quickly devoured by the gray fog. No one gave him a reply, but he remained bowed for a very, very long time. A full hour later, he finally rose to his feet and quietly left the place. Forget taking Fan Qingzhu away, he didn't even dare to glance at his corpse. He didn't know what happened, and he didn't dare to find out. Search the NOVLFIR.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Fog was as quiet and oppressive as ever, and Hua Kali's nerves were tighter than they had ever been since entering the endless fog. She had exhausted most of her profound energy, and she was covered in injuries from head to toe. The gash on her forehead especially looked absolutely horrifying when contrasted with her snowy, jade-like skin. Her pain was the last thing on her mind, however. She was currently keeping watch and spreading her spiritual perception as far as possible, unwilling to miss even the smallest detail. From time to time, she would glance at Xianxia with a complicated and confused look on her face. "He saved me again." She had grown up under countless people's pampering her whole life. She was used to being protected to the teeth, so to speak. However, she had met Xianxia several times in half a year's time. The first time they met, she had helped him because she thought he was more interesting than most. She had memorized him without intending to. The second time, he had appeared like a god from the legends during her most critical moment. And during the third time, he had caught a sword with his bare hand just to prevent her from being hurt. As a result, her pure white robes were dyed with his blood, and the stain seemed to reach all the way to her heart. His defense of her was as exciting as it was harrowing. It was nothing like the promise of absolute safety she had been enveloped with her whole life. That was why she was watching her surroundings so nervously. It was as if giving it her all to protect Xianxia was the only way she could think of repaying him. Above the gray sky, Hua Qingying couldn't help but frown as she observed Hua Kali's reactions. Thankfully, her nervousness didn't last long. Just a little less than 15 minutes later, Xianxia opened his eyes and raised his left hand. The hole in his palm was completely sealed, though it still looked absolutely horrifying. His action immediately caused Hua Kali to turn around. She took 2 steps toward him and asked concernedly, "Are you all right? You can rest for a little longer if you want to." Xianxia rose to his feet and smiled. Don't worry, my constitution is quite special. This bit of injury is nothing to me. Suddenly, he froze for a moment and asked, Big sis, if you don't mind, can I move my hand closer to your forehead? Noticing the surprised look in Hua Kaylee's eyes, he hurriedly added, I don't mean anything by it, and I definitely won't touch you. I just need to move my hand within 20 centimeters of your forehead. His urgent explanation and anxious reply transformed Hua Kaylee's surprise into amusement without her realizing. She asked curiously, Why do you need to do that? Instead of explaining, Xianxia took 2 steps forward and raised a finger. I promise it will be over very soon. Huh. Hua Kaylee subconsciously took a step backward, but before she could even begin to panic, pure white light stole away her vision and her mind. She had always adored pure white objects such as her clothes, her glazed cloud sword, and the rainbow cloud branch. However, she had never seen such a pure white light in her life. It was so pure it seemed capable of exterminating even the tiniest bit of filth. She was so entranced by it that she allowed it to approach her. When the white light made contact with her body, she noticed the pain on her forehead, no, her whole body, becoming much fainter immediately. Similar to bathing in a cool, refreshing pond, all the filth and pressure brought by the endless fog were washed away in an instant. Her lips widened bit by bit as shock overcame her. Before she knew it, she was staring directly into Xianxia's eyes that resembled white night due to the light. Back in the sky, Hua Qingying looked puzzled for a moment when a memory hit her. Her eyes trembled violently as she instinctively denied the notion. But as the white light grew brighter and brighter, her shock slowly but surely overwhelmed her preconceived notion. Holiness was something that only existed in the records of the abyss. If one must argue that it existed, then it would still be the opposite of what true holiness should be. The white light Hua Qingying was seeing wasn't the abyssal kind of holiness. In fact, it was a kind of holiness that shouldn't exist in the abyss at all. It was one that was absolutely holy and pure. It was impossible for a living being to understand something that they had never made contact with, but the holiness felt so distinct that it almost felt like a supreme law of the universe, a power that would not allow even ignorance to mistake it for anything but what it was. Light, profound, energy. SE a small capar letter 1D04H the novel. FIR.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hua Qingying whispered a sacred name that should only exist in the ancient records. She watched dazedly as the bloody gash on Hua Kaylee's forehead disappeared at an unbelievable rate. Even the bloodstain was completely removed. The white light disappeared. Xianxia withdrew his finger and smiled. When Hua Kaylee raised her hand and caressed her own forehead, all she could feel was silky, smooth skin. There was no sign she had ever been injured in the first place. What power is this? She asked dazedly even as the answer dawned in her heart. Light, profound energy. She was the heaven-breaker divine daughter after all. She knew things that most people would never know in their lives. Although light, profound energy had never manifested in the abyss, its features were extremely distinct. It was white, pure, and sacred. It possessed the strongest and purest healing power in the world. It was a miracle that could even create life itself. Xianxia looked away slightly and answered, It is a special power that my master has bestowed me. It is also a secret that I must keep. Hua Kaylee didn't need to be told twice. If the existence of light, profound energy was revealed, God only knew what kind of upheaval it would cause. It was undoubtedly a secret that one must take to the grave unless they were strong enough to protect themselves from most machinations. Why did you show me such an important secret? Xianxia shot her a warm smile. My master taught me that one must repay a drop of kindness with a spring, not to mention you saved my life. Sharing my secret with you is the least I can do to repay this. He suddenly lowered his gaze and seemingly ruminated on his words for a long time. Finally, he forced through his embarrassment and said, My reason wasn't completely selfless, of course. Although half your face is covered, it is still the most beautiful, perfect thing I have ever since in my life. When I saw your injured forehead, I suddenly realized that the most regretful thing in the world isn't the shattering of something most beautiful, but a stain on what should have been flawless. So I couldn't help but... A kind of ticklishness rose in Hua Kaylee's heart. She had never felt it before, and she had no idea how she should respond to this. Can you keep my secret, big sis? Xianxia whispered. My master warned me repeatedly not to reveal this power too quickly, but I just couldn't help myself in front of you. Right now, Hua Kaylee was 1/3 dazed and 2/3 panicking. She hurriedly nodded and said, "Don't worry, you revealed your secret to heal me. Naturally, I will take your secret to the grave as well. Also," she emphasized, "you saved me more times than I saved you. I'm the one who should reciprocate the favor, not you." Xianxia smiled but didn't say anything. After summoning the heaven-smiting devil slayer sword and the large abyssal crystal back to his hands, he nodded at Hua Kaylee and said, "I am glad to have met you in the endless fog, big sis. I shan't disturb your trial any longer. Let us meet again someday." He left just like that. There were countless things the girl wanted to say to him, but she had no choice but to leave it for another time. She could only stare blankly at his back until he was completely gone. Suddenly, Hua Qingying's voice rang beside her ears. "Kaylee, find a way to join him on his journey." Hua Kaylee's eyes shook. This was the first time she heard her aunt's voice since stepping into the endless fog. Hua Qingying hadn't shown herself even after she met multiple crises and 2 fatal crises. It was such an absence that she had started wondering if her aunt had truly left her. Now, she had finally revealed herself once more, but it wasn't to impart her words of wisdom or to chide her about the things she did wrong. It was to ask her to accompany a man on his journey. "Aunt," she asked inside her mind. Hua Qingying continued in a sharp, frigid voice. Not only did he grow from a peak divine sovereign to a 3rd-level divine master in half a year's time, he somehow defeated a 1st-level half-god as a divine master. Something is very, very abnormal with his profound energy. This has never happened in the history of the Abyss. Moreover, you saw with your own eyes how he manifested 5 elements when he was achieving a breakthrough. He should be dead, and yet the 5 elements are all existing in harmony inside his body. Finally, the white light he manifested earlier. There is no doubt that is light profound energy. A profound energy that should never exist in our world. Hua Kaylee asked, "Are you saying this boy is abnormal beyond imagination?" Hua Qingying continued, "He must have only entered the mortal coil recently, or his feats would have spread throughout the abyss long ago. His background cannot be ordinary either. That is why I want you to accompany him for a time, but you don't need to probe him intentionally. I will do the observation myself." Like a long wind rippling across a pond, Hua Kaylee's astonishment didn't fade for a very, very long time. She was astonished not because Xianxia had won high praise from her aunt, but because, as far as she knew, her aunt was the most apathetic person she had ever known. There were only 2 things her aunt cared about, and they were her and the sword. But now, she was offering to observe a male junior she just met a while ago. Seemingly noticing her overly eager behavior, Hua Qingying's tone grew indifferent. "This boy is mysterious, but there is one thing you don't need to worry about. I can tell you with certainty that he is not a malicious person. In all the records regarding light profound energy, the reason light profound energy rarely appeared in the world is because its bearer must possess a flawless body, but also a perfectly good and pure nature, and a soul that will accept no evil. Since he is the bearer of light profound energy, he has to be a man of pure goodness. He barely knew you, but he saved you again and again. He even went so far as to take heavy injuries to protect others. His conduct matches the description in the records perfectly. If not for this, I would never allow you to journey with him." "Oh, okay," Hua Kaylee replied simply. She hadn't journeyed together with anyone since entering the endless fog. Her experiences with almost everyone she ran into couldn't really be described as comfortable either. But not only was she fine with her aunt's request, she was even looking forward to it. She didn't chase after Xianxia immediately, however. Instead, she looked at the sky with eyes beautiful enough to cause every star in the world to turn dim and said seriously, "But before that, I need to tell you something. I promised him to keep his secret, so do I look like a tattletale?" Hua Qingying replied indifferently, like she would ever do such a thing. "Hee." Hua Kaylee stuck her tongue out at the spot where she thought her aunt might be before flying after Xianxia. Meanwhile, Xianxia was moving unhurriedly toward the periphery of the endless fog. "Why did you expose your light profound energy?" Li Xiu asked. She had a lot of questions, but this was the one thing he did that she couldn't figure out no matter what. Xianxia explained slowly, "To reveal one's secrets to others is to offer a unique kind of trust. If both sides promise to keep the secret, then it will draw them closer even if they are enemies. And the bigger the secret, the closer they will become. It would have worked even better if there wasn't a voyeur, but there's no helping that." Li Xiu still couldn't quite understand his logic, but she had a feeling that she shouldn't ask further. Instead, she warned, "Aren't you worried that those 2 will expose your secret to the world? It would be a great problem for you at your current strength." I am well aware of the consequences, but the rewards for revealing it are too enticing to ignore, Xianxia said slowly. But of course, I am certain that those two will not reveal my secret. In a sense, it was cruel how certain he was of their character. The emotions Xianxia gave Li Xiu before and after he entered the abyss were practically night and day. What are you going to do next? Li Xiu asked. You're doing everything in your power to get closer to Hua Kaylee, and just now you were presented with the best opportunity to tag along with her. Why did you leave? It's one thing to approach her myself, and another to have her approach me. Xianxia smiled, his even pace betraying both caution and a lack of hesitation. I want her to approach me first, Li Xiu exclaimed with surprise. She is a divine daughter, not to mention that she isn't alone. There is just no way she would. Young Master Yun, a girl's cry rang from behind him. Despite the many layers of abyssal dust, it sounded as melodious and resounding as ever. Li Xiu's voice abruptly cut short. Xianxia turned around and looked at Hua Kaylee with just the right amount of awe and astonishment. The young woman's cheeks were tinged with a hint of rosiness as she landed in front of Xianxia. She didn't know if it was because this was the first time she willingly approached a man who wasn't her father, or because she technically had an ulterior motive for approaching him, or because, in any case, she was feeling extremely nervous right now. She was just about to say something when Xianxia asked with puzzlement, "How did you know that my surname is Yun?" Hua Kaylee forgot what she was about to say immediately. When she looked through her memories, she abruptly realized that he had never told her his name even once during their meetings. The young woman's sudden freezing caused Xianxia to frown a little. He asked half seriously and half suspiciously, "I was wondering how I kept running into you for the past half a year. First, it was the Killing Abyss realm, and now it was the Endless Fog. Wait a second, have you been secretly tailing and investigating me all this time?" Li Xiu. No, no. The young woman had been pampered her whole life. She had never been wronged like this until today. Like if someone had stung her emotions with a needle, she hurriedly shook her head and denied with all her might. "I didn't. I would never." "In that case, how did you know my surname?" Xianxia asked again. Noting how easy it was for her to lose her composure, Xianxia couldn't help but question her true age and experience once more. Strange. Even if I presume that she was pampered like the Princess of Primal Chaos since she was born, she shouldn't be acting like this. It's like I'm dealing with a girl in her 20s or even her teens. Meanwhile, Hua Kaylee was still explaining herself. "I found out that your name is Xianxia back in the Killing Abyss realm, and—" "I see." Xianxia purposely dragged out his word and stared at her with even deeper suspicion. "You knew me as early as back then, and you say you weren't following me." Hua Kaylee never imagined that her explanation would backfire completely. She panicked even more and shook her head harder. "I really wasn't. I was. Ha 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 ha." Xianxia abruptly burst out laughing. It was so abrupt and unexpected that Hua Kaylee was stupefied. "I was joking. I knew you weren't following me." Xianxia explained, "Now that I think about it, the reason you found out my name was because you witnessed the Killing Abyss conference when you were staying at the Killing Abyss realm, weren't you? You were probably looking forward to the Killing God realm's opening. Or rather, that was the only thing in that place that might have drawn your attention." The young woman had no time to be surprised by how accurate his deduction was. She hurriedly nodded her head and protested her innocence. "That's right. I wanted to witness the legendary Killing God with my own eyes, so I went to watch the Killing Abyss conference. That's how I knew your name." She paused for an instant before adding, "and age." "I knew it," Xianxia said. "However, outsiders weren't allowed to enter the Killing God realm. I'm assuming you weren't able to fulfill your wish." Having successfully defended her innocence, Hua Kaylee relaxed. "Yeah, that's why I left before the Killing Abyss conference was over." She then complained inside her head, "I can't believe he tricked me. And Aunt thinks he's a man of pure goodness. I doubt it." She didn't notice that she had never put a label on anyone until now. Meanwhile, Xianxia was sighing in relief on the inside after confirming that Hua Kaylee had no idea what happened inside the Killing God realm. "So why were you calling out to me, big sis? Do you need me for something?" he asked. "No, no." Hua Kaylee took a step forward and hid a sigh of relief herself. She then blinked her starry eyes and curled her dainty lips into a smile. "The Endless Fog is far deadlier than I imagined. If it wasn't for you, I might already be. Both my injuries and my profound energy haven't fully recovered yet, and I'm not confident that I can continue my exploration alone. So can I ask you to join me on my journey for a time?" She probably didn't notice it, but her body language said it all. Search the novel Fire Renyoti website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Subtle guidance. She should be hiding a sigh of relief since she finally managed to say what she wanted to say. But her heartbeat increased until it was resounding throughout her soul. Since she started experiencing the secular world, she was realizing more and more just how attractive she was. It was why she had rejected countless people's invitations and perceived even more starstruck looks. This would be the first time she invited a man of her own accord to do anything since she joined the endless sea, no, since she was born. The strange nervousness fluttering in her heart was unfamiliar and complicated, to say the least. Generally speaking, a person's first time was full of novelty and nervousness. It was also unforgettable. As expected, Xianxia stared at her with an astonished look on his face. He didn't speak for a very long time. Kaylee hadn't forgotten that Xianxia bade her goodbye very quickly during the few times they had met. He made it very clear that he wanted to keep their interactions as short as possible. That line, "We belong in different worlds," left a deep impression on her mind. Having seen how he acted in the past, Kaylee wouldn't be surprised if Xianxia turned her down immediately. She was just about to say something else when Xianxia nodded his head slightly. "Very well." "Huh." Kaylee didn't try to hide her surprise at all. A moment later, she even adopted a half-teasing voice and said, "I thought you would reject me. After all, you didn't even give me the chance to thank you during the previous times we met. I almost thought that I was secretly an abyssal beast in disguise or something." "You're anything but an abyssal beast." Xianxia shook his head smilingly. "It's anyone's honor to be able to meet someone like you even once in their life. Generally speaking, no one in their right mind would try to avoid you. It's just—" His smile faded slightly as he turned serious. "You remember what I said, right? We belong in different worlds. I've been avoiding you because I know I shouldn't get close to you." Kaylee mulled over his words seriously before asking, "And why would you think that?" "Some things are impossible to hide," Xianxia said calmly. "For starters, anyone can tell that you are of noble upbringing. From the first day I saw you at the Hellion Palace, I knew that you stood at a point so high that someone like me could barely imagine it, much less reach it." His tone grew even more indifferent. People who don't belong in the same world should never cross paths with each other. High atop the gray sky, Xianxia felt a sudden twinge of pain in her heart. She knew that Xianxia was telling Kaylee a cruel truth of life that countless people were unwilling to admit. It was a truth that only someone who had been worn down by the passage of time or experienced countless tragedies could truly understand. So she didn't expect to hear it from a youngster who wasn't even 60 yet. A youngster who should be overflowing with arrogance and youthful naivety. Take Kaylee, for example. She might be able to understand the superficial context of Xianxia's words, but never the weight and truth behind them. "You say that, but we both live in the world known as the Abyss, don't we? How can we live in separate worlds?" Kaylee blinked and argued disapprovingly. "And if that's what you really think, then why did you agree to accompany me now? I was sure you would reject my invitation, you know." "You're my savior. How can I turn down your request?" Xianxia replied in a sincere tone. "Besides, I'm pretty sure that a noble lady like you could not possibly be allowed to adventure the world without being protected by a powerful bodyguard or two. It's why I felt like such a busybody earlier. I was sure that your bodyguard would save you from danger." Kaylee's eyes widened in realization. "No wonder, but I guess I was wrong. You really are adventuring the world alone." Xianxia's misunderstanding was understandable. After all, Kaylee surely would have died in Fan Qingzhu's hands if he hadn't intervened at the last moment. My aunt said that an adventure where you always have someone to rely on has little benefits and barely counts as a true adventure. So, she blinked her butterfly wing-like eyelashes and trailed off. She herself knew that she was a terrible liar, so she simply cut herself off midway and let Xianxia to make of it what he will. It wouldn't count as a lie then. "I see," Xianxia asked. "Your aunt." "My aunt is also my master. She's the one who pushed me on this adventure." Kaylee walked next to Xianxia and asked, "So, are we companions now?" Xianxia nodded seriously. "We are, an eye for an eye, a life for a life. I will do everything in my power to protect you until you are fully recovered." Despite his agreement, Xianxia could tell that Xianxia was drawing a clear line between Kaylee and himself. Normally, most people would approach Kaylee with all kinds of schemes. Her beauty and upbringing were unlike any other after all. Xianxia too approached Kaylee, but it was with the complete opposite intention. Perhaps the records were true after all. A bearer of the light profound energy truly cannot withstand even the slightest taint of darkness in their soul. "Oh right, I haven't asked for your name yet, big sis." A bit of expectation trickled into Yun Chi's bright, clear eyes. Hua Kaylee took a few steps forward so that he could only see her back. "My name is Gyixin." She added something that sounded unnecessary after a moment. "My aunt's the one who named me." Bang. There was a dull bang as two early-stage divine master abyssal beasts exploded into bits long before they could get close to their prey. Yun Chi cautiously observed his surroundings before slowly lowering his arm. "So the reason you were staying in the Killing Abyss realm and participating in that Killing Abyss conference was to repay that princess favor." Hua Kaylee was bombarding Yun Chi with a bunch of questions. The sudden appearance of the abyssal beasts failed to dampen her mood in the slightest. "The sandstorms beyond the Killing Abyss realm were quite dangerous, and I was grievously injured at the time. If Her Highness hadn't saved me, I would have been stuck in that sandstorm for a lot longer," Yun Chi replied carelessly. "So I temporarily joined the Hellion Empire and won them the right to enter the Killing God realm." "I see. And here I thought you were her consort," Hua Kaylee remarked smilingly. Yun Chi shot her a look of astonishment and puzzlement. "Why on earth would you think that?" Her eyebrows furrowed mischievously at the sight. "Because the two of you were close, and let's just say that a lot of people thought the same thing, I'm sure." She had never felt so relaxed since she entered the endless fog. Even her eyes looked like a million stars had joined their depths. When she was fighting alone in the endless fog, she had to stay alert every minute, every second. If she let down her guard even a little, there was a chance she might be ambushed by an abyssal beast. As if that wasn't enough, every breath she spent in this place was like trying to wade through a thick and heavy gray swamp with no end in sight. Now that she had a partner, the pressure on her had lessened drastically. The difference between having to remain alert without rest and having someone to watch your back while you rested was like night and day. "Ridiculous!" Yun Chi chuckled and shook his head incredulously. "She is a princess, and I'm but a rootless duckweed who was blown into the Killing Abyss realm by a sandstorm. Our paths would never cross if not for her kindness." "I see that you value kindness and reciprocation a lot." Hua Kaylee felt that her footsteps were so much lighter without the weight of death and danger pressing down on her. "By the way, were you able to meet the legendary Killing God while you were exploring the Killing God realm?" Yun Chi shook his head, though there was no regret on his face whatsoever. "No, I was uninterested in the Killing God realm in the first place. The only reason I participated in the Killing Abyss conference was to repay Her Highness' kindness. After the imperial family stepped inside, I stayed for a couple hours and left the place afterward." "Ah!" It was Hua Kaylee's turn to be surprised. "You just left? Did the princess not try to change your mind? The imperial family, and especially her, must be incredibly reluctant to let you go." Yun Chi shook his head. "I've already repaid the favor I owed them in full. As such, there is no reason for me to stay in the Killing Abyss realm any longer. But as you've imagined, I too predicted that she might do everything in her power to persuade me to stay. She would surely be saddened if I rejected her to her face. Besides, my master taught me that a man may kill a woman, but he must never wound her heart. That is why I had no choice but to leave without saying goodbye." "I see." Hua Kaylee tilted her head slightly while doing her best to process Yun Chi's words. She had a lot more questions she wanted to ask Yun Chi, so many that she didn't even know where to start. It would be an understatement to say that he was a bag of curiosities. Even her aunt was curious about him. A long silence later, the girl suddenly asked, "Oh right, where are you from, young Master Yun, and why are you alone?" "Where am I from?" Yun Chi shook his head. "I'm from nowhere." "You're from nowhere." Hua Kaylee couldn't understand his words. "What do you mean by that? You have to have sprung up from somewhere, like where's your home, who are your parents, do you have any family?" Yun Chi looked straight ahead. "I don't have a home. I don't have any friends or family in this world either." It was the truth. His home, friends, and family were all on the other side of the abyss. Not a single word was a lie. Of course, Hua Kaylee interpreted his meaning incorrectly. She thought he was replying the cruelest truth in the calmest voice. Hua Kaylee turned and looked at him directly. The stars in her eyes looked like they might shatter into pieces, and her voice became much gentler than before. "Did they encounter something bad?" The man before her eyes shook his head again and replied just as calmly as before, "I have never had a home since I came to this world. As for friends and family, I've never even met them. That is why I said I'm from nowhere. You thought something bad happened to them, but I never had a home, friends, or family in the first place, so how can anything bad have happened to them?" Loss is painful, but it would have meant that I had something to lose. But there is nothing for me in this abyss, nor is there a place for me to return to. His voice was as calm and indifferent as ever, but Hua Kaylee's breathing hitched in her throat, and her heart felt like a barbed hook had pierced through it. The pain was unbearable. Yun-Chi suddenly turned around and shot her a grin. It sounds pretty sad, isn't it? Ha ha ha. I honestly don't feel anything, though. After all, I've been like this since I came to this world. I've long since adapted to it. The stars in her eyes only grew more fragmented. Internally, Yun-Chi was scoffing once more at Hua Kaylee's naivety. What a ridiculously emphatic girl. She is not fit to be a divine daughter at all. It would take ages for someone like her to mature. This was perfect for him, though. Still, he couldn't help but feel even more puzzled about something. From the information he had learned from the Kilin Abyss realm and some of the memories he had pried loose from Meng Jianzhu's head, the rainbow-glass divine daughter of the Heaven-Breaker Kingdom of God had existed for thousands of years at least. Literally no one he knew who was several thousand years old would empathize with a nobody's tragic past. Hell, those people could walk across a sea of corpses like it was a stroll in the park. No matter how well protected Hua Kaylee was, even if this was the first time ever she made contact with the secular world, she had to have lived for several thousand years, right? Was it really possible for someone so old to be so naive regarding the nature of humanity and the ironclad laws of survival? Maybe I had them in the past, he muttered carelessly. The girl heard his words and put two and two together. Are you saying that you lost your past? Yun-Chi nodded. When I first awoke in this world, all I saw was infinite darkness and my master. He was the one who woke me. He told me that I was around 10 years old at the time, and both my body and soul were severely damaged. If it wasn't for him, I would have died a long time ago. My master used a miraculous art to heal my wounded soul. The fact that I woke up at all was a miracle on its own. However, it came at the cost of all of my memories. Not a single trace of them was left behind. Naturally, I wouldn't know my past even if it was right in front of me. His voice was calm and even. There was no sadness, no melancholy, no complaint, not even a sliver of yearning for the past. It was almost like he was narrating a perfectly ordinary experience. Hua Kaylee stared at him. A long time later, she finally looked down and whispered, I've never met my mom. The day I was born was the day she died. Yun-Chi, father and aunt treat me very well. Everyone loves me as well. But sometimes I can't help but think about the mother I never met, envied those who have a mom to love them and rebuke them. I can't help but regret this irreparable loss in my life. She continued, Throughout this adventure, I have witnessed darkness and tragedies I never imagined could even exist. Out of all of them, the one memory that left the deepest impression on me was a handful of babies being killed because they were born with poor talent. They never even had the right to grow up. Tragedies were far more impactful when someone bore witness to them with their own eyes. However, most of the people living in this cruel abyss were used to it. It was during this time I came to realize just how lucky I was. She looked up and showed Yun-Chi a consoling look. She was about to say something when Yun-Chi shot her a sideway glance. You're not trying to console me, are you? Just so you don't misunderstand, but I never thought that I have a tragic past. In fact, I always thought that I'm the luckiest man in the entire world. For starters, I got a second lease in life. Second, I was able to meet my master. That is a kind of luck countless people could never hope to obtain even if they reincarnated for 10,000 lifetimes. When he said the word, master, he subconsciously straightened his spine and lifted his head slightly. The man had faced down the gravest danger without even batting an eyelid, but now his eyes were clearly shining with deep reverence. Your master must be an incredible person. Hua Kaylee lowered her voice and asked both tentatively and cautiously, Is he famous? He must be, right? High above the sky, Hua Qingying focused all of her attention on Yun-Chi. She wasn't going to let a single bit of body language escape her grasp. Yun-Chi was the man who defeated a divine extinction realm profound practitioner as a divine master. He was also the man who bore 5 elements in his body, including the mythical light profound energy. To say she was beyond curious who his master was would be an understatement of the century. Even with her vast, profound knowledge, she couldn't envision a single person who could match their power. Not a single one. Yun-Chi shook his head and said slowly, I owe you my life, sister, so I shouldn't keep secrets from you. However, one of the very few things my master asked of me, despite the fact that I owe him everything, is that I must never reveal his identity. Startled, Hua Kaylee hurriedly apologized. Forgive me. I have overstepped. Remorse flickered across Yun-Chi's expression. A moment of hesitation later, he answered, "My master doesn't belong to this world. In fact, he's not even a person. He was just a remnant of a soul. He has no contact with the current world whatsoever besides me, so of course you have never heard of him. It was a coincidence and a moment of kindness that he chose to save me, and that is all I can tell you, Sister Chi. I hope you won't mind." His tone was apologetic, and it made Hua Kaylee feel both warm and a little panic-stricken. She shook her head furiously as she said, "Of course you should obey your master's teachings. This is normal. So how is your master doing right now?" Yun-Chi smiled indifferently. "He disappeared after giving me everything. Since then I've been alone for many years." In the sky, Hua Qingying frowned deeply and muttered to himself, "An ancient soul?" In the ancient times, countless gods and devils had fallen into the abyss. It wasn't until the abyssal dust began to thin, and the land of the living emerged that some of them were barely able to maintain their existence. Even so, most of them perished as a matter of course, though many left behind their soul fragments via different methods. Back in the day, ancient souls were fairly common. Millennia passed, and they grew fewer and fewer until it became near impossible to encounter one. If Yun-Chi's master really was an ancient soul who had never shown itself in the real world, that would certainly explain the strange, if not outright impossible, powers he possessed. At the furthest east where the wall of primal chaos stood, Kai Weiao, Kaianai Yinger and Shui Meiyin were standing with stern expressions on their faces. Every witness, every official report, and every planar fragment resulting from the terrible shockwave all pointed that the noise had come not from a certain planet or star realm, but the wall of primal chaos itself. Shui Meiyin reached out and tapped the lightless world piercer against the wall of primal chaos. A short while later, she whispered, "Its structure looks flawless, but the wall of primal chaos would normally heal itself in a matter of breaths if it was damaged. There is no way to tell if it was damaged now." "This position," Kaianai Yinger exhaled slowly. "It's almost the same spot as the one where the heaven-smiting devil emperor made her return." SYRCH the EDAOVYALFire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "Is it possible that she and her devil gods are—" "That's impossible." Kai Weiao rejected her hypothesis before she could finish. "The reason the heaven-smiting devil emperor and her devil gods were able to survive outside of primal chaos for so long was thanks to the world piercer. The reason she was ultimately able to breach the wall of primal chaos and return was also thanks to the world piercer. Before the heaven-smiting devil emperor went away, she left behind the world piercer. Without the world piercer, it is only a matter of time before the space they created to survive the harsh environment outside primal chaos collapses. Many years have passed since, and it is extremely unlikely that any of them are still alive." She purposely avoided mentioning Jasmine because she was so much weaker than the heaven-smiting devil emperor or the devil gods. She was probably dead the second she was ejected from primal chaos. Even if they are alive, the heaven-smiting devil emperor simply doesn't possess the power necessary to breach the wall of primal chaos a second time without the world piercer. Kai Weiao's words were common knowledge within their group. Neither Kaianai Yinger nor Shui Meiyin were able to refute them. The heaven-smiting devil emperor had sealed her, and her subordinates doomed the moment she chose to leave primal chaos without taking the world piercer with her. "It looks like you've got an answer already," Kaianai Yinger said. Kai Weiao nodded. "I tried searching through the Nirvana Devil Emperor soul's memories, and I discovered that this phenomenon is, in fact, not too uncommon in ancient times. Every 6 million years or so, something like this would happen either because some foreign object had crashed into the wall of primal chaos, or because a spatial vortex had made contact with it and caused a dimensional explosion." Kaianai Yinger mulled over her words briefly. "It's a reasonable explanation, I suppose. The only one we have, in fact. The heaven-smiting devil emperor can't possibly own another world piercer, right?" Kai Weiao looked away from the wall of primal chaos. "It is hard enough to quell the people's panic regarding the threat of the abyss. We certainly don't need another problem right now." She summoned a dark sound transmission formation in front of her and declared, "The shockwave was caused by a foreign object from beyond crashing into the wall of primal chaos. It has now subsided completely, and it will not happen again. Hua Jin, please transmit this message to every realm and quell the unrest as soon as possible." After she put away the profound formation, Kai Weiao turned her back against the wall of primal chaos and declared, "The wall of primal chaos is something that exists beyond the laws. We can spend 1,000,000 years studying it and discover exactly nothing, so let us put this behind us and return already." Kaianai Yinger and Shui Meiyin said nothing. They took their leave, but they all harbored varying thoughts. Her whole life, Kai Wao never made a decision lightly. She might have identified the most likely and appropriate reason for the unknown shockwave, but her thoughts were still racing beneath the currents. As the bearer of the Nirvana Devil Emperor's memory fragments, her knowledge far exceeded anyone in the current world. She knew that not even the ancient creation gods or devil emperors could breach the wall of primal chaos. According to the Nirvana Devil Emperor's memory fragments, there were only 3 powers that could breach the wall of primal chaos. They were the heaven-punishing ancestral sword, the world piercer, and the evil infant wheel of myriad tribulations. The heaven-punishing ancestral sword had vanished without a trace since ancient times. The world piercer was currently held by Shui Meiyin, but it was completely drained of power. As for the evil infant wheel of myriad tribulations, Kai Wao's breathing hitched for an instant before she wiped away the thought. The evil infant wheel of myriad tribulations and its bearer, Jasmine, had been knocked out of primal chaos, and it was much, much weaker than it was at its prime due to the abnormal decline of primal chaos. Jasmine was strong enough to kill a god emperor back then, but she was nowhere close to being on Mobiken's level, a half-god. This meant that the evil infant of this era was far weaker than even a half-god. Compared to the devil gods, she might as well be a speck of dust. There was no way an evil infant this weak could survive the world beyond primal chaos, much less unleash a blast of power strong enough to shake the wall of primal chaos. It was just impossible. Kai Wao exhaled in secret and tried her best to remove her stray thoughts. The threat of the abyss was still hanging over their heads like a guillotine. Yun Qi was still fighting in a completely foreign world alone. She prayed that this was the end of their woes, not just for herself, but the entire universe. Not far away, Shui Meiyin was clutching the world piercer tightly. Her soul sea was shaking for some reason. Was it just me, or did the world piercer tremble when I touched it against the wall of primal chaos earlier? Search the novel Fire. Eat It website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yun, but of course. My aunt said that cultivating multiple elements is a taboo in cultivation. Not only would it slow down your cultivation speed, there is a high risk of losing control of one's profound energy and damaging one's profound veins. Those who manage them must possess an extraordinary physique and comprehension, a quality that not even 1 in 1,000,000 profound practitioners possess. My aunt is an extraordinary person, but even the greatest elemental practitioner she knew only cultivated 3 elements at once. To think that you cultivated 5, no, 6 elements at the same time. She did not mention that the profound practitioner who cultivated 3 elements at once was one of the high priests, a being who stood above countless others in the abyss and answered only to the abyssal monarch. It was why she was so curious about Yun Qi. In terms of elements alone, he was somehow above even a high priest and beyond the comprehension of the abyss. Yun Qi replied evenly, "It is only after I left my master and properly joined the world that I realized just how extraordinary the boon I received from my master was." "Is your master?" Hua Kaylee abruptly cut herself off and chided herself in a small voice. "That's not something I should ask about." Yun Qi smiled. It was a small, brief smile, but it stirred her heartstrings and stole her gaze for an instant. She moved on to the next question. "Where did you go after bidding your master goodbye?" "I went to a lot of places," Yun Qi continued to answer calmly, "but practically everywhere I visited shared more or less the same characteristics. Defeated, drained men who were corrupted by abyssal dust. Eyes that were full of pain, viciousness, and malice. I'm sure you've witnessed the same thing and eventually gotten used to it during your trials." Hua Kaylee bowed her head and said softly, "The outside world is certainly much scarier than what people told me and what my own imagination could conceive." It was a multifaceted fear, to say the least. The kingdom of God she resided in was a sacred land that the large majority of abyss people dared not even dream about. Everything beyond that was a world of pain and malice unlike anything she could ever imagine. Considering how strong you are, you must have left behind quite the name in every place you've been to, haven't you? Take the Kilin Abyss Realm, for example. Not only did you defeat a group of divine masters as a divine sovereign, you even lifted the weakest Hellion empire above every other major sect in the Kilin Abyss Realm. I am sure that you will be remembered as a legend for a long, long time to come. Xianxia shook his head. I didn't realize it when I was still with my master, but I came to realize that I am very different from most profound practitioners. For starters, I am far, far stronger than anyone else at my cultivation level. 2. My mastery of the elements seems outright impossible in everyone's eyes. This difference garnered me a lot of astonishment and curiosity, but it also earned me a lot of unpredictable plots and dangers. That is why I started hiding myself from public perception as best I can. Every time I traveled to a new location, I would go by a different name. I never stayed in one place for too long either. Naturally, I did not leave behind any fame. Xianxia explained indifferently yet thoroughly. In fact, my time at the Killing Abyss realm was easily my most brash and ostentatious. I owed the first princess of Hellion a huge favor, and I promised her that I would get the Hellion Empire into the Killing God realm. As I was unable to keep a low profile as I had before, I decided that I might as well let loose. He made it sound oh so simple, but it did not take much effort to imagine just what kind of cruel hardships he had gone through to get to this point. For someone of his personality to hide himself to the point of obscurity and constantly wander from place to place like a duckweed. For him to choose to vanish quietly and alone even after bestowing the Hellion Empire the greatest boon they could imagine. So, is Xianxia your real name? The girl asked in a serious tone. Of course. Xianxia met her eyes with pure, sincere eyes. Sisterk is my savior. My master taught me to repay even the slightest favor tenfold, so why on earth would I lie to you about my name? Right. Sisterk subconsciously bowed her head and stared at her own feet. Now that she thought about it, he had even revealed his light, profound energy to her just because he didn't want to leave a scar on her face. So why would he ever lie to her about his name? He said he owed her his life, but anyone who could count would know that he had saved her more times than she had him. He was so honest and candid with her. But she, Xianxia, could not help but feel a bit of regret and panic. As if he did not notice her feelings, Xianxia asked casually, "You're exploring and training in hopes of breaking through to the divine extinction realm, right, Sisterk?" Surprisingly, Xianxia did not nod her head. "I was planning to complete my breakthrough. I really want to. But Father said that there's no hurry. Before he saw me off, Father gave me 2 questions. He said that if I can find the answer to both questions, then my adventure would have been worth it. He even said that it would be a greater achievement than simply entering the next realm." She was so distracted that she nearly said the word father with additional emphasis. What questions? That got Xianxia interested. Tell me. Maybe I can find the answers for you. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Aunt said that they are answers I can only discover after living through a myriad of experiences. Although you're young, you are far more experienced than I am. Maybe you really can answer his questions for me. She began, "My father's questions are, what is the most precious thing in the world, and what is the cheapest thing in the world?" She stared expectantly at Xianxia's face, but could not find any traces of thinking on his face whatsoever. The young man simply smiled enigmatically, as if he knew the answers the second he heard the questions. "Did someone ask you these questions before?" Xianxia asked. "No, but I am certain I know what the answers are," he said smilingly. In fact, both questions share the same answer. "Huh." The young woman exclaimed in confusion, "But how can that be? They are completely opposite questions. How can they possibly share the same answer?" It was at this moment Xianxia stopped in his tracks. "You know what? I'm not going to tell you the answer. It is something that you should figure out yourself. Don't worry, though. If I'm not mistaken, you will likely discover the answer or at least glimpse a hint very soon." The young woman blinked, her dazzling eyes full of puzzlement. Xianxia lifted a hand and created an isolating barrier around Xianxia. "Sit and conceal your aura as best you can. Then I want you to project your injuries to the surroundings and heal yourself normally." What? Xianxia looked even more confused. "You'll understand very soon." Xianxia did not give her a clear answer. He simply wore a calm and collected look on his face. A moment of thought later, Xianxia chose not to pursue the line of questioning and obey his orders. She began sitting down and withdrawing her aura into the barrier. At the same time, her flawless face began looking weak and unnaturally pale. Her injuries had barely healed for the past few days. It was clearly on purpose. Xianxia pushed, and the gigantic abyssal crystal floated into the barrier as well. From an outsider's perspective, it would look like the young woman was absorbing the abyssal crystal's power to heal herself. SE, a small capar, letter 1D04, the novel Fire Renyati website on Google to access chapters of novels early, and in the highest quality. Xianxia turned around. As if on cue, the two presences he was sensing abruptly sped up. He had just taken 2 steps forward when the men appeared in front of him. They were both wearing black outfits tailor-made for the endless fog. They were also carrying broadswords and exuded similar auras. They were clearly from the same sect. The 2 men quickly glanced over Xianxia and stared at Heaven-Defying for a moment. Then they shifted their gaze further and stared at the abyssal crystal. Their pupils dilated with pleasant surprise and greed so strong that they could burn a hole in the abyssal crystal if it was tangible. Such a massive, pure abyssal crystal, the man to the right gulped visibly. I doubt even Senior Uncle has seen something like this before. The man to the left was steadier than his companion. With difficulty, he shifted his gaze away from the abyssal crystal and focused on Xianxia and Heaven-Defying again. The former sported the aura of a level 3 divine master, and the latter could not be perceived because she was isolated by a barrier. That said, he could tell that her complexion was deathly pale even though a veil was covering her face. She was clearly recovering from a grievous injury. The level 3 divine master was fine, and the girl within the barrier was grievously injured. Clearly, this meant that her cultivation was far weaker than her companions. They were both level 5 divine masters. His fear and wariness swept clean in an instant. The corners of the man's mouth began to curl up uncontrollably. There was a clear tremor in his voice when he spoke. A golden opportunity has finally fallen into our laps, junior brother Liu. He slowly stepped forward but did not grab the abyssal crystal inside the barrier immediately. Instead, he held out a hand toward Xianxia and ordered, "You should know the rules of the endless fog, boy. Give it to me." Although he was speaking to Xianxia, it was clear from his side-eye that he thought little of him. His movements were unhurried, and his grin was almost split from ear to ear. He thought they were predators who had everything under control. They had never seen such a huge abyssal crystal in their lives. The endless fog was a place with no rules or order, so generally speaking, anyone with half a brain would do everything in their power to hide such a massive prize. However, not only was their opponent grievously injured, she had no choice but to use the abyssal crystal to heal herself. Perhaps she thought she could get lucky and recover her strength before anyone discovered her, but she wasn't. She had unwittingly lured danger to her doorstep. If this wasn't a golden opportunity, then what was? Xianxia did not reveal any hint of fear, however. He simply side-eyed the man in return and answered seriously, "Why should we give you what is ours?" Inside the barrier, Heaven-Defying sneakily opened her eyes just a tad to watch Xianxia's performance. Caught off guard, the 2 men finally afforded Xianxia their full attention. When he confirmed his profound aura again, their gaze turned even more scornful and ridiculing than before. They looked at him like they were looking at an ignorant fool who entered the endless fog for the first time ever. "I see. Not only do you want to give us the abyssal crystal, you want to give us your life as well." The man wearing black slowly walked toward Xianxia, snarking as he came. Xianxia frowned deeply and appeared between them and the barrier in a flash. He said solemnly, "What are you doing? Looking at your aura, you are both practitioners of a righteous sect. We should be helping each other in the endless fog, not robbing each other. Aren't you afraid that you will bring shame to your sect?" Xianxia's righteous words nearly brought the 2 men to their knees. From laughter, that was. The man to the right said, "Who in the world is this idiot? This has to be his first time in the endless fog." He then pointed a finger at Xianxia and said scornfully, "Allow Grandpa Liu to teach you a lesson, boy. You can be royalty in the outside world, but here in the endless fog, if Grandpa Liu wants you to die, then you will die. Cut the bullshit and just kill him already. Who knows what might happen if we drag out this encounter for too long." The man to the left circulated his energies. "Kill him quickly and leave no traces behind. Take the prize, kill all witnesses." That was how it was in the endless fog. As soon as he finished, the man rushed toward the abyssal crystal like a viper. A dark grin spreading across his face, his companion also fired a broadsword surrounded by a cyclone of pure power straight at Xianxia's solar plexus. His opponent was a level 3 divine master. Just because he was 2 levels below his cultivation realm did not mean he could not surprise them if he gave it his all. That was why he didn't hold back one bit. High up in the sky, Heaven-Defying snorted to herself. Unlike Heaven-Defying was a grizzled veteran. The second Xianxia produced the abyssal crystal, she immediately knew what he was plotting. Drawing out one's greed and reversing cause and effect, huh? A childish ploy. But, she muttered to herself, a simple trick probably suits Kaylee best. Search the no circumflex letter 1D20 el Fire Renyati website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Answer the strange light of the abyssal crystal was rapidly approaching the black-robed man's face. At the same time, the excitement in his eyes became so dense it was practically tangible. It was at this moment the scene before his eyes suddenly distorted. The next thing he knew, a powerful, irresistible force was dragging him toward the left. The black-robed man was stunned, but he was unable to respond to the sudden force at all. Before he knew it, his head had smashed into the ground, and his arm was stomped to the ground less than a meter away from the abyssal crystal. At the same time, he heard his companion crying out in surprise. His broadsword was flying through the air as if it had been smacked away by someone, and a powerful force was pulling him over to him. An instant later, both men discovered that one of their arms was twisted around each other like noodles and stomped to the ground by the same foot. To say they were stunned would be an understatement. They channeled their profound chi with all their might, but an unstoppable force resembling a million mountains stomped their raised arm right back to the ground. Even their heads were half buried in the ground, unable to move an inch. It was with great difficulty the two men twisted their heads until their eyes finally pointed upward. Their gazes ran up the leg that was stepping on their arms and barely made contact with Yun Chi's cold, reptilian eyes. How? Both men's pupils dilated to the max. They just could not believe what was happening. Their senses declared loud and clear that the young man before them was just a level 3 divine master, and yet, "Tell me your names and origins," Yun Chi ordered coldly and emotionlessly. Neither man answered. It was impossible to say if it was because they were unwilling to submit, or because they hadn't yet recovered from their shock. The corners of Yun Chi's mouth turned down, and a pair of mini booms suddenly deafened the ears. It was the sound of the two men's arms breaking at the same time. The two men screamed. Their screams failed to elicit even the slightest reaction from Yun Chi whatsoever. He simply said, "You have one more chance to answer my question, or else." Overwhelming fear and pain quickly dismantled whatever resistance they still had. The man to Yun Chi's right hurriedly spoke up. My name is Han Quan, and my junior brother is Liu Jing. We hail from the Tyrant Sword sect, please." "Good." An indifferent voice interrupted his painful stammer. "Since you were obedient, I'll grant you two a swift death." Chiang, the broadsword that was sent flying, was drawn back to Yun Chi's palm. Then he brought it down on the two men's heads with vicious bloodthirst. "Me mercy, brother," Han Quan screamed at the top of his lungs. "We were foolish for allowing our greed to overtake our good senses. We beseech that you show mercy and allow these two lowly ones to survive. Please," suffocating under the shadow of death. His scream was such that it nearly ripped his own throat apart. Even the killing intent that seemed to fill his marrows to the brim had slowed to a temporary stop. The sword did not fall on their heads. Yun Chi looked behind his back and asked Hua Kaylee, "How should I handle these two, sister?" At first, Han Quan and Liu Jing were caught off guard. Then they realized that Yun Chi was looking to the girl for instructions. Knowing that every second counted, Han Quan twisted his neck with all his might while shouting, "Forgive us, fairy. We hail from the Tyrant Sword sect, one of the 3 guardian sects of the Crouching Smoke realm. We are anything but villains, so please." "Anything but villains?" Yun Chi scoffed. "It looks like someone needs my help in recalling their ugly faces when they were trying to rob us earlier." "No," Han Quan hurriedly defended himself. "We are members of the Tyrant Sword sect, and we normally would never succumb to wanton slaughter in the endless fog. It's just that we've never seen such an incredible abyssal crystal in our lives, so we were unable to suppress our greed. We were never planning on killing you. We were just hoping to scare you into submission." The girl didn't say anything. Feeling a lot more hopeful than before, Han Quan continued, "You look divine, like something out of a great tale, fairy. You cannot possibly stain yourself with our blood. If you allow us to leave, we promise that the entire Tyrant Sword sect will remember you in Senior's favor. We promise to repay your mercy 1,000-fold." Yun Chi did not act. He simply watched Hua Kaylee and waited for her answer. Hua Kaylee's gaze shifted a little, but she quickly withdrew her gaze and whispered, "Whatever their intentions may be, they ultimately haven't hurt a hair on our persons. Let them leave." "But—" Yun Chi frowned but let out a small sigh. Then he withdrew his foot, relinquished his bloodthirst, and turned away, declaring, "Get lost." The two men hurriedly climbed to their feet, expressions dazed and disbelieving. They could hardly believe that the young man had actually let them go. If I was alone, then you would be smears on the ground already. Do not forget who's the one who saved your dogs' lives." Like an alarm bell, his voice jolted them out of their daydream. Han Quan immediately stammered, "Yes, yes, we will not forget that Fairy's the one who saved our lives. Should you ever need us, we will give our all to repay this favor." The two men stepped away from Xianxia and Hua Kaylee tentatively even as they spoke. It was only after they were 10 steps away that they finally turned tail and escaped while clutching their broken arms. Hua Kaylee finally opened her eyes. She looked at Xianxia like she wanted to say something. She was starting to understand what Xianxia was trying to do. "Maintain this posture," Xianxia said. "I promise you they won't keep us waiting." Hua Kaylee opened her mouth, but in the end, she did not say anything. He was right. Less than 15 minutes later, a vicious, tremendous shockwave rapidly approached Xianxia. Rumble. 3 men descended from above and landed on the ground where a long crevice split open. The growing crack just barely came to a stop right before it would touch Xianxia's feet. Inside the barrier, Hua Kaylee's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she thought disappointedly to herself. "I thought so." 2 of the 3 men were, of course, Han Quan and Liu Jing. They were flanking the man at the center, and despite their broken arms and bleeding stumps, they were no longer wearing humble and fearful expressions on their faces. No, those emotions had been completely replaced by vicious savagery. Standing at the center was a middle-aged man clad in black robes. He was carrying a massive sword that was over 2 meters tall. The blade looked dull and mundane, but the suffocating pressure it gave off was anything but. Half-step divine extinction, Xianxia glanced at the middle-aged man. "It's them, senior uncle. Look at that abyssal crystal. We didn't exaggerate, did we?" The middle-aged man was a half-step divine extinction realm profound practitioner and undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of his realm. Even so, he could not help but stare at the abyssal crystal for several breaths straight. Greed was stirring like a waking serpent inside his soul sea, hungry and desperate for nourishment. He asked with a cold, indifferent expression, "A level 3 divine master. You're telling me that a level 3 divine master destroyed you too?" "Senior uncle, something is very wrong with his cultivation," Han Quan said while panting. "He is clearly a level 3 divine master in every way, but his power, for whatever reason, his power is comparable to a level 8, or even level 9 divine master. You must be careful, senior uncle." "Are you kidding me?" The middle-aged man burst out laughing. "Are you even listening to yourself? A level 3 divine master whose power is equal to a level 8 divine master. Just admit that you were careless and caught by surprise already." Han Quan and Liu Jing wanted to deny this, but Xianxia interrupted them before they could speak. "Is this how the Tyrant Sword sect repays mercy?" "Mercy. Ha 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 ha." Han Quan shifted his attention to Xianxia and let out an ugly laugh. "I've never met fools like you my whole life. I cannot believe you actually let us live. Today I'll teach you a lesson." He removed his palm from his bleeding stump and snarled at Xianxia. "You broke my arm, so I'm going to rip you to pieces with my remaining arm. Do not forget to thank me for my lesson when you're in the underworld." The middle-aged man raised his arm and silenced Han Quan. Then he looked at Hua Kaylee and asked, "Who are you two? Where do you hail from?" It was only a glance, and Hua Kaylee's face was still covered. Even so, he could tell that she was far more noble than even the noblest realm king daughter or imperial princess he had ever met. Anyone who wasn't blind could tell that her background was extraordinary at first glance. "Actually, never mind." He did not wait for an answer, or maybe he was afraid that he would freeze in terror if Hua Kaylee gave him an answer. His tone changed, and his eyes narrowed in sharp bloodthirst. "Since you found out about our background, you must die. You only have your own foolishness to blame." He knew that the girl and the young man's backgrounds must be extraordinary. That was precisely why they must die. There might be rules outside the endless fog, but not inside. In the endless fog, you either stayed your hand or made sure that you eliminated the danger at the roots. Otherwise, the consequences were severe to say the least. It wasn't the reputation loss that was worrying. It was the possibility of vengeance from a faction they could not possibly survive against. The middle-aged man did not drag out the battle. The second he finished speaking, he curled his hand into talons and made a grab for Xianxia. Where his fingers traveled, black lines stretched through the air and rippled the surrounding space. A biting wind blew, and Xianxia raised his arms defensively and arced backward. He looked like he was being suppressed to the point where he was unable to move even a muscle. When the middle-aged man's hand was about 1/6 of a meter away from Xianxia's chest, bang! There was a deafening boom that blew out Han Quan and Liu Jing's eardrums instantly. For a long time, they could only hear a piercing, incessant ringing that refused to fade away. At the same time, their vicious, bloodthirsty eyes quickly widened into cold, horrified shock. Their senior uncle abruptly bent backward as if he was hit by a mountain. At the same time, a massive hole burst through his back and scattered blood, bone, and gore everywhere. The middle-aged man's eyes lost all color. Even as his world abruptly turned grayish-white, he could still catch what looked like a cold, indifferent smile on Xianxia's face. Xianxia turned his palm, and the huge sword the middle-aged man was carrying fell into his hand. Azure blue icy light exploded from the sword and plunged deep into his body. The next moment, a powerful explosion knocked the middle-aged man far, far away, finally nailing him to the ground. SE a small kapar letter 1D04 HTH Cyrillic novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In just the blink of an eye, the chief elder of the Tyrant Sword sect and a half-step divine extinction realm expert was nailed to the ground like a dying cur by his favorite sword. His shivering eyes were rapidly losing focus. A raspy voice escaped his lips. Half-God! With his cultivation, he could not have fallen to the brink of death in an instant even if he was facing a half-God. Why would a half-step divine extinction realm profound practitioner be on his guard against a level 3 divine master? The fact that he even channeled 3/5 of his power was proof that he did not underestimate Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation was as deceptive as it was explosive, however. More importantly, he went all out from the start. Caught completely off guard, what could the middle-aged man do except die? High up in the sky, Hua Qingying's eyes flickered with astonishment. To go from 0 to 100 in an instant, to wield his profound energy to this extent. Could it be? Did he possess 80% divine essence or higher? Then again, having seen all that she had seen from Xianxia, Hua Qingying found herself unsurprised by this discovery at all. Senior uncle. Han Quan and Liu Jing were shaking like leaves. They looked so weak they might collapse on the ground at any moment. Step. There was a blur, and Xianxia was standing next to them. His face was completely blank, not even a shred of ridicule could be spotted on his face. In an instant, the two men let out strange cries as if a viper had bitten their hearts. Then, they fell on their backs in almost the exact same manner. Their complexions were as pale as death, and their mouths were opening and closing rapidly as if they were trying to say something. They couldn't, though. All that could be heard was the sound of their teeth chattering. Xianxia shot Hua Qingying a glance, but this time he did not ask for her permission. With one wave of his hand, he turned the two terrified divine masters into ice sculptures. The next moment, they dissolved into white dust and scattered into the surroundings, leaving not even a single trace behind. With that done, Xianxia casually retrieved the abyssal crystal and asked, "Have you found your answer now?" Hua Qingying rose to her feet and thought carefully. In the end, she answered uncertainly, "Is it kindness?" Xianxia smiled. "It's a good answer, just not fully correct." He stopped keeping her in the dark and declared, "What is the cheapest and most valuable thing in this world? The answer to your father's question is this: bonds." "Bonds?" Hua Qingying whispered the word. It was a simple, easy-to-understand word, but right here and now it confounded her to no end. Xianxia slowly explained, "Kindness is a type of bond. Some people viewed it as big as the heavens and desired nothing more than to repay those who gave them kindness 1,000-fold. On the other hand, there are people who, well, you've just experienced it. You showed them mercy and saved their lives, and yet they laughed at your stupidity and tried to kill you." Hua Qingying, "Family love is a type of bond. Some people viewed it more important than their own lives and would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for family. But some only view their flesh and blood as tools to be used and discarded as they pleased. Should jealousy take hold, they could be removed as easily as grass. Trust is also a type of bond. Some people are willing to repay one's trust with their all, unwilling to betray even if it costs them their lives. But some would use it as a blade that causes harm. Master-disciple relationship is also a type of bond. Some people respect their master deeply and place them on a pedestal their whole lives, while some slay their own masters to prove themselves. Friendship, camaraderie, love, they are all bonds." Hua Qingying listened seriously and carefully. A long time later, she finally said, "To tell you the truth, I understand what you're saying. It's just, this isn't the first time you encountered such an incident, is it?" Xianxia asked suddenly. Hua Qingying looked startled and drooped her head lower. "No, it's not," Xianxia continued. If today you set them free and they returned with someone neither you nor I could handle, what do you think would have happened to us? Do you think they would have shown you the mercy you afforded them? I know. Hua Kaylee closed her eyes and grew even quieter. But no matter how terrible they weren't abyssal beasts. They were living, breathing people. They all had friends and families, and they all overcame countless cruel trials and tribulations to come this far. Every time I run into such people, I can't help but wonder if they were only possessed by greed or desire for a moment. I can't help but wonder if there was a chance they could have turned back. That is why I cannot bring myself to kill them. She whispered. Aunt always told me that foolish goodness is not good, simply foolish. But she let out a long sigh and opened her eyes. Then she said seemingly to herself, "It's fine. I'm just at the start of my journey. I will grow up, step by step." Staring at her with sharp eyes, Xianxia shook his head very seriously and said, "I agree that no one can turn from a kind person who viewed saving lives as one's glory and responsibility to a heartless being who can bury millions without batting an eyelid without growth. However, this process is quite painful, quite possibly painful beyond your greatest imagination. But you don't need to go through such a growth. I am certain that both your father and your aunt simply wish to enlighten you to the true face of humanity. I don't believe they wish for you to grow into a cold, heartless being like me. I am sure they would rather that you preserve your goodness and pure heart forever." Hua Kaylee looked up at him in astonishment, and he said in a mysterious tone, "Growth is the thorns and brambles all mortals must go through whether they like it or not. But you merely need to walk up to the tall tower that has already been built for you and look down on the mortals with clearer, unclouded eyes." Hua Qingying. In the sky, Hua Qingying couldn't help but be astonished yet again. She could hardly believe that this was something a man in his 30s could say. Search the novel, fire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality.